morning, everybody. Okay, I've got some work to do. I can do this. I can do our Zoom thing properly, and we will be able to knock this thing out today. We're going to do that. It's gonna look fucky for a second. Bear with me. And then we're gonna do... Ooh. Does not look great. Hang in there, everybody. We're gonna get this thing all handled. Aaron, what are you doing? I don't know. Ooh, idea. We're stretching things very oddly at the moment. Hold on. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Hey! Good enough for the girls I go out with. Maybe we'll switch it back to the other way next week. I'm not really sure. This does not look great. Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. That's Corey. I've mangled my Zoom option now. Good morning, sir.
Time to go back to OBS Ninja.
Look, we can see each other now. Or, well, I could always see you. But you can see me. But it looks like shit. If I go to view and I go I don't want to go immersive. That would be bad. I could full screen it, but then I can't get to OBS. Or can I? Let's see. Ooh, I can. Guys, we have options. This is interesting. Now we have some options here.
Plot thickens.
Oh, God, I'm making myself look like an alien. Wait, hold on. Today's show is going to be titled Wait, Hold On.
Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait.
Do I look too mutinous?
I don't.
On that one,
sure.
Here, let's make
it's hard to tell with your face.
Yeah, let's make us fatter.
Show a shot of the fucking piss.
All right. We're going to get the chat's opinion here now that I've done everything I can to make this work. What the fuck? They're on the wrong side and it hurts. Uh-oh. They don't like that. They really don't like that it's on the wrong side. Fuck it. We'll do it live. Well, I can't do it before the show because I can't do it until Corey gets on. I don't know what it looks like. The layout is changing. Do you see? It's fine. On with the show. You're still skinny. Corey looks Asian. You always do, Aaron, so don't matter. I don't know what that means. Show your tits to the camera so it knows how to refocus. They want me to flip it like it is normally. All right, here's the other.
You can just leave it how it is because I can watch it on YouTube like I do, I guess. Like, what's the whole...
Well, here's the problem. Here's the problem with that.
I can't see your computer this way either way.
Here's the problem with that.
Okay.
I have now fucked with the Zoom thing so much.
Yeah, all right. No, I hear you. We're at the point of not turning back. I got it.
We might be at the point of no return. I don't know.
Well, you know what? I thank you for making me look Asian.
Look, here's what we can do. We can do it like this for today. And then we can switch it back for next week if people want. I can't put my other window over Aaron and still see chat. Oh, how is this a big deal? Ran out of thought says seems functional. And you know what? I think that's what we should be happy with. We should be happy with functional. Here's some great news to start the day. So last night we threatened the audience and said, if you knock out our goal...
Always a pro move.
Always a pro move. I said, if we knock out our goal tonight, what we will do is we will do a 4-hour election special. And by the way, 4 hours turned out to be the perfect amount of time because once it hit 11 o'clock here, there really wasn't much to say. It had pretty much everything, the information had slowed to a trickle. And I said, if we knock it out, we'll do the 4 hours. Not only did they knock it out, they knocked out last night, they knocked out tonight, and there's only 120 to go for this morning. So, Jesus. I know, it was an insane evening last evening. Thank you guys very much. $120 is today's goal. We barely need to mention that. I think we'll just knock that out by accident. If you feel like chipping in, though, there is the Streamlabs and PayPal pinned to the top of the page. Super chats count. And Corey, I don't know if you've been keeping up, but the daily goal on each show, morning and evening, has dropped by $40 a piece because instead of, we've shifted something. You know how we used to take the people's membership renewals and we used to count them as $5 each? Mm-hmm. We stopped doing that because what we realized was we're not giving all the members credit. So we just took all the members and we averaged it out and we just dropped the goal by whatever that is. So basically we're not counting the membership towards the goal anymore when they pop up. We're just doing it all at the beginning of the month. So instead of having these weird days where you're like Gray Duckling right there renewing for his 7th month says, do we still have to post this? It's a fun little advertisement. It's nice. Go ahead. But no, you never had to. But so we're doing a lot of house cleaning around here. And it's a lot of fun. A lot of things, fun things are happening over here at Steel Toe. But people didn't come here to hear about that shit. Are you kidding me? They came here.
No, I think they did. I think they came here just for that. Keep going. You got this.
Came here for that breakdown. No, they came here. What they come to Steel Toe for is expert, Rhodes Scholar-like political analysis.
I thought it was lukewarm NFL takes.
And lukewarm NFL takes, yes. No, they come to us for our shitty, uninformed, who gives a shit political takes, I believe. And look, we've got a lot of that for you because I can tell you this. Here's what I do. I don't think there are that many people, like even the people you watch on TV. I don't think there's a lot of people who really know what the fuck they're talking about with this politics shit.
Except for us.
No, I'm saying, how can it be much more than looking at the map, reading the map, and going, oh, that's what's going on right now?
How dare you ignore the Moneyball aspect of politics?
I know, like I watched that guy on MSNBC, the dorky guy, and he's like, well, and it's this county here, and it's this county. How do you know which precinct from which county? You're making shit up. You're reading.
I don't know. I did a pretty good job yesterday of like predicting exactly what would happen. I was pretty proud of myself.
Did you call Fetterman?
I did.
Wow. That's a ballsy call because he was starting to fall down.
I called that on this show like 2 weeks ago because the whole logic is that the Dems love electing people who can't talk in full sentences. Look at our president.
Yes, I mean, like in the last 2 weeks though, that had all really tightened up. So that was a brave call, I think, going into yesterday.
I mean, I also called that it wouldn't even be like a red wave; it would be a trickle. Like what really scared me was 4 days ago when they announced that, or it was on Friday of last week when they announced that 4 states had broken records of mail-in ballot. I was like, uh-oh.
Yeah. That mail-in ballot shit, that doesn't go Republican. But you know what I like?
Like Dems like to vote early and vote often.
What I like about this election, though, is that maybe I'm wrong here, but it definitely seemed this way with Pennsylvania. They at least counted those votes first this time.
Yeah, and I think I don't know. Yeah, I agree with that. I think there's still some that haven't, though. Like there's going to be votes that trickle in. Like that's what's so weird about these midterm covering shows. And I stayed up way too late watching a bunch of them last night because I had to see if Oz was going to win or not because that shit was really close. And then like, what is that one fucking bitch's name? Huckabee or what? Like
Sarah Huckabee Sanders?
Yeah, Arkansas, dude.
Yeah, Sarah Huckabee Sanders is she's the governor now?
Governor. She's a fucking governor. That's the funniest shit ever to me.
Her and DeSantis will have the 2 most fun press conferences and shit to watch.
Oh my God. Can you we live in an era where she's a fucking governor, dude. That's fucking great.
She's now the second Huckabee to be a governor there. That was Mike Huckabee's spot forever and ever.
Right.
So, I mean,
great.
I did wake up this morning. I went to bed last night and woke up this morning. And, the title of today's
episode, I'm glad. Good job.
Thank you. The title of today's episode is All That for a Draw. And I went to bed last night and I woke up this morning just going, like, everyone's bitching. Nobody's happy. Yeah. Everyone's angry.
And they never will be.
No, Democrats are happy because they got Lauren Boebert, which fare thee well. And they got Fetterman. But they're going to be mad because it looks like the House is going Republican.
But the House was always going to go Republican. What was really weird is that the Republicans actually lost a seat in the Senate. That's what was weird.
Well, and the other thing is, Republicans being mad, like, oh, I think I saw Ben Shapiro's tweet. I'll give him credit. It was actually funny. He said it went from red wave to red wedding. But I don't think it really was. I mean, if you look now, the Republicans are still well within their abilities to win the Senate. It looks like they're going to win the House, and they're going to have a majority of governor seats after this whole thing is over. So
let me ask you this: what does having a majority of governor seats do? Why does any national party give a fuck about the governor? Like, I'm honestly asking. Like, does that do anything for the governors or for the national?
I think it's purely a stat thing for them. You know,
yeah, because I feel like it does nothing. Like they don't even like talk about it. You know, it's like, does that do anything on the federal level?
Dude, how about this? You want to? It doesn't do anything on the federal level, no, because you can't cross over state lines. So who gives a? If you're in the next state over, who gives a
fuck?
I'll say this. Talking about polling being way off. The polling in Florida was DeSantis by about 10. It was never supposed to be close. He won by 20 points.
Yeah, that was like the first one they called, right?
Yeah. He violated Charlie Crist.
That was like fucking Abbott here. Like all week, all the polls were talking about how close it was going to be, and Abbott was doing his victory like wheelchair wheelies by like 6 p.m.
Yeah. He's up by 11 right now. Abbott is, but like DeSantis winning by 20 in what's considered a quote unquote swing state. That's a rarity.
I think that considering Florida a swing state is insane.
They always have them.
I know they have, but I'm just saying like that. I think it used to be. I just don't think it is anymore.
So yeah, I mean, Hochul, by the way, won in New York by about 5.5 points. So all the New Yorkers who thought, oh, there's a chance. Nah, it's solid.
Well, what, that governor, was it New Hampshire, had like a fucking crazy like
Sununu won by about 15.
At the one, no, it was Scott. That's what it was. It was Phil Scott in Vermont, 71%.
Yeah, 71% for him.
Crushed.
What do they have out there right now? Kansas is electing
what?
Kansas is electing a Democratic governor. Wow.
Yeah, weird, right?
Did not see that coming. That Arizona one with that Carrie Lake, she's been kind of closing the gap since last night. She's down by 1.8%. Arizona only has 62% reporting. I would really like that state looked into because they had those voting machine problems yesterday.
Did you not hear about that?
No, it was a fucking disaster.
No. Did you hear specifically what happened in Arizona?
Well, here's what I know about Maricopa County. The machines that count the votes went down, so they had to put them in a third box that were going to be hand counted.
Just another weird suspect move in literally Maricopa County.
Yeah, and let me tell you, you lived in Minnesota long enough, and I think we've talked about this before. They should develop look, and we're a blue state, but they should develop a national standard for voting, and no offense, it should be ours. We do it.
Minnesota has one of the highest voter turnout, and they have one of the lowest voter fraud. And the other thing that I was talking about, and so were you when 2020 happened, was, you know, those Dominion machines that everybody was bitching about. Minnesota sent that company packing because they were not a secure way to vote.
Right. Minnesota, you go, you can give your license or you can have some form of identification. They cross your name off the registry. You get your ballot. It's a paper ballot. You bubble it in. You put it in a machine, and it's counted right then and there. And all the precincts do is they send their tabulated memory cards into the Secretary of State and go, here's our results. It's
right. And those machines aren't even connected to the internet like the cards go.
Right. It's just memory cards. It's it's a physical memory card that's in the thing, and they tabulate it like 5 or 6 times. And it has to be, Minnesota standard is when you retabulate your memory cards, it has to be within like a fraction of a percentage of the number. Like it has to be pretty much balls on every single time. And then you can send it in. And that and you're right. Connecting it to the internet is fucking stupid. I mean, if you don't want people to hack your voting, don't connect it to the internet.
That's like the Maricopa thing. I know we're not talking about like stolen elections or anything, but Maricopa, like they have these routers that would have all the data on it that anybody would want. They were subpoenaed to bring that into court, and they just didn't. Like,
yeah,
okay. Like the courts like bring these in, and they're like, yeah, we'll do that, and then they just didn't. Why are your machines connected to the fucking internet? That's insane.
Right. They would. They should adopt our Charm says they didn't ask me for ID in Minnesota, just verbal name, date of birth, and address. If you're already registered, that's what they do.
Yeah,
they
if you're already registered, that's what they do. I actually had to vote in Minnesota personally, so that was fun.
Yeah,
I wasn't allowed to vote here in Texas. Dude, Texas is like the 5th most restrictive state to vote in.
Yeah.
And their DMV is backed up crazy. And a lot of people think that they did that intentionally so all the people coming from California couldn't vote.
Well, I mean, you got to give the people from California this. Does the DeSantis result, and New York, people from New York and California, do you think the DeSantis result shows that maybe these people, because 20 points is a landslide. He won by like 1% last time. Do you think it's just how good of a job he did? Or do you think these transplants, some of them are maybe realizing I can't vote the way I did from the state I came from?
I think in Florida specifically, it's probably just as good of a job he did, to be honest. Because DeSantis really fought to keep Florida open. And Abbott did too for a while. But I mean, DeSantis from day one was super against all the shit. And he's coming out smelling like roses as all the shit comes out that we found out they were doing, Yeah. And I think even the people that are super, because if you look at Florida, what's interesting is right around Tampa Bay, they have, Fredericksburg? They have a couple areas in Florida that are usually super blue, and those all went to DeSantis too.
Yeah.
There's one area around Miami that didn't, or outside of Miami. There's one area in the South that's if you look at the map, there's one blue dot down there, but Tampa Bay, it's Frederick, because that's where all the comedy is. Comedy is always in liberal areas. And I think it's called Petersburg. It's Petersburg area, I think. But it's right around Tampa Bay, but that whole area went to DeSantis. And those are people who probably put his name on there and then proceeded to vote blue in every other position.
Yeah, he won the old Jewish people vote. The old New York Jewish people vote. I mean,
So you're saying if you look out for people's money, you win what?
I know you lose your hip-hop contracts and your endorsements, so...
Yeah,
take it easy.
Ironically, my favorite part about Kanye or Ye about that is the Adidas one. That's still my favorite, right?
Because they worked with the Nazis.
Adidas was started by actual Nazis.
Yeah. You can't work with Volkswagen either. Ain't that a bitch? Hugo Boss dropped him. Elias with $15 says, "What did you think of DeSantis is woke goes to die?" I thought his speech was fine. I think it's very par for the course with him. It's just him doing his own nothing burger stuff. I've always said this about DeSantis is that he's very good at publicly virtue signaling nothing. Remember when he signed all that bullshit in Brandon, Florida? Because he's oh, Brandon got him. Yeah, I really love the guy. I think he's great, but he does a lot of he panders to the boomers quite a bit.
Yeah, he does a lot. Well, but you know what? In his defense, don't you kind of fucking have to if you're in Florida?
If you're in Florida and forget about the boomers.
He probably has to pander to the greatest generation while he's down there too, right?
Yeah, he gives some of his speeches with no teeth just to seem more relatable.
That's right. And if I get elected, it's free adult Pampers for everybody.
Red Bar will be happy. We've got so I wake up this morning, Democrats are unhappy, Republicans are unhappy, and as I'm looking I go by the AP numbers, they're the most dependable. As I look at the House, it looks like there's plenty, the Republicans need 19 seats. It looks like there's plenty of red out there still for them to get their 19 to take the House, so I think they're going to have that. And I
think not getting both is a loss for the Republicans.
But look at this. So they have 47 seats right now in the Senate. They're ahead in Wisconsin. They're ahead in Nevada. They're ahead in Alaska. That's 50. So they just need either Georgia or Arizona. Right now, there's only 63% of the vote in Arizona. Masters is down by 6. And in Georgia...
Walker's down in Georgia, though, right?
By 0.8 with 98% reporting. And now what I'm reading...
No matter what happens, that's a runoff.
Right. What I'm reading now is there's a runoff. So...
Georgia, I can't remember what it is, but it's every fucking election, Georgia has a runoff. You almost can't win in Georgia without a runoff.
So
not possible.
Right. So now I'm looking at this map and the Republicans are all pissy this morning and all that. I'm like, guys, You win either Arizona or Georgia, you've got both houses. And wasn't that your red wave? Wasn't that what the victory was supposed to be? Is it not big enough for them? Did they want more?
No, that's the thing, is that it was a red trickle when they were promising a red wave, right? Like winning narrow margins on both is not what they were hyping. I mean, there's one point where they were saying they were going to flip 30 seats. I mean, that's what they were expecting.
Yeah, you said.
And honestly, if Roe versus Wade doesn't come through, they very well might have. I still think that Roe v. Wade fucked them out of, like, I'm not like, they still might pull off both sides of this. That could be, but without Roe v. Wade, they would have very handily.
Yeah. As I look at this map, if I were a Republican, I would look at this and go, all right, it's a little closer than I thought, but I think we might still get the same end result. Because, like, in Georgia, there's going to be nothing but, if they have to do a runoff, do you imagine the shit show of, like, money, like, outside money that's going to be poured into that place?
And do you understand what a shit show that's going to be, just to have, like, fucking Herschel Walker denying more kids? Like, I guarantee you there's going to be more kids coming off before the runoff.
Yeah, right? I don't know, man. Republicans, I don't think they can be.
I got an illegitimate kid for each election I'm in. Yeah.
I don't think the Republicans can be that mad. You ran Herschel Walker and Dr. Oz. You're getting what you deserve.
I think that is fair criticism. That being said, that is not what they were leading their constituent base to believe what would happen. Like, that's not, like, narrowly winning both is not the red wave they were talking, no matter what Donald Trump Jr. or fucking Trump say, because they were down, and like fucking, like, Trump Jr. was on Twitter going like bloodbath, and then his dad was all like, this is what we were expecting. No, you guys, again, they were promising their constituent base like 30 seat swings, and that just didn't happen. There was I retweeted something yesterday that Myra Flores from Texas had a thing where it was like the red wave didn't happen and Republicans independents stayed home, so fucking don't bitch about it. And I just thought that was really awesome. And I'm like, that's why this woman got elected. That's sweet.
I thought she lost.
No, I mean, she might have lost this last one.
Oh, sure. She got elected the first time. Yeah. See, Nick raises a great point. Georgia has 2 percentage points in libertarians who won't be in the runoff. However, I will say this, there's going to be they need all those Brian Kemp voters to come out and vote for Walker, and they're not going to be there in the runoff. So there is that part, too. A lot of people who voted for Brian Kemp, who knows if they'll be voting in the runoff. So Walker versus Warnock in Georgia. It looks like that won't be, the settle will be, they're going to do it again. When's the runoff? Like 4 weeks from now. It's like a month away. And what's the rule there? Like, if Georgia, if you're not up by a percentage point, or if you don't get over 50%?
I think it's if you don't get over 50%.
We ain't getting over 50%. He's at 49.4, and they've
That's
only
what
got
I'm saying.
2%
Like,
of
none of them ever do. Like, Georgia's a highly, like, I think every election since they put in their rule are runoffs.
Yeah,
I could be wrong about that. I'm literally pontificating over something I know nothing about.
No, guys, you're gonna love our show today when we update you on this stuff. Neither of us know what the fuck we're talking about. We're literally, I got a map. I'll put the map up here.
I mean, I'm on Google election results. That's all I have.
Oh, that's where I am too. I'm on the AP results with the map. That's it.
If you just Google election results, it's just right there. You don't even, same thing. No. You don't even got to do anything. It's right there. You don't even got to think about it, man.
You don't even have to think about it, dude. And you just hold it over the state and it spits numbers at you. I think I don't know. I think the Republicans are going to go 51-49 in the Senate. That Arizona race, they've only got 63% reporting, and that thing has been narrowing every time they update the numbers.
I just hate the fact that Maricopa is going to be a problem again. That bothers me.
Arizona's got to adopt.
Can we just fire everybody in that county and just hire different people? Like, they're not doing their jobs. They're gone.
Put Joe Arpaio in charge of the elections. He'll whip it all into shape. He'll have like illegal immigrant slaves counting the vote.
Where's Jeb Bush when you need him? We need some hanging chads.
There were 2 Democrats I voted for last night. I voted for, and I think people in Minnesota can understand this. I voted for. Yeah, I voted for our Secretary of State because, again, our elections are fucking perfect. And so I thought that guy deserved a little credit. Like, if you're in charge of our elections, I don't think I can vote against you because we do a really good job here. The other one, Corey, you'll be happy to know this. I voted for Dan Wolgamott for I think it was the House, in the state house, the state legislature. The reason was the guy he was running against, the Republican candidate, not only kept sending me text messages, which pissed me the fuck off, but also he's the co-owner of Val's.
Yeah.
So I voted against him.
Attaboy.
So
I just wrote in on all the incumbents. I live in Texas and they won't let me vote there.
yeah. There you go.
Like I had to mail in vote to Minnesota. So I voted against Tim Walz. And then I just put basically, I voted against Tim Walz, Ellison, and then just wrote, I'm only here. Oh, and I also voted against, I have a spite vote in my district that I got to still do, which is cool. There's a representative in my congressional district of Hopkins. I can't remember her name, but her last name is Joachim, right?
Mm-hmm.
And her husband was my 10th grade geometry teacher who I fucking hated. So I voted for her opponent 3 times now because I fucking hated him so much.
Nice.
So I was kind of excited I got to still do that.
SC Motorsports said Steve Simon had dog shit commercials, so I voted against him. I'm one of those people who believes that, you hear me say this all the time, you can't get too wrapped up in your politics and sides and shit like that. My opinion, it was a no-brainer to vote for Steve Simon for Secretary of State because I think it would be pretty disingenuous and shitty to go, hey, Minnesota has the best fucking elections. We should be the national standard. Oh, by the way, fuck the guy in charge of elections. I'm not voting for him. Like,
also, Minnesota is one of the only states that runs at a surplus. Like, so the secretary is doing fine.
yeah, Secretary of State does a good job. He's got one job, manage the elections. You never hear Minnesota being a problem. So I think he deserves a little credit. So, yeah, there's not much left to tell you guys other than that. You got to watch Arizona and Georgia. If the Republicans hold their leads in Nevada, Alaska, and Wisconsin and just win one of those states, they've got the Senate. So if you're a Republican, quit your fucking bitching. Jesus, you guys, you're so pouty. And
they brag so much about the red wave. I don't know. I think it's just like they don't like to eat crow.
you got to shut the fuck up about that stuff. You got to, for election.
Like if they hadn't opened their fucking mouth, they wouldn't even be mad. That's the funny part.
Right. On election nights, downplay shit.
Yeah.
Be like, well, we're just really, really hoping we can take the House and Senate. That should have been your goal. You're 19 seats away from winning the House, and it looks like you've got those as I'm looking across this map. There's enough light red that hasn't been called yet where you'll get your 19 seats. You've got a lot of governor seats, although I think it does say they lost 2. They lost 2 governor seats this year. I don't know what those
again, what does that fucking do though? Like I'm just mad because at this point in my life, the only states I'm really vested in now is Texas because I live here in Minnesota because I'm from there, right?
Yeah.
And both states had no Senate races, so that's boring, right?
Yeah.
And their House races went exactly how everybody thought they would. So it's like, and then their governor went exactly how he thought. And it was funny because both of them were wrapped up pretty early.
Yeah.
So I was like, all right, the rest of the country, you're on.
Not a lot of drama in Minnesota.
I can't believe Fetterman actually won. Like, I knew it was going to happen, but it still just fucking shocks me.
Isn't that wild?
How fucking sad do you have to be to vote for something? Like, I mean, again, just the people that voted for Biden, and that's why I knew he would win. But fuck, dude.
I mean, with the Pennsylvania thing, it does show you how strong that just I vote Republican or I vote Democrat thing is.
Yeah. Yep.
But then again, I will say the Republicans ran Dr. Oz, and he is a joke. Not even as a politician. I mean, just as a guy. Dr. Oz is a joke.
And that's where the Republicans really need to fucking answer. It's like watching the Senators play the Senators, right?
Yeah.
Like that's what it is. Cause like the Democrats keep dropping the ball and then the Republicans just kick it.
Dr. Oz versus John Fetterman. Yeah, you're right. It's like the Harlem Globetrotters didn't show up, so they had to play an inter-squad game.
Yeah.
They just had to they had to go pick 2 captains, you each pick your guys, and then we have a game. Because people bought tickets and we got to do something. But nothing's gonna move, I don't think.
I just think it's really weird. Again, I think Roe v. Wade fucked the Republicans into like a more narrow margin. And the funniest part is that everybody that went out to vote on it, like that you can't, like, that was a Supreme Court verdict. None of that votes matter.
Right, exactly.
Like it mobilized the entire Democratic base to do absolutely nothing.
Yeah, so it looks like Biden probably won't be able to get anything done because NBC, so we're watching the Associated Press, but NBC has the Republicans at 234 seats in the House, so they've got the House according to
the House is
NBC.
The House is a done deal. It's just how close the Senate will end up being. The Senate is the real thing. The House was a done deal as of last night. Like the moment that the GOP got like speculatively they were at like 150 and the Dems were at 109, and that's when it was done.
Yeah. And
which means no more Nancy Pelosi. Huh?
Yep, she's done. She can go tend to her gay hammer hooker attack husband.
And her sweet stock markets, which yesterday we went over something that was super creepy with that. Like her stock shares were.
Oh,
she's buying puts for above what the stock costs. Doesn't that like freak you out?
Well, she knows something, right?
Yeah, but like if she knew something, she'd be buying them up. I mean, yes, she knows something, correct, right? But she's buying them at 100 and the stocks are 80. It's Google, and if you know, like, you'd buy them at that price. It's just a very weird thing to do.
Well, go back and look at her meeting schedule for yesterday and see which one where she got the information, and then try to talk to that.
Well, but even if she has the information, why wouldn't you be buying it at 80? Why would you buy it at 100? Right, that's the thing. That's the thing that's so weird.
Yeah, they're gonna
using her information and then just spotting everybody $20 a share, like for 1 million shares. Like that's weird.
You know what? I have a weird feeling it's gonna somehow work out for her.
I mean, it'll work out, but it could work out for $20 more a share if she didn't do it that way. It's just very, very weird. Like, and I had John and SLP brought it up to my attention, and then I asked 2 of my friends who are actual stockbrokers, and like, yeah, what the hell? Because even with insider information, you'd be buying it at the stock in question.
So Georgia may not end up mattering if the Republicans have to basically win Arizona or Georgia to take the Senate. And Georgia, they would have to wait 4 weeks because Herschel Walker and Raphael Warnock are going to go to a runoff, it looks like. Yeah, there's a Libertarian Party candidate who, if all of his votes went to Herschel Walker, which nobody's votes all go to somebody, but if all of his votes went to Herschel Walker, Herschel would be up by 50,000 votes right now. So that's an interesting aspect for the runoff. The rest of the country, it's just a waiting game at this point. Did the hammer story help or harm Pelosi, said Dub. Well, they kind of put that one away. I mean, after all the weird shit started coming out about that story, they kind of holstered that one, didn't they?
Yeah, it didn't hurt or help.
Yeah. I mean, she was going to win no matter. She never loses. She's in one of those districts.
She was going to win. She's just not going to be Speaker of the House anymore.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, that the hammer attack thing I don't think had much impact. So yeah, there you go. That's what's
crushed too. Didn't like her opposition get like 15% or something like that?
Yeah, she's in a solid. Yeah, she's in a solid blue district. She ain't losing.
Oh, if somebody like thought, no, she's still elected. She's just not going to be Speaker of the House because they won't have the majority anymore. That's what I meant.
Right. Yeah, that's all.
Somebody thought like I meant she's got no. She's in. My bad. That's probably on me. My bad.
I understood it.
I think when they were asking like, oh, this and that, they thought she lost. No, she did. Not only did she not lose, but she won by a crazy fucking margin. Because that's San Francisco, right? Isn't she like a San Francisco bitch?
She's San Francisco.
Yeah, that makes sense, right? Like that makes total sense.
I think
I want to say that her opposition got like 15%. It was crazy.
I mean, I don't know if you can look at. I don't know if I can click on it and get to the. Here we go. Oh, yeah, here. We'll look at Nancy Pelosi's district. Here, Nancy Pelosi, 81.4% to 18.6%.
Oh, it went up. It went up then. Yeah, but fucking still. Jesus.
Yep. She did pretty well.
That's like a third party percentage right there.
Yeah, it really is. That's a good third party performance. Fetterman won, but his goiter is going to be the one pulling the strings, they're saying. Yeah, it'll be interesting to watch Fetterman in there. That's a guy
It'll be like MTV's The Head, the actual tumor that he has will be in charge.
Yeah, he needs to be at home resting, but hey, we gotta get our seats for our party, right? So I just have a hard time believing that that's the guy that was the best.
I wonder how many people voted for Pelosi because of them fucking titties.
Yeah, not in San Francisco. They're all gay.
Right, but maybe it's girls voting for them fucking titties.
That could be it. She could have got a big lesbian vote.
Or trans people voting for them fucking titties.
Oh, I wish I had trans tits like that. So anyway, good for Nevada, too. It looks like Nevada.
Good news, Aaron. You do.
Good news for Nevada. It looks like they're going to throw out Steve Sisolak, so maybe they'll have a chance to not have homeless people running their streets all day. I don't know.
And to have somebody whose fucking name doesn't sound like he's out of The Simpsons.
Right. Doesn't sound like they're feeding babies. Oregon, 67% reporting. This is worth noting. Their governor's race, the Democrats up by 1 point. They haven't called that yet.
That's sus, right?
Yeah, the Democrat is up by 1 point in
I suppose,
Oregon.
though, like, their big base is Portland, and I bet those people are really sick of their streets smelling like piss.
Well, there's a third-party candidate that's running, a super liberal person, and a lot of people in Portland are voting for that person. So,
that's right. That, like, Johnson person, right? It was like no party, right? Like, they had no party of any kind.
Yeah, but they're like super left. It's Betsy
I remember
Johnson.
that because they were part of like Bernie's party, and then they like virtue signaled how they weren't running on Bernie, or not Bernie's. Who would like was it? It was one of the like independent or one of the third party left leaning parties.
Yeah, Betsy Johnson.
She made a big that's her name, and she made a big ordeal about how she's in it for Oregon and not in the pockets of parties.
Meanwhile, Oregon's like, shut the fuck up, lady. You're ruining this for us.
Shut up.
So yeah, she's so that could still be an interesting one to watch, but that's ultimately governor. It has no bearing on the rest of the country. All right. I think we can.
I can't believe Walz got reelected, man. Like, fuck.
I can. We elected it. We've nominated a dipshit.
Yeah, but
in Minnesota,
he did such a bad job over COVID, and he was like letting his friends stay open. I mean, that's like they got rid of the prime minister in Britain for that shit.
Well, remember in the metro area though, in Minnesota, they love him. They think he did a good job during COVID.
I don't know, man. I know plenty of people from the metro area that aren't a big fan.
52. He won by about 7.5 points, which was actually a little closer than I thought that would be.
What's really funny is when you look at the maps of that, like just the blue dot that is the cities, and then everything else in Minnesota is just so red.
That's about it. That's how Minnesota breaks down. You got the metro area, and then the rest of the state is red. Anyway, that's the election stuff. That's what we know. We'll check in maybe once an hour, once every half hour to see if any numbers have come in, but I don't expect a lot to change. 100, what are we, 105 away from the goal today? Yeah, there you go, guys. If you want to chip in, go ahead. There's no goal tonight on the evening show. You guys went a little apeshit during our election coverage last night. We do appreciate that, by the way. The Vikings are 7-1, and Josh Allen's elbow may be fucked, meaning this might just be a charmed season at this point.
Yeah, I was on some sports radio earlier this week, and I did a lot of deep digging into the Vikings. Right? Here's a fun stat for you, okay?
Yeah.
Last year, we lost 8 games by 1 score. This year, we have won 6 games by 1 score.
Yeah, just enough of a tweak to win those. The one against Washington was kind of like that Lions game where you just frustrated all game long, only to have them go, guys, don't worry, we got this.
This team is the most like apprehensive I've ever been about a 7-1 team. And, you know, as much as we were all celebrating, hey, we might not have to play Josh Allen, like from a Viking lore standpoint, getting beat by Keenum to Diggs kind of sounds like right in our wheelhouse, right?
Although we have there's a track record here. We beat Teddy Bridgewater this year. So maybe we're on a beating our old quarterbacks tour.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully. I mean, like it's pretty crazy. Oh, the other stat that I found, and this has nothing to do with us, but this is just really, really funny. So the Buccaneers, right, are not that good, but they're still in their division, so they're probably going to eke into the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
If they eke into the playoffs, Tom Brady will face let's say the number 4 if they win their division to get in there, right?
Yeah.
So they will have to face Geno Smith, who has no playoff victories, Kirk Cousins, who has 1.
He's got 1.
And Jalen Hurts, who only has 1 loss to him.
Oh no!
And then that gets him. And then maybe Jimmy Garoppolo, right? And that gets him to the Super Bowl again. So when the playoffs roll around again, like it might be Tom Brady time, and that's really weird.
Remember, dude, Tom Brady's the November and December man. He always sucks.
Right. Every year in October we talk about how he's done this and that, and then November he just like goes, "Oh yeah, time to play."
I'll tell you this: He's not 3-6. Okay, so what makes you happier as a Vikings fan? The fact that we're 7-1 or the Packers are 3-6 and they're talking about maybe going, look, if this goes into another week or two, maybe we see what Jordan Love's got for us.
The Packers 100%. Because one, I want to see Aaron Rodgers cry at a press conference. It's been a lifelong dream of mine.
It's getting close.
And then, yeah, real close. I mean that, and watching, like, the thing about, like, you want to hear how, like, so, like, this Sunday, I actually went down to they have a Viking bar here at the Warehouse. It's called Warehouse Billiards. And they were like 200 deep this week. And every time I've gone, they've had over 100 people. And the guy that was running it, he's like, yeah, it's still kind of light this week. He goes, next week will be crazy. Make sure you get here early if you're coming. And they have, it's basically a giant pool hall that is just filled with Viking fans. I made some videos on the YouTube if people want to go watch. I made a couple shorts just to show people how many people were fucking there. It was nuts. And they have like skull lines. People are doing the skull chants. And it was so funny because you can tell that these are lifelong Viking fans. Because when we were down in the fourth, everybody was getting kind of dejected. And the bar had about 2 minutes where very, very, if you were just not like closing your eyes, you would swear it was a Detroit Lions bar. Because like everybody's eyes just wandered to the Detroit Lions games as we were losing. And then, lost their shit when we came. And I will say, as much as I am apprehensive and I'm still not completely on board with Kurt, I love how much the team loves him. And after watching a couple interview clips, I really do like this new coach. So I do think Zim was the good move to move away from finally, which is cool.
It's the atmosphere. Like, I can't see.
Yeah, no, that's the thing is like you look at all these viral like ice pictures of like Cousins doing this.
Zimmer wouldn't allow that.
Yeah, like that's exactly what I thought. Like the first time I saw it, I was like, oh, that's really funny. And you look at like, that's the thing that makes me okay with Cousins. As much as I don't really like him, and as much as anybody wants to say, oh, he's this and that, guess what? Your playoff games, your Super Bowl, those are evening games.
Yeah.
And if you're saying you're confident in Kurt underneath the bright lights at night, you just haven't watched him over his career, in my opinion.
Listen, I have an idea. Why don't we let him take a nap all day?
I mean, dude, put him in a fucking cryogenic chamber if that's what it takes. I'm in.
He gets
sleepy. But what I'm saying is like the way he's dancing on that plane and the way the team is rallying around him, the team loves him. And there's no fucking way that shit would happen if old man Zim was still their coach. He'd be out there like, you guys keep it down. I'm trying to fucking watch my talkies.
Yeah. I honestly, like this year, like with cap space and everything, I say extend Cousins one more time. Like extend him one more time for 2 years.
Oh, you'll love this too. Here's my other piece of research that I think you'll really enjoy. Where did I put it? I want to make sure that I get the numbers right for you. You'll love this, I think. Taking a second to load up my notepad for my phone.
Does it have anything to do with Jews? I'm just kidding.
Sure does.
Oh, yes. How does Kirk Cousins do against Jewish quarterbacks? Trick question. He's undefeated. There aren't any.
Okay, so here's something interesting, okay?
Yeah.
So the Vikings, and this happened on Monday, they converted 1.8 million of Brian O'Neill's base salary into a signing bonus.
Yep.
Which would clear 1.5 in cap space.
For whom? For whom?
For exactly what OBJ seems to be asking.
Yep. It looks like the Vikings might be making a run at OBJ, and he just cleared. He's medically cleared now.
Uh-huh.
So,
and if they add OBJ, I mean, that's an all-in to win the Super Bowl, right?
They might not add him, and I'll tell you why. This Hawkinson is a monster. There might not be enough balls to go around. I mean,
and I'll tell you this: I was against the Hawk, not against it, but I was like, oh, that's really weird. And then when I was looking at like the ticky-tacky of what we managed to clear some space and we got picks from Detroit. Like, how did that even fucking happen?
Well, we got
our new GM might be a warlock.
He is. He's an interesting dude. We're basically giving Detroit a late second round pick because we're gonna have a really low pick. A late second round pick.
But we're getting
DJ
picks of theirs that are going to be way higher.
Yeah, like a 4th round pick of theirs.
Right, and their 4th round pick is probably going to be a higher pick than ours.
Yeah, I don't know.
We still have a pick from one of our trades from like 2 years ago.
Yeah, I'll say I don't think I want OBJ.
I don't think I want him either, just because like he also might be like a cancer in the locker room, and whatever's going on with the Vikings right now, that locker room looks more on the same page than I think I've ever seen it in any year that I've watched.
Yeah,
they all are really galvanizing around each other, and it's fucking crazy.
Yeah, and now you've got Jefferson and Hawkinson and Cook. And, Adam Thielen's showing flashes this year. He hasn't, he's obviously getting older, but he's definitely got that 1998-2000 Chris Carter vibe about him.
I think with Hawkinson, that's only going to get more because you have Hawkinson underneath clearing off. Because now, what do you put Hawkinson in single coverage? You do not do that. So Thielen's going to be the one seeing single coverage. And Thielen, the reason why Thielen dropped off is less about him and more about the fact that they're just double teaming him and Jefferson all the fucking time, and they're forcing us to beat them with Dalvin Cook.
Yeah. Gotcha. Alexia says Republicans lost, so you feel safe talking about the Vikings. They ain't winning either. I'll say this. It's saying Republicans lost. I think the Democrats set their goals too low and the Republicans set theirs too high. There's still a good chance the Republicans take the Senate out of all this. They just need Arizona or Georgia's runoff in 4 weeks. And the Republicans have taken the House. So I don't know. The Republicans set themselves up so high, Gotcha, that they're going to win the House and the Senate, and they're going to be mad about it for some reason. And then the Democrats are going to lose the House and the Senate, and they're going to be happy about it for some reason. I don't get politics. I don't get.
You're also talking to two libertarians that don't give a fuck about the Republicans.
Yeah, the Republicans. Look, you nominated Dr. Oz and Herschel Walker. You made your bed. You fucking sleep.
We feel safe talking about football because we enjoy it more. How about that?
Yeah, I don't. And also, what are you going to do? Like I said, you put this Google map in front of you. You're literally talking about the same numbers over and over. Nothing's changing.
You see your comment above that? That's much funnier. Senator Fetterman is going to be shaking down these Republican nerds for their lunch money.
What? The only thing he's shaking. Fetterman? That's where you're too biased. If you were big into Oz or big into Fetterman, you're just really too biased. And because you can't be an honest person and be excited for either one of those two. You can't be an honest, just looking at what's best for the country and going, you know who we need? Oz or Fetterman. I have no problem with anyone who says, look, I'm a dyed-in-the-wool Democrat or I'm a dyed-in-the-wool Republican, so I'm going to support my side. All right, that's fair. But in a moment of truth, I want you to answer me if you're in Pennsylvania. Do you really feel like either of them is what's best for the country? Do you really feel that way? Because they're
Oz was on TV.
That's true, and he sells snake oil. So there's
snake
that.
Oil.
So anyhow,
wait a minute. Snakes don't have oil.
Damn it. So. Let's move on from football and we're not moving away totally from politics because a lot of the funny stories today have something to do with politics. There is Sean Patrick Maloney. I wanted to play this clip for you guys. He's a representative from I don't even know where the fuck he is, where he's from. His Republican opponent, Mike Lawler, pounced on the remark. New York. Okay, so Maloney's a representative in New York, so he probably won. But we can check on that. They were asking him about inflation, asking him about how to fight inflation, what they're going to do about inflation, what's his plan as a candidate to address it, and he gave maybe the funniest, silliest answer I think I've ever. With the economy being the biggest issue in this election, you'd think these guys would have a bullshit rehearsed answer ready to go. But they keep coming up with gems like this. This is Sean Patrick Maloney from New York being asked about the economy.
Hudson Valley residents are feeling pain at the pump and at grocery stores. What have you done and what do you plan to do to help solve our inflation problem?
Yeah, well, I grew up in a family where, if the gas price went up, the food budget went down. So by this time of the week, we'd be eating Chef Boyardee if that budget wasn't going to change, right? So that's what families have to do.
That's the clip.
What?
Eat Chef Boyardee. That's the economic plan.
That can go in your car?
Yeah, no, he's just saying, look, if gasoline is so high, just eat.
Stop eating real food.
Yeah,
get some top ramen.
Stop eating real food. Eat Chef Boyardee and give your kids cancer. Essentially, I think we could come up with some better ideas than that, guys. That's all. Hey, I came from a house where if gas went up, we just burned the roof of our mouths on microwave fake pasta. So. That's what families need to do now. Oh, thanks. I appreciate that, asshole. Why didn't you just throw me a life vest and say, fuck you, you're on your own?
Chef Boyardee ravioli is delicious.
I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying.
It's no
Not the best.
SpaghettiOs and meatballs, but it's pretty good.
Or SpaghettiOs and Frank's. Although meatballs are superior, I will say.
Meatballs are way superior. Those spaghetti and meatballs, the meatballs in there are clinically underrated.
People are saying for Sean Patrick Maloney, his campaign promise was, let them eat ravioli.
Yeah, dude. I'd vote for him. It sounds awesome.
It's, yeah. So they're saying that he lost. The House is still up for red. So they haven't called it yet, but that guy's losing. Well, when your campaign promise is let them eat Chef Boyardee, I can see where you might run into some issues there. That is not the cringiest thing we saw all day. Did you see Sean Penn meeting with Zelensky?
Oh my God, no.
Say what you want about the Ukraine-Russia thing. Say what you want about the West's favorite money launderer, Vladimir Zelensky. These celebrities keep going to his hoodie palace. He's kind of like Fetterman. He likes wearing the hoodies and stuff. A little more athletic fit, though. Less of a strokey. But these celebrities keep going to visit him in Ukraine, that dangerous, deadly war zone. And they keep just sucking his balls and kissing his ass. And
allegedly Ukraine, though. Do we know they're not just visiting a soundstage in Burbank?
Right. Well, where are they? We need a geotag. But Sean Penn went to meet with Zelensky. And I'm going to tell you what he did, but you're still going to need to see it because of how awful it is. Sean Penn gave Vladimir Zelensky his Oscar.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, he gave him his Oscar.
Hey, sorry your country's bombarded and that your people are dying. Here's a trophy that means nothing.
Here's a gold statue I got for pretending to be somebody. Although, doesn't it kind of, it does make sense, however. I mean, he does kind of earn it. He's put on a great performance himself, Vladimir Zelensky.
I think it's Oscar winning.
Yeah, I think it's an Oscar winning performance, so he does deserve that. Let's watch and listen to Sean Penn give Vladimir Zelensky his Oscar. Get ready for your spine to shorten by about 1.5 inches due to just hunching up and going, ooh.
This is for you.
Oh, Sean.
Yes.
No.
Please.
That is yours.
No, I feel terrible outside. It's just a symbolic, silly thing.
Yes, but
if I know this is here with you, then I'll feel better and stronger for the fight.
So
it's a golden statue. It's an Oscar. And Zelensky's like, oh, no, Sean. No, please. You cannot do this. Motherfucker, he's not giving you a gallon of his blood to help the soldiers. It's a fucking statue. The Academy will probably make him another one. He can just get a new Oscar.
It's like a fake one.
Yeah. Oh, Sean, you cannot do this. No, don't. No, please. Dude, your country's being bombarded on a daily basis. I don't think you... Oh, no, I'm embarrassed for you to give Oscar to me. No, these two should get an Oscar for this performance. And Sean going, I'll feel better. I'll be stronger for the fight, knowing that my Oscar is sitting in your office. Fuck.
He still has one left, too, right? Didn't he win 2?
Well, you should give that one to Zelensky.
I think ironically, I hope he gave the one he got for milk to him.
Oh, that's right.
Really ironic. It would be really ironic for him to give the Oscar for like the gay activist to the country that was like a year ago killing gays and having Nazis.
Right. It wouldn't be funny if there was like an Azov battalion commander behind him and going, "Excuse me, this is
like,
not."
No, he goes like this. He goes.
Yeah, he's like, "Excuse me, Mr. President, this is not the Oscar you won for milk by chance, is it?" He's like, "Yes, it is. I want you to throw that AIDS statue in the fucking garbage right now." The Azov battalion will not allow it. Ooh, are those macaroons on the table? Lovely. Seems like a war zone.
To honor, but until we will.
When you win, bring it back to Malibu.
Great.
Yes.
Great. Okay.
We'll fucking do poppers and coke and fuck each other in the ass.
Yeah, it's actually opium. It's how he smuggled it in.
Yeah, when you win the war, you come back to my place in Malibu. We'll fuck bitches, and you can have my Oscar.
Whenever you're feeling lonely, crack the statue in half and consume the drugs inside.
Like, look, I don't want Putin to do well or anything, but if he did roll into Kiev and he went, oh, look, and he reaches down on the ground and takes Sean Penn's Oscar, that would be kind of funny.
Okay.
Because I'll feel much better knowing there's a piece of me here.
We have to.
Oh,
That's a piece of him now.
yeah.
Like, why wouldn't you leave a trinket of your actual thing? Like,
Yeah.
and also, why does he carry his Oscar around in a bowling ball case?
Or he should be carrying it in a case like Marcellus Wallace had, where he opens it up and it just glows gold. Yeah, you're right. Why doesn't Sean Penn leave something that's worth it? Vladimir, just to show you how brave I think you are. Here's my dick. I wanted to.
Like,
leave
I
a piece
guarantee
of
you
me.
I guarantee you that statue has been sitting in that fucking bag, maybe in his garage for like years.
Yeah. I just wanted you to have this. This better be Milk One and not Best Supporting Actor from Mystic River. God damn it. Fuck.
You deserve this for your performance.
Yeah,
I talked to the Academy, and this is yours now.
For Best Puppet President in a Money Laundering for the Western Role, the Oscar goes to Vladimir Zelensky. That's wonderful.
For the sequel to Wag the Dog.
Yes. Oh, Sean, you gave me a gift of Oscar. I want to give you a gift. Here's 15 Stinger missiles. What? Why are you giving me these? I don't know. They just keep showing up on my fucking doorstep. You people keep giving them to me.
I fill out BMG for CD. Keep getting Sidewinder missiles.
I
You say
send,
next 30 cost me penny.
I send in my Columbia House order to America. They give me 18,000 mercenaries and a nuclear bomb. I don't know what to do with these things.
In this CD of Britney Spears, Toxic.
Yes. I send in my Columbia House order. They send me mercenaries from Blackwater. I not even ask for these things. I don't know.
I like your statue. Where is swastika?
Azov Battalion wants to know, are there Thunderbolts on Oscar? And if not, can we put them there?
Just kidding. We put it either way.
This year's award you got from Jews. I'm going to have to square this with the Azov Battalion. I'm not really sure.
Put this next to firewood. It's Jew Award.
He's got one of his Azov advisors whispering in his ear, like, he does know what kind of country we run here, right? Put it this way.
And Zelensky's like, no, he doesn't. Shut your fucking mouth.
Shut the fuck up. None of the West knows we're basically neo-Nazis. Stop it.
It's a very big honor to get the award from you, Mr. Guy who is high in fast times.
Oh, is this the award you get for Spicoli?
Thank you, Spicoli. You are a very big freedom fighter.
The Azov Battalion loves that phrase you use in that movie. Those guys are what now? Could you say it one more time? Fat. Oh, okay.
I just think it's like, what kind of bizarro world do we live in where Spicoli's like some kind of world ambassador?
Right. Oh, thank you for Oscar. Azov Battalion was wondering, could you just give us some Kanye CDs? We're big fans.
Yeah. We refuse to call him Ye, but he says he's okay.
Yes. Actually, Kanye, of all the people he's disavowed, he still thinks we're great. In fact, we're getting more
It'd be
emails.
funny if Zelensky goes, Oscar? Oh, shit, you're Sean Penn? We thought you were Michael Penn.
Oh, no, you're not. I thought you were. I was going to get naked and grapple with you. You are not BJ Penn? This is not.
You have no American music to sing?
Moment which is
Yes,
very
Mark. Get rid of our singles of no myth. He's not Michael Penn. It's like the first time ever.
moment which is very
Wow,
important.
we thought
It's not-
you lost a lot of weight there, Chris Penn.
Yeah, I'm Sean Penn. I'm arguably the most famous.
Very funny, fat ass. Very funny.
Excuse me, you bring a hot wife from Forrest Gump? We've been divorced for a decade, actually. That's, she's doing quite well on her own. Yes, I see this. House of Cards was one of my favorite shows. It's kind of how I came to power. I'm very much, they call me the Frank Underwood of Ukraine. Minus the holding 13-year-old boys down at parties and dry humping them.
It said you got your brother hooked on ding dong, so you kill him?
Not from me.
Seriously, get your fucking Jew statue out of here. You come back with real gift, or you say, get the fuck away. Also, on the way out, help yourself to Javelin. We have tons of them.
Just, did you know that in Iron Man, Jericho missile is actually a real thing? They sent it to us. We didn't even know these were allowed.
You give us stupid fucking statue. Biden give us Iron Man rocket. Fuck you.
So no offense,
Here's
Sean.
what we do. We arrange trip for you in Iran. We give you credit card. You go to the little van in the desert. You come back with good gift. We believe in you.
I hear you Americans like fireworks 4th of July. Go with Azamat over here. He will show you your parting gift.
Also, we have to kill your dad. We just found out he Jew.
It's now will you karaoke with us? Throws a Jew down somewhere. Sean, wonderful. We give you a parting gift. It's parked there right outside. Those are Tomahawk missiles, right? The totally gay 2015 versions. We have way new upgraded missiles now. Tomahawks are for homo.
You come in SUV. It's terrible gas mileage. Take a tank.
Yes. Sean, Tomahawk missiles. You think we need these? What is this? Command and Conquer generals?
We have gift for you too. Every missile that we get from America, we rename for your worst movie, Shanghai Surprise.
Oh, I tell you what, Sean, thank you for so many of the laughs. I don't mean to look, what do you say, gift horse in mouth, but Germany actually just sends us brand new Panzer tanks we didn't know they were making.
Speaking of in mouth, remember when your brother killed himself by eating? Because he was fat?
It's not the time to bring it up. I mean, I'm bringing you a gift. Yes, you are bringing me a gift from a place where the Azov Battalion doesn't even allow me to acknowledge its existence. What am I to do with this? Let's play the rest of this. There's about 20 seconds left.
It's not from me, it's from Ukraine. And it's more than one, not only from me. Yeah, please.
The President of Ukraine for outstanding Thank you.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Oh, so he got look at the picture. Zelensky got an Oscar. Sean Penn got a medal. Oh.
No, but the best part is where Zelensky gives it to Sean's like, here, I brought you this Oscar. It's a piece of me. It's super special. And Zelensky's like, well, here, this isn't from me. It's from Ukraine.
Right. This is here is medal.
Thanks for the super fun, weird, special thing. Also, here's a bullshit medal.
And here's the awkward thing. I don't, just so it doesn't become a thing when you get home. I did give Ben Stiller one 3 weeks ago. So
also, if you'll notice to the left of the medal, your right, my left, is that's Russian passport. That's what our passports will be next time you come here.
Yes. Just so you can come here and visit me again in my cell. It would be nice. And also, Sean, to show you my appreciation.
Here's some trash I found in desk when I got elected.
Yes. And Sean, just to show you my appreciation for you giving me your Oscar, here is not only medal, but $25 Fuddruckers gift card. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? This expired in 2014. My bad.
Included in medal is my mother's collection of spoons.
Vladimir, I have a feeling that you're just getting rid of your old shit. No, I'm not. By the way, Sean, they are strapping this leather sectional to your truck right now. So you will enjoy it very much. Flip over the cushions for any stains. The West has been sending me many beautiful women.
You have to flip over the cushions. The West has been wetting my couch.
Yes, as they say, you know, as a figure of the speech, if you will. So, you know, I will say Zelensky does deserve that Oscar. You can say whatever you want. He does allow it. Triple N says,
fucking Oscar. That dude deserves commission.
Triple N says, does YouTube allow two dudes 69ing? I don't know. We were about to find out there pretty quick because they were getting close. I will tell you this about Sean Penn. He looks fucking jacked for his age.
Yeah, steroids will do that.
Yeah, a little TRT will help you out. A couple of cycles, right? John J says, why is Zelensky and Penn not both in their T-shirts? Well, you know, sometimes I dress up, I put on hoodie. It is getting cold in Ukraine this time of year.
Zelensky only wears that jogging suit. That's like his one piece of attire.
I know. Could we not
his brand image.
Yeah. Could we not do
this? I got this from makers of Grand Theft Auto. They say it fits so nice, I could keep.
I actually got this outfit actually from the set of Behind the Enemy Lines. It is the Bosnian sniper outfit. It looks great. I look like a random Bond henchman. Standalone Cakecorn says that Fuddruckers card would have been a huge score. It has to be life-shattering to learn of its expiration. Yeah, that.
Well, if you bring it to Fuddruckers, they'll still honor it.
Yeah, they'll honor it. Sean, I know this says Fuddruckers gift card expired 8 years ago, but if you're nice to them, I think manager will let you slide. Again, thank you for your Oscar. I appreciate. I need to give you something. I feel. All right. Here's the explanation that they gave in Maricopa County yesterday. A guy filmed his interaction.
I watched this shit. God damn.
Yeah, a guy
fucking yahoos, man.
A guy filmed his interaction with the one of the election officials there in Arizona, and I'll just say this: this did not instill confidence in me. What this lady had to say.
So I pulled my ballot in, it got misread. But then what was happening?
Put it in there.
Yeah.
And tonight, a Republican and a Democrat will sit and go through all of the misread ballots all over the county.
Okay.
Count them, and it will get counted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now wait a minute.
I hope you're not counting it because you don't look like you can count, lady.
Not only that, you shouldn't need to reiterate it will be counted. That makes me more nervous.
What makes me nervous is the fact that their voting machine looks like a 1990s fax machine. That's what makes me nervous.
Well, that's
the votes are coming in. Like, is that a modem connecting? No, we're tabulating them on site. What are you talking about?
They're calling that it's called in Arizona bin 3. And what it is, like 1 and 2 are supposed to be the automatic tabulating ones. You put your ballot
So they
in.
have to shove everything. They shove it literally to another area that can fuck up.
Yeah. And they don't, those machines aren't counting anything. They're literally just putting them in a bin and they're going to hand count them later.
And then they have 2 people, 1 on each side. I get probably more than 2 at this point, but they have a Democrat and a Republican constituent base watching them not fuck it up, air quotes.
Right. This is, that's good.
What a fucking shit show.
The one day a year you need those things to work. We didn't test them.
Not even a year. The one day every other year, right? Like every 2 years?
Every 2 years, I need this machine to work. Are we going to test
every
fire
2 years? I need this machine to work once.
Yeah. Hey, did you guys test fire these last night? Oh shit! I knew. You know what? Blah,
we were too busy connecting them to the routers. What?
Yeah. What? Wait a minute. Why are the voting machines even connected to the internet?
Did you guys test these? Yeah, we did when we were throwing in the early votes. The early votes.
Right. Seemed fine then.
I got. This. You'll love this. I got a piece of trivia. My mom actually sent this to me, and I think this is hilarious. Are you ready?
Yeah.
This happened just as of now.
Oh.
Who is the only American politician to lose statewide races as a Republican, as an independent, and as a Democrat?
Charlie Crist?
Charlie Crist is the answer.
Charlie Crist.
What a fucking clown.
Wow. Are the Democrats done with their fascination with Beto O'Rourke and Stacey Abrams too at this point? Because they
both lost. So, I mean, I don't know. Probably not with Beto. All Beto does is lose, and they love him.
Dude, he got I think he's had the shit kicked out of him 3 elections in a row now, at least.
Dude, I can tell you, like, here in Texas, the Democrats here fucking love him. Like, they were eating up fucking hook, line, and sucker all of his, like, anti-Uvalde, like, theatrics.
I don't know, man. That guy just keeps losing. He's lost to Cruz. He's lost to Abbott. I think he lost his congressional seat.
If you lose to Ted Cruz, that should be your career. I'm convinced.
Charlie Crist got smoked by 20 by Ron DeSantis. I don't know. You know, they talked about Trump, like, Trump might announce tonight. And then once it was clear the Republicans weren't going to run away with it, they kind of stopped talking about that. I really hope he doesn't.
His endorsed people did pretty well, though, overall.
Ooh, really? Well, I heard Democrats saying this, so who knows? Boebert lost. Boebert's out of there, by the way. Lauren Boebert lost her seat.
Really?
It's fucking insane. Yeah, I guess they were saying, some people were saying that MAGA people didn't do that well, but maybe they were just picking out those races where they lost. Because I guess, J.D. Vance won, and J.D. Vance was a big Trump guy.
I don't know. Most of the ones I heard him say won. I mean, there were a few that lost for sure, but like most of the ones I heard him say won.
Ted Budd, who ran in North Carolina, he pulled that one off. That wasn't as close as that was supposed to be. You're right. I think he was a MAGA guy. That the governor lady in Arizona, it's not over yet. She's down by like 1.8%. and they've still got like 2/3 of the vote or a third of the vote left to count. She was a big Trump person, and she had pulled ahead in the polls at the end of this. So we'll see how that last 37% goes in Arizona. Again, the Republicans win a Senate seat in Arizona, or they win that runoff in Georgia, and it looks like they're going to take the majority in the Senate. So I think the Republicans...
To be fair to the actual like facts of it, though, I'm pretty sure he endorsed a lot of unopposed people.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Like full disclosure, because I think he endorsed something like it was like 200 or 300 people, and I like a lot of them were running unopposed.
I think with I think the lesson Republicans need to learn from this whole thing is keep your fucking expectations down. You're probably going to end up winning this thing, but you're mad because you didn't win it by as much as you thought you were going to. Look, we're Vikings fans.
Or if you're gonna get the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade, do it on a non-cycle year.
Yeah, right. Fuck you guys doing? Citizen M says, Aaron, you got to stop pretending Trump's not going to run. If he does run, I would urge DeSantis not to. You don't want to get sucked up into that fucking vortex, because even if you beat him in the primary, he's going to throw a fit. He's going to tell his people not to vote for the Republican. He got fucked, blah, 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 and it's going to start a shit show. I would hope DeSantis is the guy that they decide to go with, but
I don't think they can. I don't think they have the power to separate from Trump. Like, Trump has the Republicans over a barrel because he can snap his fingers and they lose. I mean, let's say MAGA even has down shrunk since he's been in office, right?
Sure.
Let's say it's even, let's go. I think it's still probably around half of their constituent base still. Yeah. He snaps his finger and that half disappears. He snaps his fingers and those are libertarian votes.
Right. And it's not like you can buy him. Like, it's not like you can give him anything.
You're not capable of buying him because he's beholden to that Wall Street money, not any of the fucking rhinos or dinos. That's why the establishment hates him so much, because his corruption comes out of New York, not DC.
Right, exactly. He's corrupt somewhere else, goddamn.
Yeah, I mean, he's not a virtuous dude. He's still super corrupt, but that's why the like machination machine had to go Orange Man bad 100%, because there's like a whole like kiss the ring kingmaker process of being in politics. So by the time somebody gets to president, like a Biden or even Obama, who was like a grassroots movement, they've done enough. They've had enough favors done where there's like skeletons and they can be like, yeah, well, if you do like Pelosi, you better play ball or we're going to tell everybody your fucking husband fucks some gay hammer wielder, you know?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Shit like that.
That's what I always thought about the Epstein thing. Like, people are like, oh, all these politicians are pedophiles. My theory has always been that basically, what was her name? What was the woman's name? Maxwell. Maxwell would get the girls. Epstein would get the politicians, put them on a plane. I don't think he told these politicians, like, yeah, you want to fuck some 14-year-old girls? I think he had them fuck these girls. They just assumed they were of age. Yeah. There were pictures.
He's
there
like,
were
hey,
videos.
You guys want to fuck some escorts? And he gets like 15, 16-year-olds that look like they're 18 or 20.
Yeah. And then
afterwards, he's like, you better do what I say. You fucked a minor.
Yeah. Well, you'd better do what my bosses say. Because otherwise we're going to tell him that you fucked 14-year-olds. Whoa, wait a minute. What? No, these are just whores. And he's like, yeah, underage whores. And it's like, fuck, no. All right, so now you got to bomb a shitload of brown people, and you got to give all the contracts to my friends. Shit. Mm-hmm. All right, well, I don't want to be labeled a kid fucker, so I guess you got to admit, whoever runs this country, that's a pretty effective tactic.
Kid fucking?
Threaten guys with families with the pictures and videos you have of them fucking underage whores.
Yeah.
Michael B says, Israel, just say it. I don't know who it is. Whoever it is, it's a brilliant tactic. It's dirty as fuck, but it's brilliant. Bird Collector says, I'm also sick of Trump, but maybe Trump and DeSantis for Vice. I don't know. I
don't think DeSantis goes Vice with him at all. I don't think DeSantis can beat Trump in a primary, and I don't think DeSantis has it in him. I think if you're DeSantis, if Trump runs, you're better off just fucking crushing Florida again and waiting for the next cycle. Because the other thing about Ron is he's pretty young.
He's like 41.
For a politician like that, like he sits back, he lets Trump blow his last wad because Trump is older. Like if Trump does run in 2024, which I believe he will, and I believe he's going to announce it probably Tuesday. Like the only thing is like he probably doesn't want to announce it because he loves that fucking free legal money he's getting from the fucking RNC, right?
Yeah. 44. Yeah, DeSantis is 44. He's got plenty of time. But I don't. you know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I just don't like Trump so much, but like, I don't want DeSantis tainted by being associated with him. You know,
Well, that's the other thing too, is I think if you're DeSantis, it actually damages your brand more to be his vice president than it would anything else. And also, DeSantis isn't the like GOP's handcuff. Like the whole thing about the way that this works is they get somebody who's a party fuckboy to be your vice president to make sure that if they have to roll your head, the next person in charge plays ball. That's what Kamala Harris is. That's what Mike Pence was. That's what fucking Biden was the first time around. That's what fucking Dick Cheney was. They get like every vice president in the history of our country, except for maybe Bush Sr., is just a party fuckboy there for just a constituent like handcuff pick, right? Because if Biden fucking drops dead, which he very well might still, they have Kamala Harris, who is literally the fucking like party sex toy, right?
Yeah. There's what did he call DeSantis? People are pointing out that Trump called
the sanctimonious. Huh? Get it? God, what a fucking great fucking razz.
Sanctimonious. And then the next night when Trump took the stage, somebody must have gotten his ear. Go, you fuck with our golden boy. We'll do our best to destroy you. We'll burn this whole thing down around us. Because Trump went out the next night and goes, DeSantis is great. He's going to win another term. He's fantastic.
Well, he endorsed him on the same speech where he called him DeSanctimonious. I think DeSanctimonious was just a funny little pot shot on Trump's end that everybody took. Yeah. Like, people love to take more like credence into Trump. It actually happens to us a lot on the show, you and I, where people really think that our opinions are way more committed to our jokes than they are.
Yeah, my opinions are probably all wrong.
Well, but more importantly, like they're all malleable. So are mine.
Yeah.
Like you show me information, show me I'm wrong. Like, oh, I guess I'm wrong. Like I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, fuck that.
I'll still make jokes.
Yeah, you show us a good joke, we'll change our opinion. How's that?
Right. But like the speech where he said DeSanctimonious, he literally endorsed him in that same speech. So there's also another Trump endorsed guy. Not that had any fucking thing to do about it, but you know.
Pyramid 7 says DeSanctimonious was him making fun of Nancy who said that. They're buds. Okay, that could be possible. See, there's that malleability we're talking about. Okay, fine. Yeah, sounds good to me.
All right. Sounds good.
I thought,
fuck if I know.
I thought you'd get a kick out of this story. Surprise! Hey, did you know that maybe putting kids in masks and locking them in their homes for 2 years might have wreaked havoc on their immune system? At a very important age.
I guess, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, I never thought of it, but yeah, duh.
Kids with RSV overwhelming pediatric hospitals late in this fall. Really? RSV, you don't say. It's almost
Isn't
like
RSV the one that everybody was misdiagnosing as COVID anyways?
Yeah, it's the respiratory one.
The one that like symptom-wise looks exactly like COVID?
Yeah, they're very similar. But they're seeing more kids hospitalized with RSV this year than ever before. And they really are trying to play it off as, RSV must just be a lot worse this year for some reason. It's like, no, you locked kids in their homes. You didn't let them go play with other kids. You know, it's the old Carlin bit. You know, we swam in the Hudson River. You know, we were tempered in raw shit. And it's just like you didn't let these kids go out and play and hang out with other kids and be exposed to germs. And now they're getting sick. Congratulations. On top of that, they can't read. They can't speak. They can't do math. They're years behind. And you know, America, instead of us trying to catch the kids up, you know we're just going to lower our standards.
Oh, for sure. And the other thing is that like you still have all that TikTok shit where like not only are they getting stupider and getting super sick, but they'll still be virally eating Tide Pods.
Yeah. Well, the new thing, we talked about this yesterday, was that the new thing that kids are doing now is they're going to each other on TikTok to get mental health diagnosis instead of going to doctors.
Well, you know, that makes sense.
So, like, kids are telling other kids, like, oh, yeah, you have depression. I have that. It's basically people wanting, like, misery buddies. And they'll go like, oh, yeah, I have depression. You totally seem like you have depression. And the kids goes, well, guess I have depression. I'll try to figure out how to medicate that. And, like, I think the Psychiatric Association or whatever had to release a press release last week and said, hey, we're really worried about this because this is totally going to kill kids. Keep an eye on them. Don't let them diagnose themselves via TikTok.
At least it'll kill them before they can vote Democrat.
They'll die before they cut their cocks
off.
off.
I'm just kidding. They'll still vote Democrat.
Right. I mean, if you want to vote Democrat, I mean, the best way to do that is die.
Well, and that's why you want people to stay alive, because then they can only vote Democrat once.
We're teasing. It's all fun. Altruistic Germ says, I don't want any president that's so old they have to ask their grandkids to help figure out their phone. Yeah, that's the other thing about Trump, that like we totally shit on Biden for being 80. Trump's going to be his age he is now in 2024. I don't want any more of these old guys.
I don't know. Trump is not like old like that though. Like he can talk in complete sentences. He's still coherent. I mean, I guess it could go awry very quickly, but like, I don't know. Like Trump has been an elite dude his whole life. So, you know, he's getting the good, like eugenic drugs, right?
Yeah. He's getting the good stuff.
So his 80, I mean, motherfucker eats nothing but McDonald's and Diet Coke and fucking shelved COVID before the vaccine in like 3 days.
Yeah.
We're fine.
Well, not only that, like you watch him like on the golf course and stuff, he can still hit at his age, and he's got the.
I just think there's different ways to age. You know, like the difference between Trump and Biden is like what, a year?
Yeah.
But if you look at them,
I think 2 or 3 years.
But if you look at them, that 2 or 3 years might as well be 20 or 30 years.
Yeah, but it's also like they say about fighting, like that switch. Once you get that age, that switch can flip anytime. Like it kind of playing with, it's like having a pit bull, right? I mean, when you get to...
It's just cuddly and cute?
Yeah, right, exactly. Eat your children. You get to like 77, 78, and it's like one day, oh, he's doing great, and the next day he's putting his dishes in the freezer, and you're like, oh, shit. Oh, boy, you got to take his keys away from him. But yeah, I'm tired of old men. I know I sound like a total lib when I say that.
That's because you fuck them too much.
I know, and I really do. And you break their hips, and then they send you a summons, and you got to settle with them. It's a fucking disaster. No movement on the Arizona front. Boy, did they just like... I don't understand this. Did they just stop counting votes at some point and go, we'll pick this up maybe at like after lunch?
Yeah, well, they're trying to figure out how to fix it, right?
I mean, what are people supposed
fix
to
it as in correct it, YouTube. Yes. Knock it off.
I mean, what are people supposed to... That's the thing. Like, they don't want people speculating about nefarious shit happening. It's like, all right, why is the entire country counted except these 3 states where it really, really matters?
Well, that's exactly it. And I think that's honestly like Minnesota privilege. I mean, like the last election was the first time in my life that Minnesota wasn't wrapped up by like 9 p.m.
Right.
You know, and even this election, like when they were fucking like Walz was like announcing victory at like what, 7 p.m. Like the fucking polls closed at 7. He's announcing at 7:02.
Yeah.
You know?
He's like, big win, guys. Great job. All right, wrap it up. Let's go home. I want to get to bed.
And it's not, you know, if a majority of states were like that, sure. But you can't tell me, and people will be like, oh, maybe it's the ballots, like the absentee ballots. And you're never going to convince me that anybody outside of New York and California have more mail-in ballots. And guess what? Those 2 states are done pretty early too. Like population-wise, those are the biggest states in the entire fucking country. And very rarely are they wrapped up till, I mean, a lot of the time fucking California's votes are in before Georgia's, and that's like a 2-hour time difference.
I mean, in fairness, I get it. Like California gets called early because they're not as close. Like California's only got 41% reporting, but that annoys the shit out of me too.
But on the district fucking shit, like statewide stuff, they're actually very close. Like if you look at like House and Senate shit, I mean, like there's a lot of like blue and reds, like obviously LA and like San Francisco. So whenever you're talking electoral college, that's going to be over real quick. But when you're going county by county, I mean, there's no reason why a smaller state like Georgia should take fucking 2 weeks when California takes 3 hours. There's no reason.
Yeah, I just...
and then Arizona, again, you know, the problem with Arizona is we're not allowed to talk about all the bullshit that happened the last election with Maricopa County, and then here's Maricopa County in the news having more bullshit. Like, at what point do you just say, well, they're either fucking with it or you guys need to just... Like, no matter what you think happened, clearly you need to move to a different system. This one is not working.
Right, yeah, and, you know, and like I said, as a Minnesota supremacist, I say just use our system.
Yeah, I mean, one of the lowest rates of voter fraud in the national election system.
Nice, easy vote count with no machines hooked up to the internet. I like that.
Yeah.
105 away from today's goal. Remember, our election special was insane last night. There's no goal tonight. We're only 105 away from today's goal. to do 30 minutes of overtime. If you'd like to knock that out, if you'd like to contribute, Streamlabs and PayPal link right there in the chat, just 105 away. I mean, really, we could probably leave that until the offering plate segment and knock it out then. So, but if you want to,
yeah, but you better just keep like bringing it up because we don't want you to get rusty because tomorrow you'll have to work for it too.
Tomorrow we'll have to. It's back to the grind tomorrow. You're absolutely
You can't just like if the if the 2000 whatever Colts taught me anything, it's that you can't rest your players for 2 weeks and expect to win.
Yeah, what the Falcons taught me in the Super Bowl is you can't sit on a lead.
That's true.
For sure. Guy Sartell informing us that the Sartell school board candidates won. Oh yeah, they had some people who were battling against the progressive shit here locally. Those people won, but the St. Cloud ones did not. None of the anti-progressive school board candidates in St. Cloud won. They all. Natalie Ringsmith is back on the school board. Congratulations, St. Cloud. You're gonna be fine.
She's back on the school board.
Yep, she held her seat.
Oh my God,
she sure did. Let's get away from the politics for a second. Corey, I'm sure you'll love this. Howard Stern was bitching yesterday.
No, not Howard Stern.
Yeah, Howard Stern worth $500 million. He's got a lot to complain about.
The common man, Howard Stern?
Yeah, common man, Howard Stern. He was ripping Kyrie Irving for... Again, the Kyrie Irving thing surprises me more than the Kanye thing does. Because, like, Kanye was going hard in the paint on Jews. Kyrie Irving retweeted a link to a documentary about how blacks are the original Jews or something. And... like he just went, oh, I watched this. I found it interesting. And everyone went, oh, good, you anti-Semite. And he got suspended and he lost his Nike deals. And he's got to apologize and they want to fine him a bunch of money. I will say this. Kudos to the NBA Players Union because they are appealing the suspension. So they are going to bat for their guy. But it's not gonna matter. They're still going to suspend him for the 5 games. But Howard Stern decided to comment on the Kyrie Irving thing, which, again, I thought was a giant nothing burger. Corey, I want you to play Howard Stern's pissed off at Kyrie Irving bingo. What kind of comparisons will be made in this rant?
Trump.
You know what? Go up the ladder even a little more. Who is Kyrie Irving? He's just like...
Republicans.
Oh, higher up the ladder.
Nazis.
You're getting really, really close. Think a little more specific.
Aaron Imholt.
Oh, God. Oh, wow. You're right next door. You're right next door.
That's what I call Hitler.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. So Howard Stern pulling out the same shit he pulls out with everyone who says anything. They've got to be Hitler. Let's go ahead and listen to Howard. Howard Unhinged on Kyrie Irving.
This Kyrie Irving is a complete douchebag.
Can we get some decent fucking audio? It's Sirius XM. It's a $100 million a year production.
No, this is his home studio. He always sounds like shit when he's in his home studio.
Why can't we just, he went back into the studio for the first time in 2 years, a week or so ago. They shut down the lobby.
Why would you ever?
Check this out, though. They shut down the lobby. No employees or anyone could go in the lobby. They couldn't use the lobby bathroom. They shut it all down because Howard didn't want any germs and he didn't want to get sick.
You can't make that up.
Just so he could come in and do a show. All right, shitty audio, Howard. Go ahead.
Bag. I mean, what a fucking, this is he's a flat earther. Here's Kyrie Irving. He's a fucking douchebag.
Yeah, I think we've talked about him before.
Hard-hitting commentary, by the way, from Howard so far. He's an idiot. He's a douchebag. This is cutting-edge stuff.
Unless you've been living under a rock, Kyrie was on Twitter, and he promoted, he reposted a thing for a book and a movie about how the Jews are killing the world or something, something like that.
I mean, that's not what it is, but okay, if that makes you feel better, if that helps your point, okay, I guess that's what he did. But even him saying that, okay, think how childish the Kyrie Irving thing is. Think about what Howard just said. He goes, he retweeted a link to a documentary about Jews. Like, well, then we better string him up and throw rocks at him then. I mean, Jesus. I mean, there's no way, he retweeted a link to a documentary. Well, I mean, put the guy in the stocks in the town square. Jesus.
And so, of course, there was a shitstorm. So here's a great clip. This reporter went up to Kyrie Irving, and you can see how testy Kyrie gets. Because the reporter's saying, well, hey, you were promoting this thing, this bullshit on Twitter. How about it? And he's like, I'm not promoting it. What do you mean? He goes, well, you retweeted it. He goes, well, that doesn't mean I promoted it. Like just playing a game of semantics, and he's just a fucking moron.
There is no humor left in this man at all. There is no ability to make a joke anymore. There is no way to Howard was the king of taking people down in a humorous fashion. Now he's just a fucking grump.
Yeah, he's just an old Jew.
He really is. And Corey's obviously Hitler for saying that.
Just let me hate the Jews, for God's sakes. Don't bust my balls. I just want to go on Twitter and hate Jews. Can't you just leave me alone?
I mean, in fairness, Howard, don't knock it till you try it.
Well, and who the fuck is he to say that? Dude made a career by hating his boss on air. You know what I mean? Again, this is where it's really confusing to me about what is and isn't hate speech, right? Are we just not allowed to hate anybody? We're just not allowed to have hate as an opinion?
Well, and let's even back it up further than that. Did Kyrie say he hated anyone?
No.
Kyrie retweeted a documentary link. That's it.
Yeah.
He retweeted a link. I mean, you should be allowed to promote. The documentary's not illegal. The documentary's not something you can go to jail for possessing. The documentary's completely allowed, but now you can't work and you can't have endorsements and you have to lose millions of dollars because you retweeted a documentary. I'm telling you, man, a society that behaves that way cannot stand up. That's got to fall.
This is ironically, this is exactly how Hitler came to power, was this exact bullshit.
Was right.
We are one really influential speaker away from just gearing we need to kill anybody that hates Jews.
Yeah. No books, no documentaries. We're banning this, we're banning that. Yeah.
It's just funny because the people who mention and hate on the Nazis the most are usually acting like Nazis. It's how anti-fascism is fascism.
Yeah, it's I don't like what this guy said, so let's ban what he said, let's ban what he did, let's take away all his endorsements, let's take away his job, let's take away his money. It's yeah, you guys are kind of meeting in the middle on this one. I hate to break it to you. You guys are horseshoeing a little bit.
Well, and it's like the trans stuff, right? You can't even say, hey, I don't believe that trans is a thing because you're either born a man or a woman, which scientifically should be a whatever take, but you just can't fucking have it.
Right. You can say, look, if you want to identify as whatever you want to identify as, that's on you. Go ahead. Absolutely. But
you can't even oppose that. You can't even say no, you can't just identify as anything because words have meanings, which is another valid. If you tell me, oh, I identify as a dragon, and I say, well, that's not really what a dragon is, so I don't really give a fuck what you quote unquote identify as because that's just bullshit. You're not even allowed to say that, or you're fucking Hitler, right?
Well, speaking of which, here it comes.
Everyone hates Jews. Why are you picking on me? I'm just an NBA player. I don't understand anything. A lot of people hate the Jews. Why are you picking on me?
But by the way, if you watch Kyrie Irving's press conference, spoiler alert, he never said any of that. Howard is completely projecting his own victimhood status onto what Kyrie Irving said. All Kyrie Irving said is, I tweeted it out. Does that mean I promoted it? I just tweeted it out. And Kyrie was being cunty about it, but he was probably tired of hearing about it. He didn't say, oh, let me hate Jews. I just want to hate Jews. Howard is miserable.
The earth is flat. I think the Jews are lizards. Next question. Stop it.
Wow.
Leave me be. I mean, the whole world has gone nuts.
How would you know? That's what I love about Howard. The whole world's gone nuts. No, Howard. You've gone nuts. You're Howard Hughesing it in your house, letting your fingernails and your hair grow out, and probably keeping piss in jars. You can't never leave your house and then go, the whole world's gone crazy, as you lock yourself down there with an industrial 55-gallon drum of hand sanitizer, and every time you touch a surface, you're going, oh, God, I got to scrub it off of me, the germs. You can't take 6 showers a day and scrub your old skin off your back with soap and then go, the entire world's gone crazy. Right, Howard? It's not you.
Everyone's just feeling really empowered to say whatever dumb fucking thing is on their brain. And then they go, oh, come on. Come on, man. Give me a, come on.
Free speech.
Yeah. Hi, Hitler. Now let's move on.
So I see. Kyrie Irving is saying, okay. So there you go. Boy, that's kind of your basic Howard Stern rant nowadays. Be angry, be miserable, project, and try to get Hitler in there.
That's just who he is now.
Yeah.
Like, this is what I can't understand, man. I cannot for the life of me understand why people are still listening to Howard Stern. And I was one of the last holdouts. I was listening to him as little as like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And it got to where I just if Ronnie wasn't on, I would just turn the channel.
I just don't understand. Like, your whole career was built on people listen to you because it was a good time. And now you've just decided, well, I'm going to be the complete opposite of a good time all the time.
That's just because he got old and got bitter. And the other thing is, like, because he's a rich old dude who basically sequestered himself in the fucking Hamptons.
Yeah.
That's all he knows. He's always been kind of a cunt. Like, here, I will say this about Howard Stern, like, and I've held this the entire time. Howard Stern gets way more fucking radio credit than he deserves. The thing that Howard Stern was really good at is he put people who were way better than him around him. He was very good at that. Like, I cannot for the life of me, outside of like a couple appearances of Fart Man, even remember one fucking bit where Howard Stern was the funniest part of it. Not one throughout the entire career of listening to him.
I'm thinking about that.
Tell me one. Because it's Jackie, it's fucking Artie, it's fucking Sal, it's fucking Ronnie, it's fucking making fun of Baba Booey, it's Beetlejuice, it's the Whack Pack. Every fucking thing around Howard Stern was funny. It was never him. He was never that funny.
Yeah, I can't think of every one of my favorite segments of the Howard Stern show involves somebody else.
Correct. And early on, like, yeah, he did all this weird shit and got out there and he was talking. Even early on, was it really him or was it the fact that he got hot bitches to talk about sex?
Yeah,
Howard Stern might be the most overrated radio personality of all time.
I think it was the fact that as the conduit, as the guy running the show, he allowed so much shit to be on the radio that you didn't think was allowed to be on the radio.
I agree with that. And I agree with, like, he pushed and that was kind of there's something to be said about shows having to push back when there's a bunch of constraints on them. That's why he was never the same when he went to Sirius Radio.
In terms of being funny on the radio by themselves, I think Anthony Cumia is a funnier person than Howard Stern.
So is Opie. Anthony, both O and A.
I'll give you Jimmy, but I don't know about Opie.
I'll even give Opie, dude. Like, wow. I can at least think of a couple times Opie made me laugh. I cannot think of one fucking time that Howard Stern, again, and you know me, you and I were talking about this before I moved, how I was still listening to it, but I literally, because during the pandemic, listening to Ronnie and Benji or whoever it was fight was like fucking great. And that's what Howard Stern does and why he's who he is. Yep. He's very good at being a conduit to content that's decent.
Yes.
None of it stems from him. Every take he's ever had is garbage. Every joke he makes is garbage. Most of the time, if you're laughing at him, it's because he's being a prick and cutting somebody off or leading them into some bullshit. But every aspect of that show that was ever funny had nothing to do with him. It was always Artie. It was always fucking Jackie, even Robin, Baba Booey, even Stuttering John, like making shit out of people around him. Like, even when you can think of him being funny, it wasn't even that he was being funny. It said he was being an insufferable prick to the people around him.
Yes.
Literally the most overrated radio person ever. And he's my boy. I grew up on him. I love Howard Stern.
Yeah.
That's the funny part.
No, absolutely. Max Power says the eternal victim. Yeah, he's every time someone says anything about the Jews, he goes into full-fledged, oh my God, the Holocaust, the guy's Hitler mode. And it's just like, it's getting, you know what it is? It's just gotten old.
Yes.
It's just all gotten old.
And that's where a show like ours really cuts their teeth. It's the same thing. And now we'll get pushed back that. It's the same thing with fucking Bubba. Bubba the Love Sponge used to be way funnier than he is. But if you watch now, most of the funniest shit on that show comes from the people around them.
And
as people get older, they get less funny. And Howard Stern was never fucking funny to begin with. Sorry. He's like, it's my favorite radio show. Well, I listened to all of them when I was a kid.
Yeah. I think with Howard, it boils down to laziness. Like, just the way he's ranting about Kyrie Irving. He clearly doesn't know anything about the topic. He hasn't looked into any of it. He didn't watch anything his staff sent him. If you're not willing to do the work, you're just going to sound like an angry, cunty old lady. And he just got lazy and didn't want to do any of the work. He doesn't know any of this pop culture stuff. He doesn't look into it. He doesn't research it.
How could he, though? Because even before he sequestered himself in his little Hampton thing, I mean, he was basically in his own fucking ivory tower at Sirius, right? Like, he has that whole top floor. I mean, I think, like, aside from Ronnie, who is the person that's outside of his bubble that he interacts with at all? Because I guarantee you he's not going out there interacting. And so, like, all he can be is an old out-of-touch man commenting stuff. And I also guarantee you that any of his takes that sound any kind of like reasonable or like up to date, I bet they're just fucking Beth's takes anyways.
Right. I feel bad for her, man. You know, she goes out and hangs out with friends and goes and does shit. And he's just like, oh, you're going to get sick. Oh, make sure you do this. Make sure. And he gets all paranoid and shit. And she's just got to be living.
Who gives a fuck, dude? She does this. She puts up with him for 15 minutes on the way out while she drives his money to go hang out with her friends with his money. She's doing fine.
Yeah, she'll be fine. Yeah, it's easy to get away from Howard. All you have to do is go outside.
Yeah, anytime she wants to like get away from him, she goes out on the patio.
Yeah, he ain't gonna follow you. The birds might have COVID. Bumbaclo says, this old Jewish lady sure is cranky. That's pretty much it. Brittany makes the point you were making. He's gonna shit on Kyrie Irving for tweeting something out. Howard Stern made a career of saying whatever the fuck he wanted and getting mad anytime people got upset with him.
You know what it reminds me of, honestly? It reminds me of Metallica going hard in the paint with Napster. That's what it reminds me of.
Sort of, yeah.
It was like Metallica, like back in the day, they were so mad that people were pirating their music, but they only became a band because people used to bootleg their fucking music. Like Metallica rose to fame because their fucking fans used to record fucking tapes back when that was a thing and hand them out to each other. And then lo and behold, the moment they became millionaires, they got pissed about people stealing their music.
How funny is it that, Howard Stern is sitting here getting pissy and bitchy at Kyrie Irving. He shouldn't be allowed to simply tweet a documentary. Howard Stern left the radio industry because he was tired of being told what he couldn't say. Then he was a victim. It was a victim when he couldn't say this. He couldn't make fun of that. He couldn't do this subject matter. Now he turns around and he goes, Kyrie Irving can't tweet that. He's Hitler if he tweets that. It's the old, either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Shut the door behind you.
It's hard to watch, and there's nothing like, I don't know. Again, like the less that his show had Sal or fucking Ronnie on, because again, Ronnie had a little feud with Benji over COVID that was like some of the funniest shit ever. And but when you go back, and again, I'm a huge Howard Stern fan. I like the show. I think Howard is the least funny part of the show, but I also think that like that shows like he's a good host because he knows to put the people around him that are good, like cool, but again,
we forgot about Billy West, another great one.
Yeah, Billy West is good. Again, I'm telling you, in your head, and I know we have a lot of lifetime Howard fans. Think of one Howard Stern bit that's your favorite that is Howard. There's none.
This is sad, but he's got a point. Chode Mode writes, Howard Stern and Ethan Klein are the same shit in a different toilet. I think Howard might be more miserable than Ethan Klein.
I think Howard Stern is more talented than Ethan Klein, and I think they're both the same amount of miserable.
But I think Ethan's trying to do like these really boring, uninteresting people. Like they like Howard
right, but
now.
the difference is that
I think Ethan is trying to
Howard
do.
tells his wife to do what to do. Ethan's wife tells him what to do. That's the difference.
I think Ethan is trying to do his impression of Howard Stern, but he's trying to do his impression of 2022 Howard Stern, and everyone hates that guy. Ozymandias says Howard now is like watching an aging sports legend play for a new team. They just look weird in the uniform.
Yeah, that's a good analogy too. At some point, you just hang him up, Or the thing with Howard is that I'm not even convinced that he has to hang him up because again, he's always been the least funny part of his own show. The difference is that now that it's kind of him all alone in his little bubble, he doesn't even have the people around him to make it better. Even like Robin is like. Go watch it don't watch any episodes currently, but you watch any of them. And again, I catch them every now and again when I'm in my car because I still have Sirius Radio.
Yeah.
But like every now and again, I'll catch a little bit of it. And even Robin, you can tell because Robin's not laughing that much anymore either. Like it used to be, you would get Robin's dumbass laugh, like what, every 15 seconds?
Yeah.
Now you're lucky if you get like 4 of them a show.
You should be playing funeral dirges while that behind that show. Jesus. Brittany says, someone with no talent knows how to surround themselves with funny people. Ask Aaron. Right? Wait, what? Hold on. God damn it.
That's not true because he surrounded himself with April and Johnny and Oz. I'm just kidding.
Stop. I want to text Oz at some point today and ask him if he's doing all right because I'm a little worried about Oz. Like he missed the last 2 weeks. He was a little sick. He wasn't feeling well. And then yesterday, towards the end of the show, it really felt like he was getting like physically and mentally tired. Like he was getting, you know how that happened? Like it kind of like when you stay up too late.
He was Fettermaning.
He was Fettermaning a little bit. So I got to remind myself to get in touch with Oz today and just kind of check in on him and see if he's okay. Like too many listeners were writing in the chat too. Like Oz seems like he's kind of like, he's not saying anything anymore. I'm like, I wonder if he's getting tired, if he's not feeling well. Cause you got to remember the guy's got to drive 45 minutes. So I don't want the guy like really trying to soldier on and push through if like he's not feeling well. Cause he's got to drive back home after the show. And like if his brain's slowing down or his body's slowing down or something, I don't want the guy driving home afterwards, especially as we get into the winter and stuff now. Like,
why don't you let him just zoom in?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like I might check in with him today and just ask him like, hey, everything good? Like you okay? Do you need me, do you need me to make an accommodation? Just a Dabbler says,
if worst comes to shove and like, it's like that. If you need me to fill in on days that he can't make it, I'm down with that. I'll help Oz out any way I can.
Hulkamasha Babies.
I love Oz. He's the only person on the show I like.
He's great.
I got you, man.
Yeah, no, I love Oz. I think he's one of.
I know you do. You guys have been butt fucking for years.
He's the only person that I would even call to see if they're okay, and that includes April. It's Hulk.
When I called off last week because I was moving, I just got a text from Aaron that said "good."
Yeah, I said good.
I can't make it to the show. Good.
Stay fucked.
Get fucked. Stay fucked.
Get
Goodbye.
fucked and stay that way, asshole.
That's what I'm saying. That's my new saying now. Get fucked, stay fucked.
Yeah.
Juicy.
Hulkamasha Baby, kind of reiterating your point. Howard Stern is the best producer of all time.
Yes. No, that's a great yes. That's a much more positive way to say what I'm feeling.
Yeah.
Yes. He is so overrated as a broadcaster. He is an elite tier producer.
Flaccid Lettuce says, Corey has opened my eyes. All co-hosts on Steel Toe are way more funny than Aaron. Aaron is Howard confirmed. Oh, God damn it. This is really backfiring.
That's not true. He's not as good as Howard.
Yeah, I just find it interesting that a guy who made a career on pushing the edge and offending people is now going to yell at people for being offensive. Because, and this is the worst part of it, only because it's his thing. It's something that affects him. That's the only reason. Poignant Pachyderm says that self-indulgent film was the end. He got rid of the talent. Oh, I like Private Parts.
I like that film. I thought that film was good. What are you talking about?
Private Parts is one of probably my top 2 or 3 favorite radio movies.
What's your favorite?
Either Good Morning Vietnam or Talk to Me, the P.D. Green movie.
I forgot about Good Morning Vietnam. That movie rules.
Good Morning Vietnam works as a comedy and a drama. It's
mine is probably just radio.
I think it's now. We need a ruling on that. Is that a radio movie or a retard movie?
Which says radio.
All right. Okay. They turned down the name Radio Tard.
Are you gonna tell the retarded black guy he's not really a radio movie? Go ahead. Cuba Gooding Jr. is not gonna be happy about this.
Well, great. Play the identity politics card. Now I'm fucked.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You need to know your arguments, bro.
God damn. All right, fine. Retard is a radio movie. Wait, what? No, God damn it, I said it wrong.
That's right.
Somebody says, how long until calling someone Hitler means nothing, or does it already because it's used so much? I don't think it means anything.
Meant anything for a long time. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, like the Hitler thing, it's like Hitler's a cartoon character at this point when he should be the most terrifying person who's ever lived. But
what's that movie about P.D. Green that came out like a few years ago?
That's Talk to Me.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's a great movie.
Talk to Me is the P.D. Green movie, and that might be my favorite.
That's the one you were talking about? That one in Good Morning Vietnam?
Talk to Me and Good Morning Vietnam are my 2 favorite radio movies. Private Parts is right in the conversation.
Not Prairie Home Companion, huh?
Not a Prairie Home Companion. Even though that's got an amazing cast, I've always been bored to fucking tears. I feel like
that movie might be the most underperforming movie based on its cast because it does have a great cast and it is just a middling movie.
I think they all did it for scale because they all they all fucking jerked themselves off to that NPR shit. So they all just did the movie. But
wait, time out. Does The Shadow count as a movie about radio?
No, I don't think so. I don't think The Shadow counts.
Come on.
There's radio in it. I don't think it.
Yes.
I look, the Prairie Home Companion and Garrison Keillor in general, I think people pretend that they liked that. I can't imagine people listened to that boring fucking show and went, I'm really enjoying myself.
Does Contact count as a radio movie?
No, Contact is radio waves at best.
They're using radio waves.
At best.
Come on.
I'm all for giving William Fichtner credit. But I can't.
What about FM? That counts. That movie's good.
I can't remember FM.
A 70s movie where they're putting like military ads and they get a bunch of flack.
Oh, yeah. What's the Wolfman Jack one? Wasn't there a Wolfman Jack movie?
There was.
I can't remember that one. What was the one where they read the poetry on the radio? Play Misty for me. People like that one. I never enjoyed that.
I don't think I ever saw it.
Bumbaclo says, yeah, and try being a professional musician nowadays, Corey. They were right. I'm so far behind in the chat, I'm not sure what that means necessarily. Rusty Grammar says, if you ever end up like that, Aaron, I will quit listening. Oh, God. I had, Nick Adams says, Aaron's a lot less Jewy than Howard. Thank you.
Wait, he'll quit listening? He must be like days behind in chat then.
So
he's years behind in chat.
I felt myself, I temporarily lost some of my edge yesterday, and I snapped out of it and got it back. We had the Reverend Bob Levy scheduled for 11:30, and he was way late. And I have Gino Bisconte's phone number, and I was texting him, and
Who is Levy? Who is that guy?
Bob Levy from the Howard Stern Show. He does the Uncle Rico show. He does a bunch of stuff.
What did you? Okay, I've just never heard him called by his fucking Christian name, I guess.
The Reverend Bob Levy. So we had Bob Levy scheduled. Well, he and Kevin Brennan. Well, Kevin Brennan is currently, he hates Gino Bisconte from Compound Media. And Bob Levy is running a comedy club and is good friends with Kevin Brennan, but he also likes Gino. And Bob is an old man and he doesn't want to get involved in this bullshit. So Bob was late. And I went to the audience. I go, ooh, he's late. I'll text Gino and see if Gino wants to come on instead. And then I went, oh, wait. But if Gino's on and then Bob calls in, what are we going to do? Because they've got this weird thing going on. And I snapped out of it in a second. I went, what are you, fucking gay? That's awesome if that happens. Like, that's the best possible outcome from all this, is that you bring Gino on and then Bob comes on and they have to have it out. Why are you worried about this? So I caught myself, like, losing it a little bit and then got it right back.
Oh, Pirate Radio, too. That was good.
I don't remember Pirate Radio.
That's the
that's not the Christian
German
Slater
one.
one.
No, it's not Christian Slater. It's that guy that looks like Tom Petty, though.
Oh, yeah. Is Straight Talk a radio movie? I've never seen that one. There's a lot of these I've never seen.
I'm Googling
before.
radio movies.
American Graffiti, Sleepless in Seattle is a radio movie? Wait, hold on a minute. Does Airheads count? Yes, I think Airheads should be considered a radio movie.
Ooh, Airheads is good.
Yeah, I think that should count. Oh, Talk Radio, you dumb fuck. Yes, I'm being sworn at now. You are correct.
That's not a movie. That's a TV show. And if we're going
no, that's news radio you're thinking of. There is a movie called Talk Radio.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, you've never seen
Well, then I'm
it.
the dumb fuck.
You've clearly never seen. You got to stop lashing out so quickly before you can confirm that you're not the dumb fuck.
Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
You have to confirm you're not the dumb fuck before you start saying that to people.
You're the dumb fuck. Is The Fog a radio movie?
What? No.
Yeah. Why? They got a bunch of radio in that.
Is Tarzan a radio movie?
Is there radio in it?
I don't think so. There's a radio.
Yeah,
they probably communicate on a radio. I think.
I'll allow it.
Thank you very much, Elias, for the $5 super chat. Said, when Oz is not around, everyone should ask where Oz is at. I hate that idea, actually. It'd be terrible.
Now they're gonna do it. Why would you say you hate it? I guess if we're going by any radio appearing, then like technically Fifth Element's a radio movie. That's a pretty good radio movie.
Christ, we are really
Death Proof's a pretty good radio movie. I think you missed a lot of radio movies.
We are
here,
really expanding this. Jesus.
The Fisher King is a radio movie.
No, the Fisher King. The Christian Slater one is Pump Up the Volume. Thank you, Cherokee Girl.
Radio Days though. Woody Allen. That's a good movie.
It's hard. Like liking Woody Allen now is like liking Roman Polanski. I feel weird about it.
I mean, yeah, but that's what makes it feel good.
I guess.
It's like butt sex.
No, okay, see, now we've really opened the floodgates, Corey. Poignant Pachyderm says, does the scene in Shawshank Redemption where Tim Robbins takes over the intercom
that's
to play
a radio movie. That's the best radio movie ever. That's my favorite radio movie.
Shawshank, you know, in Star Wars, they communicate over radios.
That's different. That's not radios. That's like space radio, which is also a good radio movie.
You and your fucking 99% of the way through the bit, and then you're no butt, you motherfucker.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I do. Yes and no but. They're both valuable improv tropes.
How about Star Wars? They use radios. What are you, fucking stupid?
Yeah, what are you, fucking insane? Come on. Yeah, Brave Little Toaster's a radio movie.
Brave Little Toaster is not a radio movie.
There's a radio in it that talks. Shut up.
The
Iron Giant is a radio movie.
American Graffiti is about cars. American Hot Wax is about Wolfman Jack. Okay.
Yeah, but American Graffiti has Wolfman Jack in it, so that's a radio movie.
It's a radio movie. There you go. The Warriors.
I feel like when there's only like 2 or 3 good movies in your genre, we can expand the genre.
Papa Dan says The Warriors was a radio movie. Listen up, boppers.
No, that's stupid.
The Shining is Kitty B. The Shining is a radio movie. No.
Oh my God,
guys! Shaka Zulu is not a radio movie, not in the least.
Oh God, somebody mentioned Christmas Story.
Well,
I just can't.
I mean,
can't. You know about that sequel, right?
No.
Oh. Look up Christmas Story 2. Just Google it. Give it a little Google.
Well, first I want to catch up here. Nightmare Alley is a radio movie.
They're all radio movies. Trust me, you're going to want to really hate this.
So now wait a minute. Independence Day is now officially a radio movie. They were communicating over the radio.
That's still not a good radio movie.
They're saying Saving Private Ryan is now a radio movie.
Debbie Does Dallas is a radio movie.
Scarface, radio movie. They're always listening to the radio.
Oh, dude, radio movies are the best. I don't know what you're talking about.
There's so many good radio movies out there. Joyride with Paul Walker. Yes, clearly a radio movie, 100%.
Yeah, Schindler's List is a radio movie.
E.T., radio movie, for sure.
Ford versus Ferrari is a radio movie.
Twister, clearly a radio movie.
Yeah, they radio those flying cows, right?
Yes. Is Goodfellas a radio movie?
No, stop being stupid.
Yeah, guys, dude, what are you, fucking retarded? Come on.
Yeah, you guys are fucking. What are you guys, fucking stupid radio people over here?
Oh,
that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna replace the word retarded with radio because of that movie.
Black Hawk Down, clearly a radio movie.
Yeah, one of the best radio movies.
I mean, that was a really tear-jerking, heartbreaking radio movie.
I was jerking, but there weren't tears.
What's that?
I just love Tom Hardy and Ethan Hawke. I can't help it.
What's that Ricky Gervais joke about Schindler's List? He says, bring a box of Kleenex. It said on the back of the cover, bring a Kleenex for this movie. And I said something like, I didn't jerk off once. I can't remember what it was. And it's so fucking funny. If somebody knows the fucking verbatim of that joke, please put it in the
I just
chat.
want to make a porno called Schindler's Lust. And it's just the Nazis raping the kids.
Jesus fucking Christ.
What?
Here's a good time.
I'll keep it historically accurate. And guess what? They'll have like radios in it. So it'll be a radio. Oh, hey, Dick Tracy. That's a radio movie. They got those radio watches.
Of course, yeah. Apollo 13.
Total radio movie.
Totally radio movie. Guys, hit the like button if you're enjoying the show. Subscribe to the channel. We are I think we're like 50 or 60 subs away from 6,000, which is very, very awesome. Thank you guys so much.
What are you guys, radios? I'm telling you, dude, this is going to be huge. The word, like, I'm off of restarted, and it is now radio.
Does the King Kong Dong wondering if Sam saying on your left to Captain America makes Avengers Endgame a radio movie?
No, Jesus Christ, shut up. Stop being stupid. We have salient points and you're just ruining with gibberish.
$100 away from our goal today. If you feel like contributing, there you go. $100 away. There's Streamlabs and PayPal. There will be no goal this evening because you guys went mental during our, you went radio during our election.
Sometimes I just worry that half of our listeners are radios.
It is a little troubling sometimes when you think too hard about it. Have you seen the University of Kentucky girl who got drunk and started calling the what do they call that when you go into your dorm and there's the student that runs the desk or whatever? She got really hammered, came in at 4 a.m. this past Sunday, and started calling the black woman at the desk the N-word over and over and over again until the police had to come.
No, but I would like to.
Well, we're finding out a lot more about her. We talked about her yesterday. She ranted for 10 minutes and sang the N-word at a desk clerk, is now being sent to rehab to address her issues and will withdraw from her classes. Now, I always hate this shit because she's a college student. She got super hammered and she started saying really dumb shit at someone. She doesn't need to go to rehab. She is a dumb college chick.
What a smooth brain, crane munching radio.
Well, but I mean, if that means you have to go to rehab, then everybody has to go to rehab when they're in college. Everybody. Because getting shit-faced and being barely coherent and saying remarkably offensive things to people is, I mean, it's all kind of part of the tapestry that is college.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I feel like there's degrees of it, though, you know? Like if you're getting too drunk and you can't sit around, whatever, maybe you don't need rehab, but like when you're like taking fucking like, you know, Bartle and James shooters up your asshole, maybe now it's time for rehab, you know?
I am getting people pushing back. Altruistic Gem simply writes, no, she likely needs rehab. That just was a funny way to put it. Sophia Rosing was arrested early Sunday morning after she stumbled into the dorms on campus in Lexington, Kentucky, before she launched
as you do.
Yeah, before she launched herself at fellow student Kyla Spring, who was working at the front desk. It comes after Daily Mail revealed that the 22-year-old allegedly, doxed a 15-year-old girl while they were at high school together, publicly posting that she would send nudes and falsely claimed that she had an abortion. See, this is what I'm saying, though. She doesn't need rehab. She's always just been a piece of shit.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't really...
Sounds like she needs like therapy or some shit.
Yeah, you don't blame the alcohol. That's kind of unfair to alcohol that they're blaming that for her being...
Alcohol gets enough blame, all right?
Yeah, like she's not the... Alcohol's not the problem. She's a sack of garbage. Her attorney, Fred Peters, told Daily Mail that the business and marketing major, good luck with that, will be withdrawing from school and will be getting treatment for her issues, though he would not confirm if they were alcohol related. What else?
She's not going to any N-word, end quote.
Actually, you know what's funny about it is they're now digging through her social media history. The guy she's currently fucking, black dude.
Well, he probably lets her call him the N-word while they're fucking. That's
so this
why
is
she does it.
100% his fault, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Way to go. Way to normalize it in your relationship. It is unclear if the treatment and training will affect the criminal case against Rosing, who was charged with a felony offense of a third-degree assault of a police officer. She has pleaded not guilty to those charges. Oh, yeah, that's right. She was kicking the cops and shit. Footage showed her violent and racist outburst against Spring, with court documents revealing that she called her, oh my God, I didn't know this. She called her the N-word more than 200 times. Okay, maybe she needs rehab.
I don't know. I feel like after the 22nd time in a row, you just it's fine.
You're kind of numb to it.
You're so committed to the bit, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Once you get called the N-word 30 times, you're like, really, I feel like the power's been stripped from it at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, she goes to rehab and she's like, in my defense, I was trying really immersion therapy.
In the report, it was 200 times and 100 times she used A instead of R.
Yeah. 200 times. Wait a minute. She wasn't calling her the N-word. She was singing a YG song. That's
Turns out she wasn't calling her the N-word. She was watching Oprah.
In the full 10-minute long clip, Rosing is told that she ruined her life, to which she brazenly replied, no, I didn't, before quietly singing the N-word over and over before police arrived to arrest her. So,
was it DuckTales?
Yes, it was the Red Bar DuckTales song. Even after the University of Kentucky officer has her in handcuffs, the business and marketing major can still be heard softly singing the word as she's dragged away. Rosing can also be heard telling Spring to do her chores, as well as calling her an ugly N-word bitch, while horrified students look on and some try to intervene. Now, do you think Daily Mail bleeps this for sure? Do you guys want to watch? We didn't watch this yesterday. Do you want to watch the whole thing?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Let's. We only watched the 2-minute news clip of what they would show us. This is Sophia Rosing going on this rant towards the...
Paul Steve says that she's single.
Could you open that door for those two guys? Yep.
Oh, good. Oh, good. They bleep it. We can watch the whole thing. Yes! All right, so here we go. Drunk lady trying to be corralled by the dorm supervisor, student lady, whatever. Go.
I did it. No, that wasn't how it. Yes. Could you stop, please? No.
It's really soft. I can barely hear it.
Oh my God, she is trying to drunkenly slap this chick, and it is not going well. She is I see 3 of them
I can't really hear it.
Well, I got it up.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to see if I can up my one.
I'm getting on to the left. You're right. Oh, Jesus. I did not get paid enough for this. Exactly. Thank you.
Oh my God. All right, you know what? I want to apologize to everyone. You're right. She does need rehab. I'm going to rehab. She can sing the new Kel Marie Right On song while she goes there.
This Amy Winehouse reboot is lit.
Oh, man, right? They picked a great actress for it. I mean, she's doing she's really committing to the role.
Yeah.
Video. This is the role April was born to play.
Just April. We're going to do a reenactment of this, and we're going to have April play the role of the student.
You're going to play the role of the black student.
Yes. The role I was born to play.
And Johnny's going to play the shopping cart.
Get her to like a chair or something. No, I'm drunk. You're drunk. You're
You're drunk. Urine and you're a bitch. All right, so it seems like we're at a stalemate here. You know,
both raised good points.
One thing I do have to call out the black people in this story for is when we watched this on the news yesterday, when we watched the news clip, they were almost in tears and this is so terrible and how bad this is that it happened at our school. They are clearly laughing at her like she's a drunken fucking buffoon in this video, as they should. You shouldn't be taking to heart anything this dipshit is saying. But then when they got in front of news cameras, it was like crocodile tears and I don't feel safe on campus. And meanwhile, they're all gathering around her waiting for her to say it again. She can barely stand.
I'm gonna really put this down.
She cannot walk.
Sorry, I'm definitely will feel better. Nope.
You're almost there.
I like how there's like people in chat like I would get with her. This is not. No, she's into black dudes.
No, guys, she's not looking for you. Oh, they're trying to sit her down in the chair, and she is like trying to like punch them. Oh, this is bad. Oh, you're gonna see your pussy pretty soon. Relax.
It'd be funny if they bleep out all the N-words but not blur her pussy.
Yeah, they just show her pussy, and it's like, whoa, guys, come on.
Shout out to Daily Mail. I didn't know it was M-A-L-E. Wow. Wow, that mini skirt is so short you can see her penis.
I appreciate you using the proper pronouns for her penis.
Yeah. She was born with the dick.
I swear to God, she looks like she's on roller skates. This is hilarious. Now she's going for the shopping cart.
If you want, she. Oh. And you're. Are you okay? Girl, what is wrong with you?
Oh my God. Everything someone says to her, she's responding with "you're an N." Jesus Christ, lady. You guys, I haven't seen this yet. You guys are definitely have a point on the rehab thing. She probably needs to go somewhere for a while. And
I mean, whatever, man. So you have like one really bad drinking night. That doesn't mean you need rehab. You just need to drink less. It's fine.
I mean, look, I agreed with you after the first 40 N-bombs.
Well, I mean, how could you not after the next 40? It's not like it's going to get better. It's not like you get less drunk.
Hey.
What are you? Okay. And that's what you are. Who's the guy? Let's talk. Let's talk. Just your and you're black and you're
She called her black once at least. Oh my God, she is a train wreck. And every time she lets go of a wall, she's just stumbling halfway across the room.
I'm pretty sure they don't have rehab for the N-word either, though, FYI.
Yeah, she looks like Deontay Wilder after every punch Fury landed in the second fight.
My name's a white bitch, and it's been 3 days since I've said the N-word. Oh, never mind. It's been 2 seconds.
It's been 2 seconds. Sorry, that janitor accidentally mopped over my feet, and I lost my temper.
I'm just trying to help you. No, I didn't.
It'd be funny if she does go to rehab and comes out. How do you feel? Good. I'm glad those ends got me clean.
Oh, well, you know, I feel good. You know, not drinking is really healthy for me, but I still won't forgive those bleeps for putting me in here. I think you learned the wrong lesson.
Yes, you did. You're right now, sweetheart. Yeah, I got this, and you just kiss your entire future away, babe.
Multiple times, she's hit me twice. She's kicked me in the stomach. I don't know where my phone was, but she stepped on my phone.
I picked it up. I have it.
Thank you.
Jesus, and they go through all this shit, everything she did. They go to her. She finally breaks her silence. And you're a...
In the elevator, but she stumbled in, and I was just trying to see if she was okay. So.
What?
She's just wobbling and staring at her. Oh, God, she is a mess. Oh, there she goes. I was just going to pause it and ask, in the chat, be honest, F in the chat, if you've thought about this, you're like, oh, man, I kind of want to fuck her right now. F in the chat, be honest.
That's all they've been saying. Are you not reading the chat?
No, when I'm doing stories, I don't have the chat up.
They have just been hitting on her the entire time.
The entire time they've just been trying to fuck this girl?
Yes.
Oh, Jesus.
With the occasional one saying, and I quote, I could fix her.
I could fix her.
I know you're not talking. There's... You can't be serious right now. This is joke. Babe, there's nothing more.
Sandal and K-Corn said F to the N power. There you go.
Such a disgusting human being walk this earth. I just can't believe. That's just.
And that's why I'm taking your job. She said you're an N, and that's why I'm taking your job.
It's amazing.
Jesus Christ.
Crazy.
Every time I want to argue with people that white privilege doesn't exist, something like this comes. The Mark said, this is my new favorite radio movie.
You know what? Like, this is a terrible argument if you're like, oh, white privilege doesn't exist. This little bitch feels way too comfortable right now. Like, the fact that you feel this comfortable that you're not going to get the shit beat out of you for being this little stickling chick who's dropping N-bombs at black people over and over. Oh, boy. Yeah, get off my side.
Right.
Not my problem.
Right.
Not my problem.
How happy is Rand Paul that she didn't wear his campaign shirt when she did this?
Very happy. She does have a cease and desist from the band Whitesnake for that top.
Wow.
God, she is fucked up. Oh my God, so she goes, she's been calling me the N-word, and then this girl has been silent the whole time, and she just starts saying it again. Oh, man.
Where's the singing? I want to get to the singing.
I know, that's what I'm waiting for. Okay, they've now officially stopped bleeping it because she's saying it over and over, so they've just muted it. Okay, they're muting it. That's when she starts saying it over and over and over again. And then now the subtitle says singing the N-word. This is where she's singing it. Again, there's nothing wrong with the audio. She's just singing. Oh my God.
This is very disappointing that they muted it. I mean, I get why they have to, but like, this is the only reason I'm here.
Hey, white hero, get the fuck out of there in your ugly suspenders and like trying to white knight and be like, I'll save all of you people. She's singing a song here. Quit interrupting karaoke night. Oh, this guy wants to fuck. Enough with the pajama pants, by the way, everyone. Can we fucking dress nice in public? I'm not saying suit and ties, but like the suspenders and the pajama pants, fucking chill. She is still singing it, and now all the white people are coming around going, this one literally just covers her mouth with her hand. All the white people are coming around now as the white girl is singing the N-word. They're like, all right, we're trying to get her out of here for you guys. I'm sorry. She's still singing it. And now an old white guy, now the old white guy's just going up to the guy going, dude, just get the fuck out of there. Like, you're not going to be able to help this. She's literally just singing the N-word for the last 90 seconds. We're just going to have to leave her.
She walked in. She looked like she was trying to say but it didn't work. Do you have
Yeah, you're correct.
Oh, there's where she said, do my chores, N-word. Oh, boy. We got 3 minutes left. Do you want to see where this goes, or do we have the gist of it?
No, it's not going to be fun because they're going to mute any of the fun part. If we can get an uncut one and do a fucking private Zoom stream just to us, I'll listen.
Well,
no, there's nothing about this that is going to amuse me that will adhere to YouTube standards.
Once again, she's going to rehab.
Here, I got this for you because I know you thought you were getting rid of it by not mentioning it at all, but I really want to ruin your day because this ruined my entire fucking week.
Hold on a minute. I'm watching the chat right now. I want to put it up here. It stopped. Oh, it was just scrolling so fast because there were so many people writing during this whole thing.
Dude, I'm telling you, like, it was so funny when you were like, press F in chat if you would. And it was like the chat was going ape shit with them just absolutely saying they would fucking decimate her.
Oh, boy. Matt Melt says, chat is too fast now. If she replaces the Game of Thrones tune with the N-word, I think she wins, like on South Park with Wiener.
I will say this, when the chat is moving too fast to read, when you donate with a sticker, it'll get read because you can't not.
Oh, there you go. $95 away from today's goal if you guys want to contribute to that. Holy shit. All right, so what ruined your week?
This right here. Enjoy that piece of shit.
Where'd you send it?
YouTube. I can do it Facebook.
Oh,
I think
hold on.
The last 2 weeks, the YouTube links have worked. So
nope. Oops, something went wrong.
Okay,
I don't know. I think when you're hosting the chat,
Yeah, but it like seems like sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Like there's no fucking rhyme or reason to it at all.
Yeah, it's a very strange deal.
Very weird. Okay. Coming on your hey bro, I'm coming on your Facebook right now. Agoo.
Agoosh.
There you go.
All right.
Enjoy. Kill yourself. Don't kill yourself or do whatever.
Don't. YouTube is very fucky about that. He is kidding.
Right, that's why I took it back. I was kidding.
Oh, a Christmas story. Oh, this is new?
Yes, this is coming out this year. The trailer just dropped earlier this week.
Why are we doing this?
And Ralphie is the main character act. Like it's the same guy.
Ew, A Christmas Story 2.
And it's even worse than you think it is.
Oh, this sucks already. I haven't even watched it. You know, what really sucks about this is just yesterday we were showing a trailer for a new comedy that's coming out. And it's original. It looks really interesting. It's funny. It's from the director of In Bruges. He got Brendan Gleeson and Colin Farrell back together again. And they're doing a movie called The Banshees of Inisherin. And Corey, it's literally a movie. Brendan Gleeson doesn't want to be Colin Farrell's friend anymore. And their town
I'll understand that.
And their town in Ireland is really mad at him for it. That's the whole movie.
Fun.
Yeah.
That sounds fun. I'm into that.
It's called The Banshees of Inisherin. I think it's actually out. I might go ahead and look for it, but I have to watch that movie.
You can't not watch Christmas Story 2 though.
All right, we're gonna watch Christmas Story 2 now.
Just get ready to just really have a blast. Like, can I just get like this is gonna be so much better than you think it is. This will be your favorite radio movie.
$95
also,
away.
I'm also lying.
$95 away from today's goal. If you guys want to chip in to help that out, that would be cool. We got plenty of time to nail that. Let's go ahead and watch A Christmas Story 2, the trailer. Here we are. No, that's Ralphie as an old man?
And that's the actual actor, I believe.
Oh, God. Here we go.
Kind of
just like...
Are you loving it already?
We're redoing the beats of A Christmas Story, but with a 50-year-old?
Yeah, and he's the dad this time. And he's doing it to like honor his dad's memory. Great. So what they have to do now is they have to hit all the classic tropes that made the first one so fucking great, right?
Then why not just leave the first one? I never understand this. If
you're not going to make more money if you just leave the first one, Aaron.
If you just redo it beat for beat, then you might as well have just left the first one. Like, say what you want about money-grubbing sequels, but like Wayne's World 2, they had a different story to tell.
Wayne's World 2 is one of the best sequels ever, though. Like, that's not a fair... Like, people always shit on... Like, people forget about how good Wayne's World 2 is as a sequel. Like, maybe Godfather is the best sequel, but Wayne's World 2 is up there, probably top 5 all-time best sequels.
People shit on Ghostbusters 2. I love Ghostbusters 2. I think it's...
Ghostbusters 2 is another great sequel. It's fun.
They had a story to tell. They had something to say.
Who shits on Ghostbusters 2?
Oh,
have they seen 3 and 4?
Oh. Well, no, we don't count the girl one as 3, do we?
I mean, you kind of have to, right?
Shit. Yeah, 3. 4 is bad too. I feel like if it weren't for 2016, the last Ghostbusters movie would get a lot more shit that it deserves, a lot more criticism.
I agree too. I think a lot of people were more forgiving of that fucking garbage Ghostbuster movie, myself included, because of how bad the one before it was.
Dude, the Stranger Things guy was completely unnecessary in that movie. The girl was great. I wish they would have made the single mom way trashier and shittier and a mess. The Egon...
My primary complaint will always be that Egon didn't get sucked up in those traps.
Yeah, I get it. That is a plot hole.
Like you have an entire field of traps that can suck all the ghosts out of the city, but the one ghost that's standing 3 feet from it, nope. He's got to be there to make it good with Bill Murray. Get fucked.
No, but see, Corey, it only traps the naughty ghosts.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I didn't realize it was a virtue signaling ghost trap. My bad.
It sensed that Egon was a good man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we didn't get Louis Tully. We didn't get any of that shit. Like, they went, like, nostalgia porn, but also we want to make a new story, but they didn't lean into either one. And then you have Paul Rudd in your fucking movie, and he's not a Ghostbuster. Your movie sucks.
I just remembered this. Like, Terminator 2 and Dark Knight are also some of the best sequels.
Yeah. The Dark Knight. And you know what? Even though it wasn't as good as The Dark Knight, Dark Knight Rises was pretty good.
That movie's great. Oh, also Aliens. Aliens is way better than Alien.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They didn't call it Alien 2. It was Aliens.
Aliens, because it's the second one, get it? And then they called the 3 one, they had like it cubed where they put the 3 up on the top, like to the third power.
All the Dumb and Dumber sequels were dog shit. They're such dog shit you try to forget about them.
Wait, what do you mean all of?
There was Dumb and Dumber When Harry Met Lloyd, or Dumb and Dumberer When Harry Met Lloyd, and then there was Dumb and Dumber 2. T-O.
I didn't know there was one in between there.
Yeah, they did one where Jim Carrey and Jeff Daniels weren't in it.
Yeah, that one sucks.
They did like
I've never seen it, but I can tell you that one sucks.
Yeah, they did a prequel, and then the one they did recently, it was as bad as the Jay and Silent Bob reboot movie. It was just not good.
Clerks 2 is pretty good.
Clerks 2 is a good sequel, absolutely. Well, let's continue watching this shitty trailer for a sequel.
Yeah, are you excited?
This just looks fucking terrible.
I know. Like, not only is this fucking terrible, but this is like the absolute like personification of the meme, like Nobody, and then just Christmas Story 2.
Yes, Nobody. Warner Brothers.
Nobody. Aaron, you see, they're going to see Santa.
Oh, I remember what. This is all member berries.
Yeah, that's all this fucking thing is.
Remember when Ralphie went to see Santa? Corey, I'm going to tell you right now, and don't spoil it for me. If there's a Red Ryder BB gun, I'm going to break my basement.
Continue.
You're done.
Don't let him kick you in the face.
Huh?
Remember? Hey, remember?
Huh?
Remember? You guys remember? You remember?
I'm glad. Like, I'm pleasantly warmed by the fact that you are hating this as much as I did.
Yeah, fuck you. First of all.
Also, it comes out in a week. No. So stop for a second, right? It comes out in a week. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
It's a Christmas Story too, and it's coming out before Thanksgiving.
Hey, Corey, he's about to plug in the tree.
But do you understand it, dude? It's a sequel to The Christmas Story.
Well, you got to make your money.
It's coming out for Thanksgiving.
You got to make your money for the whole Christmas season, you know? Oh, boy.
Why didn't they just call it a Thanksgiving story?
All right. Well, here, let me, will you let me watch my new favorite trailer?
Yeah, sorry, my bad. I didn't mean to overstep.
Hey, you guys remember Triple Dog Daring?
No. It was Double Dog Dare. Now it's Triple Dog Dare.
Oh, that's right. I just remember the Dog Dare part. He's Triple Dog Dare.
And it's the same bully kid, and it's the same other kid.
Hey, you know what? I apologize, Corey. I said that they hadn't come up with a new story. They have evolved the characters. They're wrinkly, and they say Triple Dog Dare.
That's what I'm fucking talking about.
Oh, well, judge not lest ye be judged.
I quadruple dog dare you to go see Christmas Story 3.
So far, there's no Red Ryder BB gun. This is good.
Well, but if you noticed, I wasn't going to point that out, but if you noticed, the kid opened up a sword for Christmas.
Okay.
So they're probably going to do something with the Red Ryder, but have it be a sword this time.
Sword. I hope it's an AR-15 and they accidentally clip Ralphie. I hope it ends with a fucking gun control message.
You guys are so fucking stupid, too. Everybody's like, he'd be 91 years old. This doesn't take place in 2022. Do you not see the fucking cars?
Yeah. A Christmas Story Christmas.
Yeah, and that's the other part that's fucking garbage, too, right? Is that on the YouTube thing, it says A Christmas Story 2, but the actual movie is called A Christmas Story Christmas.
Ryan the Garbage Man is calling in. I hope he's not calling in to say, oh, it looks really good.
Call from
Ryan the Garbage Man.
Hello, Ryan the Garbage Man. Do you remember A Christmas Story?
I do. You know what would make the sequel, it would save the sequel, is if they had the very racist Chinese restaurant owner and help singing Deck the Halls.
Oh,
that would turn it around.
Yeah, they didn't have fa-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. I mean, now I know why. Now I know why I hate it so much.
Beverly Hills Cop 2 is a great sequel also.
Yeah, Beverly Hills Cop 2 is pretty good. The 80s, like those 80s comedies where they didn't take them too seriously, usually would produce some pretty serviceable sequels.
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you, buddy.
All right, I'll hang up.
All right. Quit while you're ahead. You're doing well.
Wow, was that a decent, relevant conversation piece from Ryan? I'm not used to that.
I'm uncomfortable, actually.
Usually he's telling me how good Buffalo Wild Wings burgers are.
We did a story yesterday about a guy who was stealing a credit card, stole a woman's credit card in New York City, and he bought himself champagne with the card, and then went to fucking Buffalo Wild Wings to eat. God damn it. Of all in New York City, like if you're in Omaha, Nebraska, I understand, I get it, that's fine.
Yeah, that's probably fancy eating.
Yeah, but if you're in New York City and you steal someone's credit card and you're going to treat yourself to a night on the town and you go Buffalo Wild Wings, it's just, there's no hope for you. They should get a longer jail sentence for that.
Yeah.
Any of the Die Hard sequels, are they good sequels?
The third one's pretty good. Die Harder kind of sucked, if I remember right. I guess I haven't really watched it. I mean, Die Hard 1 is good. I feel like Die Hard with a Vengeance was really good. And then I feel like
Live Free or Die Hard.
That one sucked.
Okay, and then
there were two after Die Hard 3, right?
I feel like there's been 4 Die Hard movies.
Because there's one, I feel like there was 5. Let me look.
Okay, you could be right. Thank you very much to Katie for $10 over on PayPal. $85 away from today's goal. Remember, you guys were so generous last night. There is no goal tonight, and we're only 85 away from tonight's. There are 5. Okay.
So it's Die Hard, Die Hard 2, Die Hard with a Vengeance, Live Free or Die Hard, and A Good Day to Die Hard.
Oh, that's right. I thought Die Hard with a Vengeance was number 2. That's where I fucked up.
Right, Die Hard 2 is the one that like has the plane, and it's not very good, if I remember right.
Okay.
Die Hard with a Vengeance is great because he has that like sign where he's like, I hate N-words, and he's walking through Harlem or whatever.
Jesus Christ, I forgot about that one. Arizona now has 60.
Die Hard 1 obviously is great.
66% reporting in Arizona. Mark Kelly is ahead of Blake Masters, the Republican, by 5 points. So that is the closest it's been so far, but Mark Kelly's still holding a 5-point lead. 66% reporting in Arizona. Remember, if the Republicans hold the leads they have in Wisconsin, which they have a full point with 99% of the vote in, they've got a 3-point lead in Nevada with 72% in, and there's 2 Republicans running for the Alaska seat. So
plus the runoff in Georgia.
Well, we'll get to that part, but if they hold those 3, they're at 50. And if they take Arizona, which they're 5 points behind in right now, but a whole third of the vote left to count, so that's about 1 million votes left, I think, to be counted. The Republicans are down by 5 points. And in Georgia, neither of them are going to get to 50%. So there's going to be a runoff in Georgia between Warnock and Herschel Walker. And it looks...
I think the runoff favors the Republicans, though, because there are a lot of libertarian voters in Georgia.
Yeah, there's the libertarian candidate right now is pulling in about 3%.
Yeah.
So that would if 66% of that guy's votes went to Herschel Walker, Herschel goes to 50.5%, and he would win. So that, but believe me, dude, they're gonna dump in so much fucking money to that. That will I wouldn't be surprised if that Georgia runoff sets the record for the most expensive outside money election in a state election history. Because it could be, if all these leads hold, it's going to be 50-50 or 50-49 Republicans in the Senate when they do that runoff. So some interesting shit going on. The Republicans, I know NBC has called the House for them. The Associated Press still has it 199 to 172. For the Republicans. They're not calling it yet, but other places have. Governor's races, 72% reporting in Nevada. The Republican has a 5-point lead over Sisolak. Obviously, the Republicans are going to win in Alaska. Oh, my. Holy shit. In Arizona, we've got some movement. That Kerry Lake, Katie Hobbs race has completely cinched up. 66% reporting. Kerry Lake now trails by 0.6%. Or 12,000 votes. So I don't know if it's Republican votes they're waiting on or what, but the Republicans seem to really be gaining in Arizona as the votes keep coming in. Kerry Lake could still pull that thing out. 66.
Is that the governor race in Arizona?
That's the governor race, yeah. 0.6% separates the two of them. And 67% reporting in Oregon. The Republican still trails the Democrat by 15,000 votes or 1%. So... Nevada, Oregon, and Arizona still waiting on results for their governor's races. And it also looks like in Arizona, things are tightening up in the Senate as well. So if the Republicans get Arizona, they're not going to need Georgia to get to 51. How weird is it that we went from like at the beginning of last night, oh, it's going to be a red wave. Then when everyone went to bed, it was like, oh, it's like a red trickle. It's not even a red wave. Now, if Arizona and Georgia flip red, you're kind of back at red wave again. Like, I don't know. I would consider GOP taking the House and the Senate to be a red wave, wouldn't it?
Yeah. No, well, again, it's not the red wave because the red wave was like the trouncing. That's what they were predicting. And it's like, even if they win now and they get both sides, that is not the like wave. I mean, it's good. It's a victory, but it's not the like I'm telling you, these people were saying they were going to win by like 30 seats.
Imagine taking back the House and the Senate and not feeling like you won completely.
Well, that's what happens when you lie to your customer base, right?
Yeah, right. So what? The Republicans here need 19 to take the House. They've got one uncalled Republican seat in New York. They've got how many uncalled? They got one Republican seat in New Jersey that hasn't been called yet. They've got one seat in Maryland. So on the East Coast alone, they've got 3 or 4. And then you look in California, they've got, looks like 9 or 10. Yeah, they're going to have enough to take the House pretty comfortably. Wisconsin, Iowa, Illinois, Arizona, Texas still has to call a bunch of Republican House seats, so they're going to win that. But the Senate, it looks like it's going to...
Southern Texas might actually have a couple blue ones, too. Like, it's really weird. Like, Southern Texas is weirdly liberal.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, the Republicans now at this point just have to count their seats. Like, what happens with the Democrats, basically, at this point? If the Republicans can close the seats they're ahead in right now, they've got the House. But, yeah, it's going to come down to Arizona and Georgia in the Senate. Well, isn't that wonderful that we had all those problems in Arizona right off the bat? So if we have all these problems in Arizona right off the bat and then it comes down to Arizona, at least nobody will be fighting.
I mean, they'll still find something to fight about. Come on, you know that.
I'm fucking around. They're gonna throw a shit fit over that Arizona stuff. It's gonna be bad. Johnson Education becoming a member. Thank you very much, buddy. Those memberships help knock down our goal every single month. $80 away from tonight's goal. Yeah, Stringman says it perfect. Arizona is so fucked. And then the worst part, dude, they're gonna have so many.
I just can't believe it's Maricopa again. If there's one fucking county that you would be like, hey, get your like literally Ohio, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Arizona should have had nothing but protocol this year. Nothing.
It is one of those things.
If you were even vaguely mentioned in the quote unquote rigged election, you should have been on your fucking ass to make sure everything is the same. But then in Maricopa, they just didn't fix anything. Yeah, it seems like it's working.
Proud of Pennsylvania though, they had all that fuckery last time around, and now this time they went, all right, we're counting the early votes first.
Right. That's what they all should have done.
Yeah. Michigan, remember that Michigan governor's race with the lockdown queen, Gretchen Whitmer? That was supposed to be closer. She won by 9 points.
Landslide, right? Yeah.
Yeah, she fucked up Tudor Dixon. That's an awful name, by the way.
People are so fucking... It's just like Minnesota. Govern me harder, daddy.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Florida goes 20 points for DeSantis.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I'm still interested. Here's the ones I'm still interested in. That Oregon governor's race is fascinating to me. That it's been 50 years since they put a Republican in there as a governor. Arizona, I think the way it's trending, I think Carrie Lake is going to end up pulling ahead here pretty soon because she's down by 0.6, and she was down by 10 all night. So that's
they haven't even counted most of the votes. So it's just funny, even Associated Press, how they're it's blue, but it's shade. They do that shit to psychologically get after people,
Yeah, I know CNN just has them gray if they haven't been called yet.
Yeah,
they just
which is what most people do.
Yeah. So yeah, that Arizona one is interesting. Now the Senate race, that's still the Republicans trail by 5 points. They got a lot of ground to make up, but in the governor's race, they're really, really close. And like we said, Walker and Warnock, it really doesn't matter how the votes come in. I know Warnock needs 0.7 more to get over 50, but it doesn't look like he's going to get there. They've only got 2% of precincts left. And if he doesn't get to 50, they're doing a runoff anyway. So The Republicans are going to take the House. They're very close in the Senate, painfully close for them. But we're not going to see any movement for probably a couple of hours. Thank you very much to The Mood for $11 in the super sticker. Appreciate that. $70 away from today's goal. There's all the PayPal and Streamlabs links if you'd like to do that. They're saying Carrie Lake was projected to win by like 7 points. Well, then, I mean, they've got a third of the vote left to count yet. That's still very much a possibility that she wins by that much. The girls on The View were fighting yesterday, Corey, and they fought so bad this time on Election Day that they had to actually force cut to a commercial.
They never fight. That's so weird. That's so unlike them.
Well, it was Republican women voters are like roaches, Sunny Hostin, versus, I don't know, whoever this other chick on The View is. Let's watch this, a 1-minute clip of The View. This is titled Sunny Hostin and Alyssa Farah Griffin Spat Forces The View to a Commercial. This is the difference between a women's talk show and a men's talk show. Like, if two men are fighting on a talk show, that's like an episode of Hannity or Tucker. And they just let that go. Like, oh, two men are fighting. That's totally fine. But there's this weird discomfort women have when women start, like...
Well, you know why that is, right?
Why?
Because they can't virtue signal the high ground. Like, if a dude's fighting with a woman, they can just dismiss it as mansplaining, right? Yeah. And if two dudes are fighting it out, they have to let it go because they're men. But if it's like, especially with liberals, if it's just a couple of fucking suburban liberal wine moms, like fighting it out.
The suburban liberal wine moms.
They have to cut it because what are you going to do? How can you virtue signal if they both have virtue?
Well, I mean, women in general just get uncomfortable when people get really honest with each other and disagree. And I think that's a bad thing. Like, women got to let that shit play out. This is the most honest moment you're ever going to have. This is, guys do it because it's healing something. Like, these two guys are yelling at each other because they're mad. They're frustrated. They disagree. And as they yell at each other, they're going to get this all out. And even if they don't agree in the end, the rage is gone. The hostility is gone. The tension is gone because they yelled it out. Yeah, it's uncomfortable for a little bit, but it goes away. Women start hearing raised voices generally, and they tend to get nervous, and then they bury that shit, and they hang on to it for longer. This is why men walk around a little bit less
they're petty.
anxious.
That's why women are no fun.
Right, exactly. Get them out of the golf courses.
That's why women need men to like cut back and relax, because men don't really hold on to that shit. Like, yeah, right. You've got people like that'll hold like Irish grudges over like super infractions, but you know, like, how many times have you and I started getting chippy with each other, and then the next time it's like nobody cares?
And you blow it out, and you let it go, and then it builds up, and you let it out again, and it builds up, and you let it out again. Women just keep piling shit on top of shit on top of shit, and I swear to God, they have a drama trash compactor in their bodies, and they just push it all down as tight as they can until they flip out because a dish broke. Like, men are more like, hey, you piece of shit.
You're bringing up a memory there, divorced guy.
Yeah. I'm just going my general experience with the species.
Yeah, you're like, it was a very specific. And then they just get mad at you, and they break a dish, and then they tell you can't visit your kids.
Let's go to the Sunny Host and Alyssa Farah Griffin thing. They start fighting. The View goes to commercial because God forbid we disagree.
Last week you called white Republican women cockroaches. Actually, I didn't. And you said
you did, though. I mean, we can play that next.
You totally did.
You totally did say they're like roaches going for the raid. That is comparing suburban women to roaches. That's actually a direct comparison. That's not even I was doing this and then compared that to this. You just went simile or metaphor. You just went directly for it.
They're acting like cockroaches.
I used in a similar rhetoric. Let me answer that. Okay. I used a metaphor.
Here's what I'm going to ask you all to do. Here's what I'm going to ask you to do.
First of all, saying,
wait, I'm confused. You didn't say it, or you used it as a metaphor.
Right. She's like, you compared white women to roaches. She's like, no, I didn't. That's a metaphor. A metaphor is a form of comparison.
It's like, I didn't say that. I used it as a metaphor. That's what she said.
There's metaphor, simile, and idiom. Those are the three types of comparisons. Which I did not compare them to them. I used a metaphor. Oh, okay.
This is a total idiom. What a radio. What a stupid fucking radio.
Republican women cockroach.
Actually, I didn't. And
you said they're acting like cockroaches.
I used an similar. Let me answer that.
Okay.
I used a metaphor.
Here's what I'm going to ask you all to do. Here's what I'm going to ask you to do.
Oh, and by the way, Whoopi's a little chippy because she deleted her Twitter. So she's been a little...
She's getting bigger, though. We're going to have to start calling her Whoppy.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you to tone it down a bit because I can't hear anything. No one can hear what's being said.
She just said I called white women roaches.
All right, we're going to go to break. We're going to break. Can't take it. We'll be right back.
God. Let them have it out. That's entertaining television. People want to watch that shit.
They don't want that, though. They want a fucking psychotropic, like, fucking propaganda experience on The View. Like, people are not going to The View for logical discourse, clearly.
Yeah. I mean, they're sitting there and they're fighting it out. And you did this, you did that, fuck you, bitch, and this and that. It's like, no. Keep this on. Like, if I'm the producer, I'm like, Whoopi, shut the fuck up and let him go. Whoopi, shut the fuck up.
We're going live. I gotta go jerk off now with all that Whoopi. I'll be right back.
I will activate your Twitter account if you don't shut the fuck up right now. Ooh, boy, the way I trimmed this really doesn't look good when Corey leaves.
Oh, Whoopi. Call me Ted Danson, Whoopi. Call me Ted Danson.
We need Coltrane with $5 says we need GOP control of the Senate so we can watch Rand Paul shred Fauci more. Fauci's retiring in December, so he will have plausible deniability to deny coming to these hearings. You can't call them to hearings if they're not working for the government. You'd have to subpoena them if they're a private citizen. And since he can basically say, no, I'm not showing up, once he that's why all these guys are retiring, by the way. They thought the Republicans were going to take everything. And if they're not working for the government, then you can't just call them on a whim. So you won't see, unless there's any kind of legal thing or a subpoena, you won't see Paul versus Fauci anymore. $65 away from our goal. Thank you very much, Coltrane. Getting very close to knocking that out today. Atomic Citizen says Aaron's report card, English A, Science SS, Math F. I'm actually most offended that you put the F in there. I never failed a class. I got some D's, but I didn't fail. Don't make any gay jokes about that. All right, guys. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. For All Care Towing of St. Cloud, our friends at All Care Towing do a great job of getting you where you need to be when your car breaks down or it won't go and getting you there quickly. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203, allcaretowing.com. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, great place to go to watch the Gopher game this weekend or the Viking game on Sunday. The best Bloody Marys there are and the best dive bar in central Minnesota is Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Great Bloody Marys, great place to go drink, have some pizzas, hang out with your friends, live music on the weekends, Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. And right behind me, Affordable Signs made our backdrop. Affordable Signs made here they are, 5.5-inch vinyl stickers. Affordable Signs in St. Cloud and Alexandria, but you can use them all over the world. Sandblasted signs, LED signs, stickers, backdrops, vehicle wraps, you name it. They do it all at Affordable Signs. AffordableSignService.com. There's the link in the chat. AffordableSignService.com. Let's see. Look at the big brain on Aaron. Thank you. Appreciate that. Matt Melt says, can we impeach random peeps in the house just for giggles? No, I don't believe you're allowed to do that. Dub says a white woman judge who had a YouTube channel was on The View and alleged that Whoopi was mean mugging and reckless eyeballing and shouting at her after the show for saying Trump derangement syndrome. Well, I would love to see these fights happen on the air. I would like to see her.
That would be good TV.
Yeah, I would like to see those things get called out as they're happening. No movement after I watched Arizona move a little bit, I've kind of been refreshing a little bit more because I was like, oh, something moved, something happened. There's news. And now we'll go back to an hour or two of Arizona forgetting how to fucking count.
They've been doing that their whole fucking life.
I know that the whole Arizona thing is just, it's a giant journey of people forgetting basic skills. Like, hey, did we test the equipment before Election Day? No, but I'm sure nothing will happen. The machines go down. Then you get to counting the votes, and they're like, hey, guys, have we counted those votes? Well, we get about 10% of the way done, and then we need to take a break. I mean, it feels like my brain is overheating. So now I think they bumped up by about 5% of the vote count. So they've got a
system.
Yeah, they've got to take a giant break now in Arizona. God, who has the House and Senate now, you think, says Bill Bones. The Republicans, I mean, some places have already said the Republicans have the House. AP doesn't say they do, but NBC says they have the House already. And
I will go out on a limb and say for sure they'll have the House, but the Senate, like, they might still.
I'll say this. The Republicans have a clearer path to 51 than the Democrats do, but 50-50 is looking like...
That's so politically newscaster of you. I like it.
Thank you. I've learned
a clearer path to victory for the Republicans.
Thanks for making me feel gay about it too.
You should feel bad about that. What are you, a CNN anchor?
I actually am. I got hired. They're cutting the budget big time, so I snuck in.
They'll hire fucking anybody.
They really will. Yeah, it's gonna be me and Sonny Hostin doing a show together.
What a bunch of radios.
It's gonna be me, Sonny Hostin, and that girl from the University of Kentucky. We're gonna do a show and see what happens.
You have to change your name to Aaron Lemon, though.
I will. Well, look. You should see what the pay is. The zeros, I made it worse.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. It's a zero for each letter you have to change.
It's the part that I have to blow him that really made it hard to swallow, so to speak. Right. The Republicans are going to win Alaska, Nevada, and Wisconsin, so that would put them at 50. But they're currently behind in Arizona, and Georgia looks like it's going to be a runoff. So I think at the end of this election, it's going to be GOP 50, Democrats 49, and then question mark, basically.
Vikings just signed OBJ.
No, they didn't.
I know.
Okay. I almost Googled it. If you would have leaned in one more time, I would have Googled it.
I know. I wanted to do it just before you did work.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. Atomic Citizen says, today's show is Aaron's most academic show I've seen. That's not a high bar, buddy, but thank you. I appreciate that. Matt Brunn says the best part of the Arizona vote counting is the department in charge of it is run by Katie Hobbs. Is that true?
That is not. Maybe
is she the Secretary of State?
Shocking.
Arizona Secretary of State. Yep, it is. Katie Hobbs. Oh, no.
Oh, the fix is in.
Dude, that shouldn't be allowed. The Secretary of State should not be allowed to run. Well, I guess they run for Secretary of State. You have to win that at the state level. So,
well, yeah, it's actually not that big of a deal, honestly, because of the, you think of all the shit with, when a governor runs for president, they just ignore all that shit and run.
Yeah, but I mean, the Secretary of State is in charge of the election.
It's fine. I don't know why you're so worried.
That is pretty wild. God, Arizona just kind of set... even if Arizona's not doing anything fucky, they're so incompetent that people go, oh, you guys had better be corrupt because you better not be this shitty at your jobs.
They also don't have time zones. Never let them forget that.
Wait, what?
Arizona doesn't have time zones.
Really?
Or daylight savings times, rather.
Oh, daylight savings time. Oh, so they're all fucked up.
They voted away from it years ago, and they haven't had it for 10 years now.
Wow. That's how do I not, did I know that and I forgot, or do I just not, I didn't know that?
I don't know. There's 3 states that don't have it. What are the other 2?
I don't know.
I don't either. I know there's 3. I know one's Hawaii. It's Hawaii, Arizona, and
I would guess Idaho or Utah would be a state that would tell us to go fuck ourselves on, what do you call it? On daylight savings.
It's just 2. It's Arizona and Hawaii. I thought there were 3.
Okay. Slippin' Jamie says it's Herschel Walker. He tanks every team he's on, even political. Yeah, do you know how many draft picks the Democrats got when Herschel Walker started running? It's ridiculous.
That explains why Dallas did so well.
Toastmaster says that's more like something the Lions would do, and then he blows out his knee again. Jeff says the Cardinals are a great example of how Arizona is run politically. Make
you're the Lions. You really just aren't worried about Hawkinson at all. You're like, fuck it. See you twice a year, asshole.
Yeah, I mean, and you didn't get that much to trade him in your
nothing.
Division. Yeah, you got a late second-round pick, which
I think the big thing is you got cap room. That's what they wanted.
But even then, he's still on his rookie deal.
Right, but he's not about to be, right?
He's got one more. He's got his option year, the 5th year. So what we're gonna do probably this offseason is we'll extend him. But he'll be on his 5th year option of his rookie deal next year.
How much do you think we're paying Jefferson, though?
He's going to break the bank. Whatever the highest paid receiver is, he's going to get $1 million.
Whatever the fuck he wants is the answer.
Yeah. Highest paid wide receiver. Tyreek Hill makes... Just give me the fucking number per year, dickbag.
I fucking hate that shit, right? Where you like Google something and they're like, oh, here's a background story about the stats you asked for. Like, fuck you.
30 million, Tyreek Hill.
So at least 30 million.
32 million. Probably all guaranteed, too. Yeah, Tyreek Hill got 72.
He's having a career now where he's basically passing up everybody at this point in their career.
Yeah.
Because what's crazy is that he has a bunch of Viking records for this far in his career, which people are like, oh, who cares? But you have to remember Randy Moss and Chris Carter played here.
Yeah. And it's
like whenever you see a running back break a record, realize they're breaking AP's record.
Right.
If a quarterback hits a record, who gives a shit, right? Like, oh, good, you're beating Brad Johnson out of the books.
Look at these names. I want to tell you how much they make, and you tell me if you would pay this much to have them on your team. Wide receivers. Let me do 1, 2. You want me to take the top 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I'll just say right away, Tyreek Hill. I would. Tyreek is easily.
Would you pay $20 million a year for DJ Moore?
No.
Would you pay $23 million for Terry McLaurin?
No.
I might. Would you pay $23 million for Deebo Samuel?
Yes.
I would too. Would you pay $24 million for DK Metcalf?
Yes. Well, wait, is it like now Metcalf or when he like started?
Well, he's 20. He's only 25. That's weird.
Yeah,
right?
but he's been injured and shit too, though.
I don't know. I'm on the fence on DK Metcalf. I don't know if I'd pay him $24 million.
I would say like if he's coming in, I will say yeah.
Would you pay Diggs $24? I feel like Diggs is almost a bargain at 24 based on what they're paying other people.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I like here. I personally wouldn't pay him a fucking dollar personally.
I get it. Yeah.
And I was happy when he was like for me as a Viking fan, right? When he was throwing that fucking tantrum about not getting the ball in a game we were winning, I got no use for that ever.
Yeah.
Like if you like if you're bitching about your personal stats as your team is winning, you're just a piece of shit.
Well, and we got Jefferson for him, so.
Right, and I would much rather have Jefferson. Like this is the difference between the two, right? When Cook scores a reception touchdown, Jefferson's like the first one over there cheering him on.
Yeah.
Whenever somebody else scored, Diggs was never over there celebrating with the team.
So Diggs at 24, I would say yes. Quality.
I'm saying he's probably worth the value. I personally wouldn't out of a grudge.
$25 million for AJ Brown.
Yeah, AJ Brown's real good.
Okay. Cooper Kupp 26.7. I would.
That is a bargain.
Yeah. DeAndre Hopkins at 27. I like DeAndre Hopkins, but no.
Again, that's one of those where can I get him like 3 years ago?
Yeah, he's 30. I don't. Ugh.
Yeah.
28
like at this point, no, but earlier in his career for sure.
28 million for Devontae Adams. He's 30.
No.
He's 30.
Absolutely not.
Yeah. Tyreek Hill 30 million. Yeah.
Yes, 100%.
He gets whatever he wants. So yeah, Justin Jefferson is going to have to get.
I would say Justin Jefferson, Tyreek Hill, and Cooper Kupp get whatever they want.
Yeah, so yeah, Jefferson's going to get 32 million. You know what they'll do? They'll give him like a 4 or 5 year deal, and most of it will be on the 4th and 5th year when they expect Cousins to be retired, and then they'll be able to give him some of that money. I'm guessing. Salvatore Martoni with $10 says, new fan. I always ask Minnesota people this. Do you think Vern Gagne didn't like that guy he killed in his nursing home and kayfabed the Alzheimer's gimmick to get away with it? That's a very funny question.
No, I don't. I think he was in the zone. I used to wait tables on Vern Gagne I used to deal with Vern Gagne like twice a month for 5 years, 6 years. And when I worked at Vecchio's, that was right next to the senior home that he lived in, and his son and his great nephew,
like Greg's son, Greg Gagne, or a different son.
Yeah, yeah, Greg Gagne's son and his son, and then there's nephew or some shit like that. They would take him out for Italian food all the time.
Shit, so you got to wait on Vern and his son Greg.
Yep.
Shit, man, you get rock and roll Buck Zumhoff in there, and you got the tag team, but he's in jail for fucking his daughter.
So. Well, and then I also I did all kinds of stuff. That's where who was it? Was it Brandon Foy? Like one of the Timberwolves. I was talking shit. Who's the one that got injured all the time?
Foy.
Was it Foy or Foy? So Foy, I'm fucking talking shit about him to his face, not knowing it's him.
Oh no.
Yeah, dude came in and he's like, yeah, is there a game on? Like, because he was waiting for a to-go order. And the Timberwolves used to come in all the time to Vecchio's because Vecchio's used to cater for the Timberwolves. So they would just come in and he's sitting there and he's like, what do you think about the Timberwolves? And I didn't even know it was him. I'm like, we got to get rid of that Foy guy. And he's like, oh yeah. I go, yeah, dude, guy can't stay healthy. We're paying him too much. He's just not worth it. You got to ship him over somewhere else. Like, oh, I see. And I walked back and my buddy Ken Schwinn. Have you ever met Schwinn? He does comedy too.
Schwinn Edwards?
I walked. Ken Edwards Schwinn is his name.
Okay, yeah.
His performance name. Ken's his real name though. But so like I walk back and Ken looks at me, he goes, do you know who the fuck that was? And I go, no. He goes, that's Brandon Foy. I go, oh shit. And I come back out and the guy fucking he fucking gave me like $2 on a fucking like $200 to go order. And I'm like, shit to talk shit. My bad.
Yeah, you deserve that one.
I did. I wasn't even, that's like the only like bad tip I've ever got that I fucking never got a fucking.
I don't think I'm setting you up for anything bad there. I think it was Brandon Foy.
It was either Roy or Foy. I forget which one it was.
Foy. Oh God, no! I think it was Brandon Roy was Roy's name. I think we drafted Foy. What a fucking! And I think they were the same draft too, which
they were the same draft, and we traded up. Like we drafted one and traded for the other. Like we traded that person for the other after we drafted. Yeah, that's why they're like completely interchangeable.
Randy Foy.
One went to the fucking Blazers, and one went to us.
Didn't we get Brandon Roy eventually too?
Yeah, they both ended up playing for us as well. Yeah. I think. And like Rubio used to come in there. All the Timberwolves people used to come in there all the time. Rubio was super awesome, but everybody in his entourage was garbage. Same with Kevin Garnett.
Yeah. Oh, he was a cool guy.
Kevin Garnett was awesome, but his entourage are some of the worst pricks ever.
Hey, by the way, the Timberwolves are dog shit again this year.
It's a little too early.
It's early, but 5-6, and you just.
What's really cool is they're playing a fucking like I don't know if it's an exhibition or what it is, but they're playing a game against the Spurs in Austin for some reason.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I might go to a Timberwolves game. I was going to drive down to San Antonio to watch the Timberwolves anyways, because, like, why not?
Yeah, why wouldn't you? Well, all right. I can't remember why we brought that up. Oh, yeah, the receiver stuff. I thought you would like this.
That guy mentioned Gagne. That's why I came up.
Oh, that's what it is. All right. And that puts us $60 away from our goal today. Thank you guys very much for contributing. We do appreciate that. Whoops, I'm clicking around too much here. I wanted to show you this because I thought this was very funny. Are you familiar with Benny Hinn?
Vaguely.
Benny Hinn is one of those mega church preachers.
Yeah.
He's one of the gray-haired ones. He's very old. He's not one of the new young hip ones or one of the black ones who gets robbed in Queens. Benny Hinn is like the old school.
He looks like Benny Hinn to me always just looks like he's in like fucking witness protection. He looks like a mob boss that's like in witness protection. Like
he totally
look at his
does.
face.
Yeah.
Look at his face and then look at how much his like suit and hair don't match it at all.
He's got kind of a Polly Walnuts thing going on.
Yeah, and he's got like a Polly Walnuts like just vibe to it. He just seems to me like it's fucking like a mob boss in witness protection plan. Like, hey, fucking put your faith in God and fucking forget about it, huh?
It's funny you say that because in this clip, we're about to watch Benny Hinn. You know what? I'll play it, and then you guys can tell me what just happened. Here's Benny Hinn preaching from the pulpit.
Love the California. And I mean love the California.
Amen.
Okay, you can take what he gave me, and you guys can come and enjoy the show yourself. All right. And was to say, as I was saying.
Do you guys? Okay, so now that you guys have seen that, do you know what just happened there?
Did that guy serve him papers?
Yes, he got handed legal papers in the middle of his sermon.
That's awesome.
He's in the middle of preaching, and he gets
that doesn't hurt my hypothesis one bit.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah, your mob boss thing was right on, and you didn't even know it. That guy walked up, and you can see Benny Hinn locks eyes with him before he's on camera, and he's like, he takes his hands away from the podium. Now, what's the rule? Do you have to physically hold it, or do they just have to?
I'm not sure, but I think in his head it was the only defense he had.
Yeah, let's watch that. Let's watch that again.
You definitely don't want to fucking like touch it, right?
Yeah. Well, he even says to the guy, no, and he puts his hands up, and then one of his guys comes in and grabs the paperwork, instead of him.
I think if you can prove you didn't read it, I mean, maybe. I don't fucking know. That's really funny, though.
Maybe. I do
I
feel
think the guy just like says it up and then just like walks off. No big deal.
I do know that here's all I know about warrants and serving people and stuff like that. I only know from the movie American Gangster, where Russell Crowe gets them to open the door and then he just chucks the warrant in at him before he can close the door. So
yeah, I think they just have to confirm that you saw them give it to you, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, there is that great clip of Mike Lindell's walking out of one of his speeches and some guy goes, "Hey, Mike, here you go." And Mike takes the manila envelope and he realizes he's fucked right away, but he goes, "What is it?" And then he looks down and he's like, "Oh, shit." He realizes he's been served with legal papers. Let's watch Benny one more time here. He sees this. Oh, he sees the guy right there. So he sees the guy right there and he puts his hand up and saying, no.
Okay, you can take what he gave me. You guys can come.
You want to take what he gave me?
All right. Then it was going to say, as I was saying, love him to be, love him come home.
Wow, you know what? I got to give him this. He got back into his sermon. I mean, you can tell he's a little shook up. But he does get right back into his sermon pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's pretty dope.
Yeah, I mean, well, you know what? Like you said, he's a fucking mob boss preacher. He's probably used to it.
He's probably telling his guys with hand signals to kill him.
Yeah, he's like, all right, you want to
that
take
guy over there.
Yeah. Head Tigger in charge, thank you for joining.
Sometimes God says forgive. I ain't God.
Head Tigger in charge, thank you for joining the Yeehaw Club. $55 away from today's goal. Thank you very much, buddy. Marquis says Benny Hinn looks more horrendous than he did. Well, you know, time does move forward.
I love when people say, "Oh, that person looks like shit now." Yeah, they're fucking aged.
Yeah, I mean, he's an elderly gentleman.
He does not look like what I remember him looking like either, though. Because like if you Google,
he had the dark,
if you Google Benny
hair.
Hinn and then like hit images, it's like the second or first. Like I'm telling you, his face doesn't match his hair, and he looks like a fucking mob boss.
Yeah, he's, you know, I remember like the 80s or early 90s Benny Hinn where he had the dark hair and shit like that.
Well, he was like super skinny too, like, right? Yeah. Like, wasn't he like rail thin?
Yeah.
Now he looks like a fucking egg fucked a thermos.
Mick KM says, I'm a Kent Hovind guy myself. Oh, that is a deep cut. Have you ever seen Kent Hovind? He's this really creepy looking Christian guy who's like big on the Creation Museum and shit like that.
Let's see.
Kent Hovind looks like a guy who's got skeletons in the closet.
This guy. He looks like Stephen King. Yeah, I know this guy.
Kent Hovind's a weirdo. Raz of Chaz says, Corey looks so huge and Aaron looks like a little kid with this shot. I know, we can work on this. But this is, you know what? This is serviceable. This one shot. We're trying to put everything on a one shot now. This is serviceable for Wednesdays. And now Corey can see stuff. You still can't see my screen, which is unfortunate, but...
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't do me any, like, it does me no good because, like, I still have to have the YouTube thing up to see the feed, which is fine. But, like, I don't know. It's all a one shot now.
You know what?
Is cool.
Why,
I don't know.
Why do I podcast will write me today, and he'll go, here's how you fix that. And he'll have that all addressed. He's the reason I was able to put this all together. Is he's like, hey, stupid.
It looks better as, like, a one shot, though, for sure.
Yeah, the one shot we've really enjoyed. And you know what? And honestly, the viewership numbers have reflected it. Just that little change in production. Has made a pretty big difference. We got a lot of stuff left to go today. What are we at? 9:08, and we're definitely going to end up doing overtime today. We've got hours of stuff left. Corey, I did put this in the notes. We haven't talked about it yet. Some of you in the audience are going to be very, very pissy about this. Anyone who came from Red Bar is not going to be happy about this. But you know, I've been on this hatchet burying journey lately. You know, Gino Bisconte and I had our back and
Stop
forth.
throwing hatchets, and then you won't have to bury them.
Well, no, I like throwing the hatchets. I just like there are a couple, like 3 or 4 hatchets out of 100 I've thrown. I've been like, oh, I should take that hatchet back. You know, that's why I never aim for vital organs. You know, you always want to be, you want to be able to just take them out of the arm. Well, this, you know, we've been kind of back and forth with Josh Denny for a while, and a lot of it's because your only frame of reference is fucking Red Bar, and then you start having your back and forth with Red Bar, and you realize, oh, it's kind of like a don't meet your idols kind of thing.
Or it's you should have listened to your fucking second mic that knows Red Bar's a piece of shit.
He's gotten worse. You can even admit he's gotten worse in the last.
He was always this bad. He literally fucked comics out of money, bro. And I told you that fucking years ago.
Well, anyway, that was my frame of reference. And then going back to once something happens that changes the conversation, you have to be able to admit that this has happened, that the situation has changed. Josh Denny is currently doing the tour with Gavin McInnes. He works for Gavin, and he goes and he opens up for him at these shows that he does with Anthony Cumia and the Compound people. They ended up merging it.
If they let him have shows.
Right. Well, here's where we're getting into that. So JJ says if audio is cutting in and out. Yeah, our audio is not cutting in and out. We're good, guys. Don't worry. If yours isn't, then just hit refresh, and I'm sure you'll be fine. But anyway, they started having these comedy shows. And every time they announce where the comedy show is going to be, a mob descends on that comedy club or that venue and tells them to cancel it. Gavin's a Nazi. Anthony's a piece of shit, this and that. And, the venue, not wanting to get a bad reputation or anything, or not wanting, to worry about safety, cancels the gig, and they keep having to cancel these sold out shows last minute and move the venue and try to communicate with people where it's going to be moved to. Recently, they were going to have one in New York City.
The VFW?
Well, no, that was the one they had before. They had to end up moving to a VFW. But now this weekend, they're doing a show in New York, or they were.
Yeah.
They didn't even announce where it was.
Yeah, they haven't announced the last 2 shows now because of this.
Someone still found out. They descended on that venue. That venue canceled them. Now they're going to the Meadowlands to do it this weekend. And so far, so good on that. I kept seeing that shit happens. That shit happening. And I tweeted out. This is all it was. I just tweeted and I tagged the people that were in the show. I said, no matter how you feel about Gavin, Anthony, Josh Denny, Gino, Chrissy Mayer, whatever, you got to admit this is fucking bullshit. They should be allowed to do a show for their fans.
Yeah, just don't fucking go. If you hate it, don't go.
Right. I said this is absolute bullshit. This behavior shouldn't be tolerated. And I just tweeted it because I was listening to a show where they were talking about it. And I'm just like, you know what? Here, fire off a thing. Didn't really expect anything out of it. All of a sudden, Anthony's retweeting it. It's getting shared all over the place. Josh Denny responds in a very, and this is why we ended up burying the hatchet. He responded to it in a really funny, professional way. He goes, hey, you piece of shit, why would you forget at Chrissy Mayer in any of this? How dare you disrespect her? And then I wrote back to him, oh, how dare I? Yes, of course, Chrissy too. And then the back and forth was into me going, hey, by the way, sorry about being a total dick, but my only frame of reference regarding you was a cancer-stricken, rotting corpse of a podcaster. To which Josh wrote, it's okay, no big deal. He goes, and by the way, say hi to your Jules for me, and then put a winky face emoji because we're gay. And then I wrote back, I said, she is not Jules. I put my Jules on camera. And he wrote, well, you can put her on camera. She doesn't have a hook nose and deflated tits. To which I responded, and this was to which I responded, but enough about Mike. And then he puts the laughy faces. That's it. And so Gino Bisconte, Josh Denny, another hatchet buried in the steel toe annals of history. So
I just wish you would have listened to me on that one because Josh didn't really do anything. You just were throwing hatchets.
Funny hatchets from time to time. I will stand by that. The hatchets could be very funny, but when a guy you go after, you're a fan of someone, and then you say, this is what really.
I don't know. The thing that bothered me is I vouched for Josh to you. I told you what was going on with it. That's the thing that I think bothers me about it. It's because you're oh, he's the Uber driver. It's you're just rehashing bullshit that Red Bar is saying.
Well, you realize that I feel like I'm. What do you call it? I'm Christian Bale and you're Alfred in Batman. And I get to look at you and go, you know how much you like to say, I told you so, right? There you go.
But I'm gonna this time.
I gave you an opportunity. I mean, quite frankly, I feel like I'm owed an apology. No, I'm just kidding.
That's all you do is give me an opportunity to tell you I told you so because you never fucking listen.
You're welcome.
like Rumble, it's like Twitch, it's like Josh, it's like every fucking thing. Like, you know what you are? You're like the fucking people around House in the show House, right? Everybody keeps like fucking going, oh, it's not this, it's not that. Like, eventually you would get sick of being wrong and just listen to somebody who's right most of the time. That's all.
I disagree. I'm House.
You're not.
I'm House.
Your legs work and you are a pussy when it comes to drugs.
Yeah, you know what? Both accurate.
Yeah.
That's fair enough.
Remember you're like half a gram of edibles?
That fucked me up. I was in a bad place. I was actually fine with that edible until I ate a giant meal. And then something happened.
No, you weren't. You were fucking freaking out, dude. It was hilarious.
Bumbaclo says...
Like, the best part is you're like, oh, this is full thing. I'm like, I gave you half one. And like, I was on like 3 or 4 of them. And you had like half of one. It was great.
Bumbaclo, who is one of our Red Bar crossovers. I think Corey will agree with this one, though. This is where Corey can find common ground with the Red Bar people. He goes, what happened to Patrick Melton? Melton, a piece of shit.
Who the fuck cares?
Yeah. But Melton, a piece of shit?
Yeah. Oh, Patrick Melton, the biggest. That's actually one where me and Josh break off. Like, actually, that's where Josh had to do the, like, I got to do the I told you so to Josh. Because I worked with Patrick like 3 or 4 times because Josh was on Nobody Loves Onions.
Yeah.
And like he was such a fucking piece of shit.
Yeah, I've heard that from
like
multiple.
he just he's just fucking insufferable. And now it's so funny to watch him too, because like I think Nobody Loves Onions is still on. He gets like 40 to 80 people a video. It's hilarious.
Oh, so he's really killing it.
Bumbaclo goes, I can't tell Denny and Melton apart. That's easy. Josh is the funny one.
And I think, is Melton... Josh has become a bigger boy over the years, but I think Melton is still fatter than him.
Yeah.
I think so.
Josh has actually lost a little weight since the TV show, though. Not much, but just a little bit.
But anyway,
he definitely packed on the pounds when he was doing ginormous food, because we used to tell him about his ginormous ass.
Yeah, well, there's the update. I figure I saved that for the Corey Day. That happened on Monday, I think, but I saved that.
Good.
For Corey Day.
I'm glad you two are playing nice.
Yeah. Well,
I just like got sick of being in the crosshairs of it, because it's like, dude, like fucking, like I can't talk enough shit about Red Bar because it's fucking, he's garbage. And Josh is a guy that I started out with who's rad, you know? I mean, like, and you were telling me, oh, he's manipulating you and this and that. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Here's my thing about Red Bar that annoyed the shit out of me. I mean, obviously, when you get fooled, you feel like an ass and you get mad. But the thing that bothered me about Red Bar was it was the classic case of like, we're coming up. Like, our numbers are going up. We come on the YouTube scene and we're still very small, but there's a trajectory that you can clearly see. And we're talking about how, oh, yeah, Red Bar fans, you know, like Red Bar and blah, blah, blah. And, like, instead of him hearing that and going, all right, fine, little show, who gives a fuck? He's like, you can't listen to them, and Steel Toe sucks. And then he makes subtle jabs on his show, and it's like, dude, I didn't fucking do anything to you. It's like
too scared to even fucking mention you, though. It's like Bubba, that one show. That's how it's going.
Bubba, and then Bubba with Alex Stein, and they're saying my name half whispered, like I'm some sort of a...
Right.
Like,
that's how you know they're scared.
You don't have to be scared.
Because Bubba knows he's lost his teeth, and I've said this to everybody, dude. Like, if you ever thought Red Bar was funny, you got bamboozled. That dude fucking sucks, and he always has. Sorry.
Well, I will say, and about the Bubba thing, you know, them going like, dude, that one guy was on there. I hate it when people go that one guy when they know the name. They're just afraid to say the name. The guy goes, that one guy was on the Content House. What guy? Oh, that guy? That guy? Steel Toe. And he says it really fast. Steel Toe. It's like, come on, dude. Like, what am I, this big scary monster? I'm going to tell jokes about you. That's the worst that's going to happen. I'm going to make fun of you. It's fine. It's not a big deal. Relax. Bumbaclo said, yeah, this is what set me off about Red Bar. Red Bar said serious consequences for anyone listening to Steel Toe. And even if you're joking around, fuck you. I don't do that shit to other people. But in fairness, that did get a lot of Red Bar crossovers coming to this show and going, hey, you know what? This show's actually pretty good. I like this show. There's not the pump.
In the fucking Red Bar, man. Red Bar, all Red Bar is a fucking Cosby sweater impersonating Beavis and Butthead reaction videos. He can straight up fucking suck.
In fairness, he only wears the sweaters because he's dying.
I think he was wearing the sweaters before he was dying.
I'd have to go back and check the tape. It's not worth it. I'll just say you're right.
Like, what consequences? Like, he's going to make it so you can't give him money? Like, what the,
right,
whatever.
yeah. What consequences? Hey, guys, Go listen.
You might laugh. You might laugh at the show you're watching.
Guys, go listen to everybody we've ever made fun of. Go listen to every show there is. That's totally fine with me. Go nuts. Listen to them all. Laugh. Hate them. I don't give a shit. Totally fine. So anyway, I just another steel toe, bury the hatchet thing, which means I have to go shit on a new person really quick because I hate all this peacemaking.
Sure, but are you going to give me an apology for saying Josh was manipulating me?
I said you were right.
Okay, all right.
What the fuck do you want?
That's all. No, that's fine. I didn't know it was directly related to that, but that's fine. Yeah.
You were right. That's way better than an I'm sorry.
Wow, is it?
I'm sorry can be disingenuous and bullshit. And you'd be like, are they just saying this to get out of shit? But if they go, you know what? You were right. I was wrong. That, to me, that carries more weight.
Oh, all right.
Because nobody's going to say I was wrong as a way to get out of trouble. Yeah, because like
I was wrong.
Yeah. But if you say I'm sorry, you can just be like, sorry. All right, bye. Fuck off. Balls Deep says they tried last night. They sucked. Or tried last night. They sucked. Came back to election coverage. Oh, I don't know who you're talking about. Aaron should interview Josh Denny. We've got Gino will be on Tuesday. We'll just keep working our way through people on those Tuesday shows, I suppose. Let's go to April's parents' hobby farm. What does he have for us this morning? We're in between stories. What do you got for us, sir?
Since you're burying the hatchet, I'd like to bury my own. Or not, well, yeah, I'd like to apologize, basically, to Corey.
Oh.
He's not a fat loser.
It's very sweet.
He's not a burnt out 40-year-old single guy living by himself in a shitty apartment.
It's very nice.
You know, he's a great comedian. He's made really right decisions, and I'm just really sorry about all the bad things I said.
Oh, well, that's very sweet of you.
So that's all.
Yeah, what a
all
nice
right, thanks,
guy.
Aaron. Have a good day.
Thank you.
What a prick.
He said he's sorry.
Mm-hmm.
See what I mean now? I'm wrong. You were right is way better than I'm sorry. That's the control of that experiment.
Yeah, you're right. I'm wrong.
Yeah, exactly. He said sorry, and he was being a dick. I said I'm wrong. That was way better. See? That's why you need a control in every experiment. Bone Cold says, hey, Aaron, any chance you could live stream football on Sundays? No! Absolutely not. I don't want to lose my fucking channel. Oh, he says not show the games, but commentate on what's going on. No, here's why. I don't find that entertaining if someone else does it, so I wouldn't want to do it to other people. Because if I'm doing something and I feel it sucks, I'm not going to do a good job with it.
Well, and Tom Gossie's like the only person that does it well, so just let him do it.
Yeah, and I don't know who that is.
That's the guy that does like every fan's reaction to videos.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure you've seen it. Like, if you saw a picture of him, you'd be like, yeah, that guy.
Am I a piece of shit for thinking Annie Agar's weekly NFL meeting skits are funny?
They're hit or miss. There's a few that are funny, I guess.
I haven't watched the new one, though.
I haven't seen the new one. They just come up on my feed every now and again. I feel like they hit 1 out of 8 times.
So you know how they had that problem with the Powerball drawing on Monday? The $1.9 billion Powerball drawing, and there was all kinds of fuckery and everything. I thought, and this is so stupid yesterday, I thought that they were pushing the drawing back to Tuesday night. Yesterday morning, after I get done with the Bob Levy, I guess this would be yesterday afternoon, I go and buy $20 worth of Powerball tickets. And I'm like, here we go. I got an extra day to buy tickets. I tell April about it. I took a picture. She was out hunting. I'm like, look what I did, huh? And she goes, they just drew a winner from California this morning. I went, wait, what? She goes, yeah, there's a winner already. So now I'm sitting here with $20 worth of Powerball tickets for a jackpot that's like going to be $5 million, looking like a fucking asshole. I thought it was, hey, look at me. I'm getting into the $2 billion jackpot pool.
Getting it. I'm getting there.
Fucking idiot. God. I really did feel like Philip Seymour Hoffman in Boogie Nights. I'm just sitting in my car. I'm a fucking idiot, man. I'm a fucking idiot. I'm a fucking idiot. Sitting there with my $20 Powerball. I might be pissed if I win now. I might be upset.
It would be pretty funny if you won, because 1, it wouldn't be that much money, but 2, it would push you into a new tax bracket.
Right. Yeah, what's the Powerball jackpot?
It's just enough to fuck you over financially.
Right. $20 million. If you take the cash option, it's $9 million. So after tax, or $10 million after taxes, it'll be about $5 million. I'll walk away with $5 million bucks, which would be enough for me to retire if I lived like a regular, like middle class existence. So,
Which you don't.
God,
it would be a downgrade in your living.
God damn it. Ugh.
You'll have to switch to one truck and only go to one Viking game.
Dude, April and I were talking about this because our tires are starting to go towards the end of their life. We looked at each other and we said, I'm never buying a fucking vehicle like this again. Ever.
No, trucks are fucking stupid.
After this one's done, never again. Because, no, they're great vehicles, high performance. They're awesome. I love my Tahoe.
Tires. They eat them.
Yeah, they eat tires. The tabs are ridiculous. It's nice to have it for like a couple of years. The only problem is once you pay vehicles like that off, you're like, I've put so much fucking money into this vehicle. I'm not getting rid of it now. I'm driving this thing until it rusts through. Because I'm not sitting here dumping all this money in tabs and tires and shit. And then, just
you'll still be buying tires and it'll still be guzzling gas.
Yeah. But you won't be paying for it every month, which...
True.
Balls Deep says Tahoe mocked Fry. April says, I will just keep the truck I have. You got to basically keep it until it burns through, until you're driving it like the Flintstones, for God's sake. JJ does raise a good point. $5 million is life-changing, though. You could pay off house and all debts, and any work you do from there on out is spending money. Yeah, you would be like Jay Leno. Like you would just work for you would spend your work money.
Good old JJ, the literal interpretation of every joke. I'd be mad if I won the lottery. Actually, it's life-changing. Shut up.
$5 million, though. I mean, if you win that in your 30s, that's not it. You got to keep working.
Yeah. That's why you don't take the lump. You just take the payments.
Yeah, take the payments. You can do it that way. Because then you do get the whole 20, right?
Yeah, and like, what are the payments? Like, how many thousand a month?
That I don't know. It's over 30 years, too, so it depends on how old you are when you win. Oh, my God, are we doing a hack lottery segment? Oh, my God, I started a hack lottery segment. Fuck me. Sorry, guys.
Coming up next is War of the Roses, guys.
Yeah, coming up next. Hey, can you believe this guy's cheating on his woman and she's suspecting him? We've got a phone call that'll blow your socks off. All right, $55 away from our goal. There's Streamlabs, there's PayPal if you'd like to contribute to the show. Half hour of overtime if we knock that out.
29 annual payments that increase 5% each year.
Okay. I think with the one...
you're in your like 60s or 70s, the lump payment, like 29 years, like you're gambling, you're going to live 29 years?
Yeah, and then when you're 90 and you're still getting those payments, what are you enjoying? You buy pudding? Let's switch.
I heard the winner was in California, so they can buy like what, 2 candy bars?
Yeah, that $400 million after taxes, they might be able to buy a house. That's pretty sweet. Let's go to this Phoenix woman. She is.
Hold on. It's so funny how our government wins the lottery every time, right?
Yeah, they nail it, don't they? That's pretty good.
It's like what's really fucked up when you think about it is like they make all the money on the ticket sales, and then they make half of the jackpot on the way back.
Yeah. This woman is probably the biggest piece of shit we're gonna cover all week. This is pretty fucking brazen. This is in Arizona, where Arizona is turning into the new Florida all of a sudden. They can't count.
What do you mean turning into it? It's been.
Yeah, it is.
An Arizona mother is accused of faking her daughter's brain cancer to trick people into donating to their medical costs.
Is that a crime?
Yeah, I don't believe you're allowed to do that. I believe that is, as they say, against the rules. To fake a child's brain cancer. And then the thing I always wonder about with these Munchausen bitches is that, like, do they have to convince the kid that they have it, or can they clue the kid in on the grift?
No, you have to convince the kid. The kids are bad at lying.
That's disgusting. So now you have to convince a little girl that she's got brain cancer so mom can buy God knows what with the thousands of dollars she raises. Oh, that's the worst part. Like, fuck the money. Fuck the people she bilked money out of. Like that, okay, come and go, whatever. Whatever. If you decide to give someone a life-changing amount of your money that's going to put you in a bind, that's on you. That's why we always tell people on this show, like, only give what you can afford. But, like, with the worst part of this is not the bilking people out of the money. It's the convincing a little girl she's got brain cancer. That's the part where in India they drag her out.
Maybe she shouldn't have got the brain cancer then.
She didn't have the brain cancer. She was an innocent.
Police say 28-year-old Monique Correa brought her 1-year-old to Phoenix Children's Hospital for unnecessary procedures, claiming the girl had cancer and taking videos of...
Oh, wait a minute then. Fuck the doctors, too. You don't check up on that shit?
No.
You just start doing procedures on a girl with no medical records, no brain cancer, no nothing. You just start...
they had a GoFundMe. What are you going to do?
How does that happen? Like, you go to a new doctor...
Arizona, bro.
Oh, you know what? Good point.
...of her in the hospital to post a TikTok. Court documents say the mother admitted she created a GoFundMe and used the $11,000 people donated on rent, a Gucci wallet, and a $500 Dyson hair styler.
Oh, fuck her. Dyson makes hairstylers? Jesus, what a piece of trash you are. Talk about new money. I have a Dyson hair styler. When I think Dyson, I think vacuums.
Are those vacuums?
Yeah, that's what I think of when I think of Dyson.
So now I'm just thinking of that weird, like fucking suck on Wayne's World or whatever. The fucking
suck cut.
movie.
Yeah.
Suck cut?
Yeah. So she bought a Gucci handbag. All ugly single moms want Gucci shit. So she got a Gucci handbag, 11 grand. She spent some of it on rent. You sold out your kids' well-being and their health and all of this for 11 grand. $11,000 is all you got to fake your kids' cancer.
Low.
Really low. Wow, you know what? People must really hate kids with brain cancer. They really didn't pony up for that one. Yeah, you know what that is? That's she got caught because she was putting her GoFundMe on her Facebook and Instagram, and she was going, "Not gonna lie, guys, kind of disappointed, you cheap fucks. I mean, remember, my daughter does have cancer. Shouldn't you be ponying up a little more?" And they went, "Wait a minute. You seem a little too money crazy to be mourning over your daughter's cancer."
Yeah.
See, that's the problem with the whole faking the cancer grift, is that you can't let it go too long, because eventually you've got to either go into remission or die.
Or just tell people you're in remission, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you have to either end the money train and say you're in remission, or you have to die. And
is her real name Giggle Pickles?
Oh, no. Is that Giggle Pickles? Oh, Jesus, Giggle. You should have you just couldn't leave well enough alone, could you? Skeezy says if she was hot, she would have easily made $500K. It's probably true, actually. Someone asking, did the goal go up? No, the goal has been eliminated for tonight. And I think we had like $100 goal coming into today. So it's pretty easy. 55 away. There's the links in the chat if you want to knock that out. Otherwise, oh my God, we're 20 minutes away from the offering place segment. $55 away from today's goal. There's all the links in the chat if you want to. You got PayPal, Streamlabs, and Super Chats if you want to help out. Let's go to Oregon, where, again, they still have not figured out their governor's race. But they definitely had people that were politically active around Election Day. Obnoxious might be another word for it. A woman...
Super obnoxious.
Yeah, a climate activist decided that her neighbor's SUV was damaging the planet, so she decided...
I saw this. She looks exactly like what you think she'll look like, too.
Well, she decided to do this.
This was a ridiculous act.
On Thursday morning, Nicole Driscoll woke up to find her car tires deflated. The car, parked in her southeast Portland neighborhood, also had a note by the door handle.
So the leaflet was stuck right in here. So I didn't think anything of it.
But then she read it.
And I was in disbelief.
The note in part said,
"Attention, your gas guzzler kills. We have deflated one or more of your tires. You'll be angry, but don't take it personally. It's not you, it's your car."
I love how she goes, "I was shocked." Really? You live in Portland.
Yeah, you weren't shocked.
None of this should shock you. You know where they don't do this? Florida. Just check it out. It's pretty nice this time of year. DeSantis wins by 20 points. All the people who move down there vote Republican. It's pretty sweet. But I love how they're like, yeah, hey, look, don't take this personal. It's like, oh, no, don't worry. I won't take it personally until I see you. Then I feel like those feelings are going to come up again. Oh, it's not me. It's my vehicle. Oh, well, that makes me feel so much better. Here I thought I was an asshole. Oh, you popped all 4 of my tires, but it's my car's fault.
Yeah, don't be mad. It's your car that should be mad.
Yeah. Well, let bygones be bygones then.
And then I instantly got out and I looked and I was like, holy crap, they deflated my tires.
All 4 of her tires had been deflated overnight. The note in question was signed by an international climate group.
In fairness, if she tries to drive that on 4 flat tires, you know how terrible that's going to be on the gas mileage? You guys fucked up.
Yeah, like that's not fixing the problem. It's making it worse.
Yeah, she's going to have to buy more rubber now. What's rubber made out of? Great job.
Well,
guys.
now she's going to have to take another car to go get more gas. Like, she's going to have to take a car to go get air. Like, she's going to call a tow truck to bring her to a place to get air.
She's going to have to call a diesel-powered vehicle that probably hasn't been inspected for a while to come and pick her up, take her somewhere, have them take the vehicle to the place it needs to go, and then get her back to that place. I mean, yeah. You know what? I'm starting to think that these climate activists don't think things through.
Well, here's the biggest thing. You think this is a one-time occurrence because they have a printed off letter.
Right. They're doing this a lot. And this just happens. Like, and they don't get caught. Portland's just a giant shithole. And this stuff happens. And they just kind of let it go. They don't put a lot of effort into catching anyone. I'm sure their police department has been slashed to shit in the last few years. So you basically get to go around and pop people's tires with immunity because nobody's ever going to know who you are and nobody gives a shit. What a great city.
The movement is now spreading to cities across the world, including Portland, with members deflating SUV tires in the name of climate change and pollution.
I get activism.
They also go around super gluing cows' assholes shut. So they're pretty extreme.
Yeah, you gotta get rid of those cow farts.
Gotta get rid of cow farts.
Car farts.
Carfarts.com is my favorite website.
Appreciate it, but not in this form. Don't mess with people's property. I had a meeting at 10. I had to get the kids to school, so I was in total emergency mode.
Luckily, she has AAA and they came to fix it.
Yep, see, there you go. Call out another vehicle, have that vehicle come out, fix everything, and then get back in your gas guzzler and get on the road. She probably drove faster and had worse gas mileage because she was behind.
Well, at the very least, there's a big old tow truck that came to her that had worse gas mileage.
Right.
Driscoll, who works for a nonprofit, says there are...
I love that. That's my favorite part, is all these hippies are just hurting other hippies.
Yeah. But that's like they keep voting for other hippies. Like that's no hippie will act in their own best interest.
Right. So this group of hippies goes around puncturing the tires. Like, this is how you're going to lose like normie Democrats and at least get them voting independent, if not Republican, is you're going to keep pushing them further and further away. They're going to be like, well, I'm kind of a moderate, but I always vote Democrat because I think the Republicans suck ass.
Well, it's just like, it's such a bitch move too. Like, okay, fine. You want to punish her? Slash your fucking tires like an adult.
Yeah, don't just pop them. Or
like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Oh, we're going to deflate them. Ooh, good one.
Yeah, and then like people like that, she's going to look around and she's going to go, you know, I am a Democrat. I work for a nonprofit. I believe in climate change, but the only people I see fucking with me are lefties. Like Republicans kind of just leave me alone. Like you're gonna push people who are center left over to the right, and then you're going to call them Nazis, even though you created these people.
Right.
Plenty of other ways to create change.
Go up. We need volunteers. We need a lot of volunteers. There's a lot of good things that can be done in the city, and this is not one of them.
I think roving gangs with baseball bats looking for the people who deflated your tires might be a good step, but that's just
warriors come out and deflate.
Driscoll says other neighbors also had their tires deflated.
Of course.
Now, deflating a tire in Oregon is a Class C misdemeanor punishable by up to 30 days in jail and fines reaching $1,250.
It's a speeding. It's a little more than a speeding ticket. That's all. You deflate someone's. That's probably why they didn't puncture them, because then you've got like damage of property that could go up to like
probably
felony
less
level.
severe if they do it that way for sure.
Thank you very much to Head Ticket in Charge with the $20 super sticker, $40 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very, very much. David Chandler says, "Oh my God, was it Tom Brady?" Deflating. It's not bad. Yeah, I guess if you that is kind of smart. If you're going to be a piece of shit, you don't puncture them, you don't slash them, because then you're in more trouble. Well, congratulations, Portland. How's your governor's race going there in Oregon? Still the same. They can't. Oregon can't count. Arizona can't count. Nevada can't count. Alaska can't count. Apparently, it's all just stopped for some reason. Oregon has a Democrat ahead of a Republican by 1 point, with 67% of the vote reporting. Arizona has, that's 0.6% away. Carrie Lake is behind Katie Hobbs by 0.6, and they've got 34% of the vote still to report. Those two are way too close. Way too close. And Kansas might get a Democrat governor. 99% reporting, and it's a 14,000 vote lead for Laura Kelly over Derek Schmidt. Boy, if those aren't some Kansas names. Laura Kelly,
Derek Schmidt.
Boy, not a lot of creativity in the parents. Not that there needs to be.
Did you see the Nebraska one too? That's another one where it's like super like Nebraska.
Nebraska, 60.5%. Jim Pillen leads Carol Blood.
Jim Pillen and Carol Blood.
South Dakota, Kristi Noem got 62% of the vote. That was never in question. And here in Minnesota. Minnesota's got 100% of the precincts reporting. What the fuck, guys? We gotta go into Arizona. We gotta figure out what the hell they're doing there, because it's why are we not getting results constantly?
Well, because they have to fix the Maricopa one, right?
But even if you're counting, count through the night and get them counted, you should be okay. Arizona.
They're city unions, bro.
Yeah, you know what? Fair point. Carrie Lake raises unfounded doubts about election results in Arizona governor's race. That's too close to call. Oh, that's CNN. Democrats win key Pennsylvania races. Arizona attorney general midterm election, live results, blah, blah, blah. So now, remember when ABC was writing all these articles about the red mirage, about how, you'll see early in the night, these Republicans will take big leads and then the Democrats will chip away at them overnight. The dipshits in the media got it completely backwards, because they didn't realize that all these states are going to count their early voting first. So now the news.
Not all of them did. That's the problem, right? Because what is it? Arizona's one of them. Some of them didn't even count their early votes early.
Really? I thought they counted them yesterday. Maybe they didn't.
Pennsylvania and the other,
right.
The ones that were trying real hard not to fuck up did. But I think there's still states that have to we're not going to have actual, this is why I always laugh at election night coverage. And I had 2 friends of mine text me oh, you're not covering the elections. Nah, why? We're not going to have any results for another week and a half.
We went until 11 and we went, okay, there's no news coming in anymore. Time to pack it up. But 2 days ago, ABC was writing about the red mirage. And now literally the ABC affiliate in Arizona says, Arizona's blue mirage, why election races got much more narrow overnight. So they're like, oh yeah, that first thing we said because we were worried about getting our asses kicked? Yeah, that's all bullshit. The complete opposite turned out to be true. And they still act.
I think they're in trouble the moment. I mean, I knew that it would be this close. Like I said, we were talking about this on my show. It was the fact that there were so many early votes. But the other thing is that Roe v. Wade decision really mobilized people in the Dem party to just go out and vote, because they've been told every time it got brought up, fucking Biden and all those people you don't like it, go out and vote, as if that changes the Supreme Court's verdict. It's very weird to me.
A blue mirage or red surge characterizes blah, blah, blah. We know the definition. I want to know why. This is all about voter behavior. Republicans show up the day of the vote and they vote in person. Democrats fill out their early ballots when they get them and put them in the mail. This shift may largely be attributed to Republican-led attacks on mail-in voting systems across the country, claims which led to the 2020 Arizona Senate GOP's recount of Maricopa County's ballot. Yep, Maricopa County again. Back in 2018, the state saw a red mirage and a blue surge. Okay, so the news in Arizona is saying that this is actually the opposite, and there is no blue surge coming, that it came up front. And it's the complete opposite. So, yeah, those Democrats might be in trouble in Arizona. I don't know about the Senate, because that's a 5-point race right now. There's a pretty decent cushion there. But it sounds like the news is reporting in Arizona that the votes left to count are pretty much Republican-leaning votes. So that could get pretty fascinating. if they
It's going to get pretty spicy.
But at the same time, it's like I said before, what are you guys waiting for? Like, are we doing this or not? Are we counting votes or are we out to lunch? What's the deal? Warnock has also, he's stayed right at 49.4%. If he doesn't get over 50, they're going to a runoff election. So we will see. We'll see how it goes. I have no fucking clue how it's going to go. I do know if Georgia or Arizona goes red, that we're going to end up seeing the Republicans take the majority in the Senate. Aaron Carter died over the weekend. They found him with keyboard duster canisters and pill bottles, and he died in his bathtub. Looks like drug-related. To kind of put the cherry
or
on...
a frame job.
Yeah, the cherry on top of this death Sunday. Aaron Carter missed his rehab therapy session the day before his body was found. Boy, talk about things you won't live to regret. Maybe should have made it to the appointment. Somebody could have maybe given you some tips. Like, I don't know, maybe we're not going to huff keyboard duster today and take a bath. I don't know. Bone Cold says it's hilarious.
How many more members of the Backstreet Boys do we have to go until they're gone?
How dare you? He was not a Backstreet Boy, sir. He was the Backstreet Boys' little brother.
He was in Backstreet Boys too, wasn't he? Or no?
No, Nick Carter. How fucking
you'd know, boy band guy.
AJ McClain, Brian Luttrell, Howie. Nobody remembers what Howie's last name was. Brian Luttrell, AJ McClain, Howie.
How gay are you?
Nick Carter. There you go. Those are your members of the Backstreet Boys right there.
Who are the members of NSYNC?
Oh, please. JC Chazé, Joey Fatone, Lance Bass, and Justin Timberlake. Please. I mean, easy peasy. New Kids on the Block.
You're such a gross human being.
Donnie Wahlberg, Joey McIntyre. Fuck.
Why do you like boy bands so much?
That's all I got. People are saying me naming boy bands is definitely...
Beta!
Yeah. 98 Degrees I can't do. I can do Nick Lachey, and I think there's a Drew in there. Members...
Is that another boy band?
Yeah. There was
I remember them.
Oh, it was Nick Lachey and Drew
I don't even
Lachey.
remember. They had a song, didn't they?
Yeah. And then he married Jessica Simpson. Nick and Drew Lachey, and then Jeff Timmons and Justin Jeffrey. All right. Members of New Kids. Jonathan Knight, Donnie Wahlberg, Mark Wahlberg. No, fuck that. Marky Mark was not in New Kids. Stop it. There's 4 members. Danny Wood. Get fucked. Jordan Knight, Joey McIntyre, Donnie Wahlberg, and Jonathan Knight. I don't like this Marky Mark shit in New Kids on the Block. That so does not count. Well, anyway. Loaded Wrench says I'm unsubscribing now. Too gay. Come on. Can you ever have too gay? I mean, really. It's
pretty gross.
It's 2022. I couldn't name them all. Everybody just fucking relax.
Yeah, but you could name a lot more than I'm comfortable with.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Brittany says she couldn't name any of them. She was a tween girl. Like, what is your excuse?
I was a tween guy. We have better memories and we're smarter than you. What do you want? Sorry, we appreciate our art and you women just dispose of it.
Why were you lusting after boy bands?
Because I tried to be in one.
Oh, yeah?
We were in middle school and we made a group called Five Alive.
You did?
Yeah.
Tell me more about Five Alive.
Well, in 6th or 7th grade, we made a boy band, and we were trying to think of a name for our boy band, and we in the fridge was a juice called Five Alive, and so we named it that, and there were 5 of us, so it made sense. We would go into Yahoo chat rooms and go into the karaoke rooms, and we would sing boy band songs.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, we almost made it. Pretty sure I could have gotten us a VFW gig.
Yeah, if the mob didn't cancel you.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. I should have never put Josh Denny in that group. Son of a bitch. Well, anyway, we had our boy band group, Five Alive, and then one of our friends caught wind of it, and they started fucking with us, pretending they were a record executive that was in one of the Yahoo chats. And they started emailing us, and we were emailing them back, and they were making us offers, and we have to come out to New York, and we have to meet with like Jimmy Iovine and shit. And we were like, guys, this can't be fucking real. No way. Oh my God. And then finally, I think at school one day, our buddy came up behind us and went, how's the boy band, gay F word? And then we realized it was him, and it was all over. No, guys, we didn't play Soggy Cracker. It was a legitimate artistic endeavor. How dare you?
You guys have a demo tape or demo reel? Or
no, but there is a tape somewhere that exists of Crucifix freestyling.
What is Crucifix?
Crucifix was my rap name in middle school when we had a rap group called Spitonics.
Jesus Christ.
We were pretty good, too. We wrote some really good stuff.
Yeah, I was in a bunch of bands in junior high and high school, but like we were all just like playing really bad junior high music.
Yeah. JJ says no fucking way. No, it's true. Spitonics, they could have made it. I think 2 of the guys are in jail for drugs right now. But, actually one of the members of Spitonics did make 2 rap albums. I mean, they were independently released, but he played gigs and he like was a rapper and has his
LM12 Spit on Dicks.
No, not Spit on Dicks. That is not our name.
Dicks.
It's not Spit on Dicks. That was not the name
of
the group.
Dicks.
No, it's it's Dry Ice. My buddy Tyler. His rap name is Dry Ice. He's got 2 albums out there, and he's done some shit. He has. If you go here, Dry Ice rapper, Minnesota. Yeah. We could that's the name of the song is Dry Ice. That's no fun. Get me a song with Dry Ice in there. Dry Ice on Twitter, Mounds View, Minnesota's finest. Get the fuck out of here. His old rap Twitter account is still up there. Yes! Mounds View, Minnesota's finest. MC born and raised in Mounds View, Minnesota. I currently live in Mankato and am part of Homegrown Entertainment. This is Dry Ice. He's got 126 followers. His last tweet was November 6th, 2016. And he was tweeting about his gigs. What? What do you have, April?
Jesus Christ.
Oh, my high school graduation party board we have here. Hold on. Let's see if no, I don't see any of the Spitonics or Five Alive. Oh, wait. There they are. There's Five Alive right in the middle. This is our 8th grade party. This was a reunion. I got my North Stars hat on, my Michael Jordan Bulls jersey, and we're singing. I can't see very well. There we go.
Gross.
That was Five Alive. I'm just looking at the other stuff. Oh, yeah, there's me in my young boxing days when I was 17, coming home from working at the restaurant and going in the basement and hitting the heavy bag and the speed bag. What a stud. What a stud. That was my boy band. You don't like Five Alive?
You're such a pussy.
What? It's a good group.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
The things you'll do to not admit you're gay is astounding to me.
Cool.
Even starting your own boy band so that you guys can fuck in a basement while pretending to practice.
Yeah, but then when we stopped doing that, we took WWE or WWF The Music Volume 3, and we would my buddy had 3 trampolines, and we would do wrestling matches, and we would come out to entrance music and things like that. So we were pretty cool, actually.
Did you spit on dicks there too?
No, it's Spitonics. It's not Spits on Dicks. That's not the name of the group.
Spit on Dicks?
No, you're getting the name of the group wrong, see, because it was Spitonics.
Yeah, Spit on Dicks.
No, see, you're not saying it right. I think if you heard yourself say it, you would.
Here, let me do it slower. Spits on Dicks.
Yeah, see, no, it's still wrong. See, I think you got
Spit on Dicks.
No, you know what? After the show, go back and listen. You'll hear that you're saying something completely different, and you don't mean to. Gay as fuck. You're gay. This is all very hurtful. This is hate speech. April says, I'm dry as the Sahara Desert, I promise. Well, yeah, that's because I'm not singing Five Alive tunes to you. That's why. Five Alive had them bitches wet. You're goddamn right, Piffy Puffs. This show has some messed up stuff, but this is by far the most uncomfortable I felt here, says JJ.
Ugh.
What? What do you mean?
Just every time I find out anything about your lore, it's just the worst.
Mikey Two Milk says, you are a lot of things, but a talented singer you are not. How dare you? Jasper says, guys must have hit the puberty and lost your soprano voices. That's actually 100% what happened. We couldn't sing anymore because our voices got deep. I lost my Eric Cartman impression due to puberty as well. I used to be
That's
able
a bitch. That happens.
Yeah, I used to be able to do a really good a good Cartman impression, and then my voice got deeper, and I can't do it. Fuck. More like 5 should unalive. Oh, well, that's just hate speech. April says, I'm starting to think this whole I'm a beard thing is a shoot. What are you talking about?
It's for sure a shoot.
That's not a shoot.
You're literally out in the woods hunting while he's at home, like, listening to boy bands.
I was talking to Bob Levy.
Yeah,
totally.
In between listening to boy bands, probably.
Zen Rhino says, Aaron, please let April know things. Sahara Desert is redundant. Sahara means desert in Arabic, so saying Sahara Desert is like saying desert. Ha ha, Zen Rhino geography slammed you. All right, guys, we got to fire up the music real quick. We'll knock out this $40 real fast, and then we'll do overtime for you. No goal tonight. You guys knocked that out with the evening show last night, and you got the goal to today down to like $100. So thank you very much for all of your support. There's the links. PayPal and Super Chats, as well as Streamlabs, are available. $40 away. April says, somebody save me. I'm up for adoption. You're going to get divorced. I'm getting an annulment if you keep talking like that. You will get nary a dime, but you still have to work here.
That'll become the happiest day of her life now that she knows you're in 5 Alive.
I was in 5 Alive. Don't make us start a reunion. April married N-word nails it.
Reunion is just a fuck suck in your buddy's basement.
N-word says April married a boy band legend. Exactly. I don't see what the problem is here. All right, $40 away from that goal. We knocked that out by the end of the show today. We are doing overtime on credit, but I just figured we'd knock out this last 40 and just call her a day after a half hour after the overtime is done. And again, tonight, absolutely no goal on the evening show. I always knew Aaron adopted April so young. I don't even know what that means. $40 away for today. PayPal and Streamlabs in the chat. Super Chat's available as well as a way to help support this show and knock out that goal. We got about 2 minutes left before it all goes down, as it were. Mr. $5 from Jasper says, how about Savage Garden when they first came out? I did not like Savage Garden.
You don't have to lie now. You've been so honest this whole show.
I didn't like, what was it? I didn't like, oh God, what the fuck? Jesus Christ. Lifehouse. I didn't like Lifehouse either. It's not a Lifehouse guy.
I don't think anybody liked Lifehouse. That's like Nickelback. I've never met a Lifehouse.
Girls. I think girls liked Lifehouse. You're right. Balls Deep with $15 for April's Unwashed Orange. Thank you. $25 away from today's goal. Now $10 away from the goal after Pumpkin Popsums throws in $20. Thank you very much, sir. $10 away from today's goal. Brittany says, I liked Lifehouse. See, I told you. It was all girls. Girls liked Lifehouse. Those are the only fans they had. All right, guys, we're done. We met the goal. It's over. Don't give us any more money. It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done. Thank you, Trucker 18-Wheeler, for the 5, but we have David meeting the goal with 10, Jeff with 5, so now we have to knock $10 off tomorrow morning's show. There we go. Thank you guys very much. And a half hour of overtime commences now. Aaron is not a groomer. These are not things we should be saying. Pumpkin Popsum says, time to move to South Dakota. Why? Because the exact thing that you knew was going to happen happened in Minnesota. I don't think you can be surprised by the results of the Minnesota election.
No.
I mean, the Republicans nominated a total stiff. What did you think was going to happen? Thank you to Brandon for the $10 on PayPal. All right, there we go. We're good. $20 ahead for tomorrow. Let's take a quick look and see if any of these numbers have evolved since we last checked them, and then we've got a bunch of things to get into. Fucking Arizona, 66% reporting. Still the same. Nevada's up to 77. Looks like there's...
Kelly is pulling away a little bit, though, because it's 51 now.
Who is?
In Arizona, Kelly.
Kelly was up 5 when we started. And he's still up 5. It
51.4% now.
Yeah, 51.4 to 46.4. He's still up by
50 when I looked earlier. I thought.
Oh, okay. I'm just going by the difference. The difference was $5 or 5% when we started. It's 5% now. That governor's race still at 0.6%. The Nevada governor's race, Lombardo has opened up a 5-point lead against Sisolak. In Oregon, it hasn't moved yet. Again, here's what I don't get about Georgia, Corey. So Brian Kemp, the Republican, beat Stacey Abrams 53.4 to 45.9. So he beats her by about 7.5 points. But yet in the Senate, Herschel Walker and Raphael Warnock are in a damn near dead heat, with Warnock leading by 0.9% or 36,000 votes. I don't get that.
Well, it's very easy, Aaron. Georgia is fucked up. The end.
That's all there is to it.
All there is to it. There's no rhyme or reason to it. I don't fucking know.
Meghan Markle was doing the latest episode of her podcast. I know everybody loves Meghan Markle. She's such a national treasure. I don't understand how you can't love her.
Natalie's back on the school board, huh, everybody?
Yeah, Natalie's back on the school board. Speaking of bitches. Meghan Markle says, not everyone is going to like you, but they should respect you. See, I disagree with that. And claims difficult is a code word for bitch used to gaslight strong women. Hey, Corey, tell me you've been called difficult a lot without telling me you've been called difficult a lot.
You're just gaslighting women.
Isn't that funny? Like anytime a woman gets called something over and over and over and over by many, 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 many different people, that's now gaslighting. It couldn't possibly be that you might be that thing.
Well, that's everybody, right? Like anytime somebody knows something's true, that's what pisses them off the most.
Well, and to hear it over and over again by multiple sources. Like, oh, when people call you difficult, that's just them calling you a bitch. It's like, well, yeah, but you could be a bitch too. I mean, that's maybe they're just trying to be nice.
Yeah, they both can be true.
Yeah, I mean, just because one might be a code word for the other doesn't mean that neither of them are true.
They both can be true, bitch.
Yeah. Meghan Markle in her latest Archetypes podcast for Spotify. What a giant waste of money for Spotify, by the way. Bringing her and Prince Harry in. Like, who gives a shit what either of these two have to say in a podcast? But
hopefully nobody from America. Like, we fought a war to not give a shit about these people.
Right. The best thing about Harry marrying her is we thought maybe he'd take her with him. And then he moved here. Damn it.
Damn it.
Meghan also described disliking the word pushy and admitted moderating her behavior to avoid being perceived that way. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with realizing that you're kind of being shitty towards people and modifying your behavior so you're not as shitty. And Meghan Markle's like, people called me pushy and they thought I wasn't nice to them. So you know what I did? I started changing my behavior so people wouldn't think I was such a cunt. And that's really a terrible thing to do. It's like, no, that's actually called being an adult, Meghan. You should. I love how she's like prideful of all the wrong things and disappointed in all of the right things that she does.
It's just so par for the course. You can't even be surprised.
I know. Describing what people mean when they say bitch, Meghan says, what these people are implying when they use that very charged word is that this woman, she's difficult, which is really just a euphemism, or is probably not even a euphemism. It's really a code word for the B word. And speaking about the word difficult as a way to describe women, she added, my friend said to me, there's a certain point when you come to terms with the fact that not everyone is going to like you. The goal can't be for everyone to like you, but the goal can be for them to respect you.
Oh, God, one of those.
I was going to say she's talking like a college chick.
Oh. Yeah, she's talking like she went to Berkeley.
Yeah, she's like doing vodka shots in her dorm with her friend. And they're like, you know what? People may not like us, but they respect us. And just because they call us a bitch and difficult, it's just because we're strong, right?
She's like 3 shots away from serenading somebody with the N-word.
Which you're still disappointed you didn't get to hear uncensored, right?
I mean, I just don't know why you as a host would bring a bit that we can't actually listen to on air.
I didn't realize. I thought when she started singing it, she would leave gaps in there where it would be bleeps. I didn't know it was so bad. They just had to cut the audio completely.
You know, in my head, it's the Ted DiBiase Money song with the N-word.
That would be a catchy song.
Not that one. The no.
Oh,
the other one.
Oh shit! You're not thinking money. Oh,
that one's also really good.
Which one are you thinking? What other Ted DiBiase song is there?
It was the one, I think, WCW.
Oh, hold on.
Money.
That's just a song.
Well, maybe I'm just thinking of a fucking song.
You're the one who brought Ted DiBiase into this, not me.
Anytime I think of money, I think Ted DiBiase.
Which is the right way to go.
Yeah, I agree. I gotta stand up. Jesus Christ.
Meghan Markle said friends are reclaiming and embracing the B word, but she
reclaiming it.
Yeah, see, they're reclaiming it. Wow, sounds like you hang out with a bunch of bitches.
Yeah, dude, how boring is her hangouts? Like, God, it's just probably her bitching and a bunch of her friends like, you go, girl.
It's her and a bunch of her friends all talking about all the people who don't like them and then convincing themselves that it's not their fault.
They're wrong. It's not our fault they don't like us. It's their fault. Yeah. They're the ones that are wrong. Fuck them.
And then they all pass out. But she herself refuses to say the word on the podcast, calling it the B word, because you're such an adult having a grown-up conversation on a podcast. Throughout or...
Like Brad?
Yeah. Or spelling it out for listeners. She said she would never use it except when referring to a female dog. And why would you? You just call it a dog. It's just a dog.
I fucking hate her. You know what I hate the most about her? That like she thinks it's a fucking cool thing that she got her husband to fucking disavow his royal connection. Like,
right.
She lived in the palace for like a month and she hated it so much. She's like, you can't live here either. Let's go. We're leaving.
Isn't that like one of the classic telltale signs of a narcissist is they have to like separate you from the people you're close to? I just
think like everything I know about her leads me to believe she's just an insufferable bitch.
Right. Well, which is a code word for a strong woman.
A strong bitchy woman, maybe.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering. I didn't know which way you meant bitch. Thank you, Adam, for the $25. That'll go towards tomorrow. $40 ahead for tomorrow morning. Thank you. And no goal tonight, so enjoy the show. So Meghan Markle then goes on to say on this podcast, I remember when I was a kid and people would say, sticks and stones may break your bones, but names will never hurt you. Well, that was just a flat out lie. Of course names hurt, but what happens when we use that pain to fuel purpose? When the B word is shouted with one intent, but you're able to let it go and to remind yourself of all the other words with a B that better describe you. Beautiful, blessed, brilliant, beguiling, blissful, bedazzling. Take your pick. Are we listening to a
bedazzling? Did she just say fucking bedazzling?
She did. Now my question is,
like, is she writing her own fucking PR campaign? Like, God, I fucking hate this bitch.
Are we listening to a podcast or a cope fest here?
Well, it seems like she's doing everything to be called a bitch and then getting mad about it.
Right, exactly.
Kind of like I know she's not doing that, but it kind of sounds like trolling, right?
It would be a good troll, wouldn't it? Just to act the way she acts.
It would be the best fucking troll. Like, oh, when people say bitch, they're just saying that you're a strong woman. Also, I only let my husband eat kale. Fuck you.
Who's she? Have I met her? No. But yeah, this just sounds.
Fuck you.
This just sounds like a 41-year.
Guaranteed that's how she laughs, by the way.
It just sounds like a 41-year-old woman who's really coping with how the world sees her and is not handling it very well. And by the way, is doing a podcast of like a Stuart Smalley self-affirmation. She's looking in the mirror and decided to turn on a microphone while she goes, "You're great, You're not a bitch. They're just jealous of you. You're beautiful, right?" And she's pretending that she's saying it to her audience when in reality, this is her just completely soothing herself the entire time. I'm beautiful. I'm beguiling. These are all things you should be telling yourself, by the way. These aren't just things I'm saying to myself to not lose my fucking shit. You're bedazzling. That's what people mean when they call you a bitch. You hear Harry knocking on the door. Are you almost done with that podcast, you fucking bitch?
Stupid fucking bitch.
Uh-oh, you're keying out on us. You've completely frozen.
No. Absolutely.
What? There you go. Now you're back. You were distorting on us.
I just got a flash that said internet unconnected. Shout out to Spectrum. Still a piece of shit.
Yeah, there you go.
No, I was just saying, like, she doesn't, dude, her husband would never fucking confront her.
No.
He would never, like, that's not, he's not doing it ever.
You don't think so?
Fuck no.
You don't think Harry's got a big set of balls on
that dude left a monarchy for this bitch. He's not saying shit.
I kind of want to go listen to her podcast now, but I feel like I'd get a couple minutes in and I just go, you know what?
I don't know. I tried to like listen to that one that was like those two together, and it was unlistenable.
Yeah. It's just when you're doing a whole podcast on what people really mean when they call you a bitch, it definitely lets on that you've been called a bitch way too much. Way too much. A racist mailed Nazi propaganda to a Brooklyn pizzeria with Jewish owners. An act of cowardice fueled by a bunch of celebrities making racists and Nazis feel safe, according to the head chef, posted on Tuesday. Okay, I've seen enough of these to be skeptical until I see further evidence. Because there's this weird thing that happens, like whenever some celebrity gets in some controversy, some business or some school or some neighborhood will fake some sort of a big thing and go, see, it's clearly like a Jussie Smollett thing. It's clearly because of MAGA or Kanye or this or that. I don't know. First of all, why would a Nazi mail their propaganda to a Jewish-owned business? Not exactly preaching to anyone that might convert.
Because they want them to be fearful of the savings?
The photocopied black and white flyer depicting a 1938 Nazi rally at Nuremberg arrived
Maybe it's like one of those like Ku Klux Klan cross things, right?
Oh, it's like a threat sort of a deal?
Yeah. Yeah, like, hey, check it out, Jew, we're fucking Nazis.
Well, the head chef and owner is actually not even Jewish. He said, my partners are Jewish, so this is obviously targeted, said Carlino. The person's intention was to photocopy this nasty Nazi propaganda to effectively scare us. I don't have the words for it. I was just heartbroken. It's 2022 and this shit is happening. And then he went on to blame Kanye West and Kyrie Irving for promoting the book. And yeah, guys.
I'm like, when do you think we're going to get over that where we stop blaming people for things they're not really doing just because they say stuff that gets mad? Probably never, right? It's just going to get worse from here.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And again, I don't know who sent this. There's no way to track it. There's no way to see who did it. I'm always really skeptical of shit like this because, like I said, I've just seen too many of these stories where the cops investigate. Or better yet,
whenever a man says he's skeptical, he's just scared of a really strong woman.
Damn it. She's like a Rosetta Stone for insecurity.
That just means you have a small penis.
The owner said it's a snowball effect. When we have a bunch of celebrities saying really stupid shit, that makes racists and Nazis feel safe. Again, the name of the owner of this pizza place is Salvatore Carlino. I don't really...
Also, are we to believe that Nazis like Kanye West? Is that what we're trying to do? Or Kyrie? Right. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if you know this, but kind of like the whole Nazi thing was like blonde hair, blue eyes, and black people aren't really known for that outside of Game of Thrones episodes.
Yeah, and not only that, like these neo-Nazis are going to look into it and go, oh yeah, I bet you they're secretly owned by Jews. That Italian pizza place with the guy with the Sopranos name. Oh yeah, that's a prime target for us.
It's called Soprano Bergs.
Yeah, right. They probably saw that there was like some kind of like Sicilian owner of the place and they sent him the propaganda thinking, actually, you know what? We'd probably be able to recruit this guy. He might be one of us. Ryan the Garbage Man wants to know, the most important question is the Jewish pizza good? Well, I don't know, Ryan the Garbage Man. It might not be a Buffalo Wild Wings burger.
Welcome to Giovanni Star. Best matzo meatball you'll ever have.
Yeah, hey, how you doing? Welcome to Carmine Goldstein's. Would you like to try?
Hey, fucking forget about the prices, eh?
Hey, try our Sicilian meat pizza with a latke crust.
Hey, forget about it. Sicilian pizza doesn't even have any pork.
That's right. You can just forget about it because it's not like it's that big of a deal. You
like to nosh?
Would you like a miniature pizza appetizer? It's served on a bagel. It's fucking low-hanging fruit over here, for God's sake.
Welcome to try our Passover pizza. It's delightful.
You know, look, I'm not here to complain about your pizza. I'm just saying, if you're going to make something like this, maybe not so dry next time.
Hey, you gonna fucking eat this challah or what?
Would you like a candlelit pizza dinner? It's a menorah.
We missed it, dude.
What?
They only served one food product.
Oh, what's that?
Hold on, I'm getting the rib hat ready. You ready?
Okay.
Bagel pizzas.
Bumba Close says, try our cardboard unleavened crust. Oh, Jesus. Well,
I bet you'll love these soda crackers. They taste like concrete. Jewish food is fucking terrible. We can all agree on that. Like some of it is like the delicatessens. Like when you get into like pastrami and stuff, it's good. But holy fuck, like those fucking soda crackers are fucking terrible. Those Passover cookies are fucking terrible.
Yeah, I don't know, man. You got an Italian guy owning an Italian pizza restaurant. He's assuming that a bunch of neo-Nazis knew that his silent partners were Jewish, and so they sent him Nazi stuff. I'm sorry, but if Nazis are mailing Nazi shit to Jewish people, they're probably doing it to just Jewish businesses. This seems a little flimsy to me. Honestly, it seems like a guy who's trying to drum up a little sympathy business. Which
you only leave 10% tip. This must be home cooking for you.
Oh, no. I mean, tipping, do you really think the server had to work that hard? I mean, they just ran us out of pizza. I didn't even get a refill on my Coca-Cola.
Would you like more eggplant borkas?
I don't know. I don't think we're creating a winning business right now, but
I'm telling you, as I'm making these jokes in my head, I'm thinking how disgusting these meshes would be.
Yeah.
Hey, have our fettuccine latkes.
Oh yeah, you know what? Let's do this one. We got a couple more stories we have time for. I've got two here that we can jump into. Rob Schneider had a message for Californians yesterday during Election Day. He said, "Dear former California residents, you moved out of California for a reason: crime, out of control, homelessness, taxes, your children being indoctrinated in schools, individual rights being trampled, etc. So please don't vote the same way to replicate the same shit you just left." And, and I got to say, I think people heard him or heard that message because, again, Texas and Florida, the two places they moved to most, there were pretty wide margins. I mean, it was not very close in any of those races. Both of them were double digits.
Well, I'll tell you, in Texas's case, as somebody who is a transplant here, they have ridiculously strenuous laws so that people who just moved here can't vote. Like Texas specifically is the fourth or fifth hardest state to vote in the entire country.
Okay, so
like
might not
next
be able
year,
to.
next election cycle will be where you get the information on that.
All right, so you think a lot of these people aren't able to vote yet in Texas?
At least in Texas, I can't. I mean, obviously that's not the case in Florida, right?
Right, in Florida you can, but
but even just in Florida, they just fucking smashed.
Oh yeah, it was 20%. God, that is
right. Like even if everybody moving from California voted blue, nobody gives a fuck.
Yeah, it was an absolute. Well, how did Rubio do? Oh, you know what? It wasn't that far off.
Well,
Rubio won by he won by 17 points. It was almost identical.
He was announcing it at the exact same time DeSantis was.
Okay, so Rubio won by 17. DeSantis won by 20. That makes a lot of sense.
Rubio got 4.4 million votes versus 3.1 million.
Yikes. See, that makes a lot more sense than like Brian Kemp winning by 8 points in Georgia and Herschel Walker being behind by 0.9. I mean, I get it. Herschel Walker's a way shittier candidate. But at the same time, it's that Pennsylvania one, though. I mean, Dr. Oz losing by over 3 points to a guy who can't speak.
Where's the fuck you third party vote on that? I cannot imagine. It's the same thing with Biden. I cannot imagine in good consciousness voting for somebody who is clearly mentally fucking gone.
Yeah, it's
I don't give a shit how much you hate Oz. Write in, suck my dick.
Right.
You voted for a guy who can't even put together. I mean, listen, we watched that the other week at fucking fracking. Everyone was like, I'm for fracking, which means I'm for it,
Yeah. He's just falling apart. You don't have to vote for Dr. Oz. I get it. He's a shitty candidate too, but you're right. Not even a write-in. Nothing, a little dignity. Protest. They should have had all these write-in votes and 90 people should have had 2% of the vote as a protest. Well, you can't have 90 people having. Oh yeah, you can.
Right. They should have elected fucking Santa or some shit,
Right. And then Pennsylvania would be like, oh, maybe we shouldn't nominate New Jersey transplants and a stroke victim as our next fucking Senate candidates. But anyway, they'll look. He's going to be in the Senate now, and they'd better get him to a fucking doctor. They'd better have him on bed rest. They're
just going to guard him, and he's never going to fucking talk to the people. You can protect a senator real easy.
Yeah.
Actually, the election cycle is probably the hardest thing he'll fucking have to do. Otherwise, he just has to sit in a fucking room, shut the fuck up, and vote how he's told.
Exactly, and that's all they wanted him for. That's why they never replaced him. Is they're like, well, he'll win, and he'll just do what we tell him to do.
Well, no, they never replaced him because they couldn't. That's stupid.
It was after. Yeah, it was after the primary. I forgot about
how you get on the ballot. You can't just replace a candidate. That's not it was so weird. It wasn't you, but I saw a lot of news sites, Fox specifically, going nuts about how if the Democrats had a conscience, they'd replace him. It's yeah, except they can't legally. You stupid fucks.
Yeah, they already went through the process.
Fox News, am I right?
Yeah. More like faux news. Palmer Luckey, the creator of the virtual reality headset Oculus, has manufactured a headset that can kill the user if they die in the game. Why?
Dope.
We were going to get here eventually, but I was never going to be ready for it when it was.
Haven't you seen Player One? Fucking real life Player One. I'm in.
According to Luckey,
how many people are going to kill their girlfriends or boyfriends by being like, "Hey, baby, you want to play this sweet game?"
Right.
Remember when you bitched at me for not loading? Hey, Megan, remember when you told me that saying a bitch is you're a strong woman? Show me how strong you are by beating this level.
Here's a lightsaber game we can play together. According to Luckey, the new headset named Nerve Gear, little on the nose, aims to bridge the gap between virtual life and real life by killing the person wearing the headset if they die within the video game they are playing. The device,
Gear, huh?
Yeah, the device works by detecting a shade of red that appears on video games when a person dies. Once the red flashes on the screen, then 3 explosives pointed at the user's forehead will detonate, instantly destroying the brain of the user. This is fake as fuck. There is no way this is real. I'm going to a different site. Nerve Gear. This has to be a gag. Nope, it's multiple legit news sites are reporting this.
Jesus Christ.
You're going to blow people's heads off. When the user dies virtually during gameplay, the modules fire at their head, killing them instantly at the same time. Luckey admitted the device is not quite finished. Oh, well, yeah, you'd hate to kill them in a messy fashion. And I
like how it's called Lucky, too.
Yeah, and it's likely he'll have trouble getting clearance to use it even when it is. You don't say. You mean you won't be allowed to sell your head-exploding video game? Shit. Luckey, who sold his firm Oculus to Meta for $3 billion in 2014, described the incredible device, saying, the idea of tying your real life to your virtual avatar has always fascinated me. You instantly raise the stakes to the maximum level and force people to fundamentally rethink how they interact with the virtual world and the players inside of it. There's some people, some nerds just shouldn't be allowed to keep their money.
No.
They gave this guy $3 billion when he was 21 years old. He's a complete lunatic. He did one thing well, and now we're going to have to put him under a conservatorship. because he's creating games that blow your head off if you lose. Now, wait a minute. What if the game has a glitch? And then the game glitches out. You die in the game, but you didn't really die, and now your head gets blown off before you can go, wait, no. He started developing head-mounted VR displays when he was still in school and was in college when he created the first prototype of a consumer-priced VR headset called, of course, the Oculus Rift. He also called Nerve Gear a piece of office art and a thought-provoking reminder of unexplored avenues in game design. Okay, psycho. It is also, as far as I know, the first non-fiction example of a VR device that can actually kill the user. He adds, it won't be the last. I think this guy may be a CAT scan, a nap, some medication.
And a video game.
Maybe a video game that doesn't murder you. Or, you know what? Maybe he can be the first test subject, and then we can knock this thing out all at once.
I like it.
I mean, what if you want to live anymore if it's a for sure way that you won't live, says somebody. I think you mean don't want to live anymore. Michael Pitt says, yeah, I think it's just a concept from a crazy guy. Yeah, but, you got to keep an eye on concepts from crazy guys lest they spring out, I bet you the CIA is going to be really interested in this one.
Yeah, well,
CIA.
They're not going to have any more operations. They're just going to share video games.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we're actually not the CIA anymore. We're just the Federal Gaming Commission.
Game division now.
Yeah, that's all we do now. We just play video games all day. Nothing to see here, ladies and gentlemen. Brown Candy says we need the Demolition Man sex helmets. What does it say about us that some psycho created a way to blow your head off when you die in a video game before we built a fuck Oculus Rift?
The fuck Oculus has already existed.
Oh, does it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, good. Whew.
Yeah, that was like the VR fuck stuff came out before fucking Oculus.
Okay, good.
It was like the second thing ever in VR was like a fucking fleshlight hooked up to a camera.
Okay, good. Thank God. Powered by a boat motor. They were like, we're gonna make this thing go no matter what. We're getting a fuck visor out of this.
Fuck visor. There you go.
Let's check in on these numbers one more time because we got about 3 minutes left in today's show. Corey, after today's show, let everyone know where you're going to be while I pull this stuff up.
We will be on all of the other stuff. So Twitch, it'll be Twitch Talk Cast. We'll be on Corey Adam Comedy on YouTube, Corey Adam Comedy on Rumble, Corey Adam Comedy on DLive, Corey Adam Comedy on Trovo. So basically everywhere.
All right, check it out. Corey Adam Comedy. Right after this show is over, about 11 o'clock, or are you going to just fire it up right away?
Yeah, we'll be over there right away after this, and then 11 o'clock we'll be over at twitch.tv/Corey Adam Comedy for Twitch Talk.
All right, perfect. Let's go ahead and take a look through these. In Wisconsin, 99% reporting. Ron Johnson has a 27,000 vote lead, or 1%, ahead of Mandela Barnes in the Senate. So it looks like Ron Johnson's going to barely hang on there. Georgia is headed for a runoff vote. 98% of the vote is reported, and Raphael Warnock leads by 0.9%. But in Georgia, you have to get over 50% in order to win. So Georgia could be heading to a runoff. Arizona, surprise, surprise, still at 66% reporting. Mark Kelly leads Blake Masters, the Republican, by 5 points.
I wonder if Cain Velasquez was allowed to vote since he got released yesterday.
He did get released yesterday, and he hasn't been convicted, so there is that. Adam Laxalt with a nearly 3-point lead in Nevada in the Senate over the Democrat there with 77% reporting. Alaska, 75% reporting. Republican Kelly Tshibaka leads Republican Lisa Murkowski by 3,500 votes. I didn't know you could run two Republicans, but they're doing it in Alaska. So those are the open races still. The Republicans need to hold Alaska, Nevada, and Wisconsin, and then they need to flip Arizona or Georgia in order to take the majority in the Senate. In the House, the Associated Press now has the Republicans at 200 House seats, 18 away from the majority. They have the Democrats at 174, which is 44 away from the majority. So the Republicans looking to... How many seats in California do the Republicans have left to pick up here? Let's see. 1, 2. So they got 2 in California. They've got 3, 4, 5.
They have 4 total in California and 21. Damn, California has a lot of seats.
Yeah, and they have 3 in Arizona that haven't been called yet. So now you're at 5 before they. So that would put you at 13. Yeah, so it sounds like NBC has called the House for the Republicans. And when you look at the East Coast, you look at Texas, Iowa, all the unclaimed red that's out there, it looks like the Republicans are going to take the House. And the Senate, again, the way things are going in Arizona right now, they could end up moving that one. But we of course, we wouldn't know because Arizona, of course, forgot how to count overnight.
Yeah.
So
who do you got this weekend? Adesanya or Pereira?
My immediate instinct says Adesanya, but it's like the era of all the longtime champions losing.
Well, Pereira's the only person that ever beat him in kickboxing. Like he's knocked Adesanya out before.
Yeah, Usman and Oliveira both lost their titles.
Yeah, but Oliveira, everybody knew that was coming. Usman was a shock.
I'm going to say Adesanya. I'm going to roll with Adesanya until I'm going to shoot till I miss at middleweight with Adesanya.
All right, and then Poirier and Chandler, who you got?
Chandler.
I think I'm going to go Poirier in that one.
I think I'm going to go Chandler. I think Poirier got the benefit of getting to fight a past his prime Conor McGregor, and those were his 2 big wins. I think Chandler. I would like to see Chandler win that fight against Poirier, and I'd like to see him fight Oliveira again.
I want to see him fight Gaethje again.
All of them. They were all just really, really good scraps.
Chandler's like Gaethje, where like he doesn't have boring fights, which is nice.
Now, who won that fight, Chandler and Gaethje? I forgot. That was a Gaethje win, wasn't it?
Yeah. Gaethje, yep.
All right. They're saying Chandler definitely has CTE. Well, the guy does kind of lead with his head. I mean, he gets into serious slugfests. Chandler does. So that he's always he'll be fun to watch until he has to clock out due to a brain injury. All right, Corey, have fun doing your shows. Thank you very much, sir. And you can continue to watch Arizona not know how to count.
Yeah, no, I look forward to making sure they don't know how to count.
Yes. All right, to the rest of you, thank you very much. We will be back tonight for the evening show, and then Thursday and Friday morning shows left to go. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. We appreciate it. Take it easy.